could you come over?
On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. No, think I might've found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Get substituted. You're not recruited. Cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. What? I'm ruthless. I've proved this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. What? You're so dumb to choose this. Ain't going outside, I make it work. I'm in my bag, that's every purse on my back. Is that your girl? She got it. She make it twerk. And why you mad? I got here first. You say you rap, you got a verse. I say that's whack, you probably hurt. Back to the lab, you gotta search. On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. No, think I might've found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Why are these boys so stupid? Counting me out now, I'm counting my money. I'm probably gon' cop me a new wrist. Y'all gon' think I'm a nuisance. New sound, know me, who this? Yep, I made some improvements. Me and the gang been bowling. Your shawty gon' think we're the coolest. LSA say we got clips. We bout to make it a movie. I make a hit I can't miss. Damn, the charts might sue me. The way I be stacking my chips, probably the bank gon' sue me. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid, cause your mans can't fool me.
On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. No, think I might've found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said day after day, it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said
soon you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so So what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stage just for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got it for
Got
you.
it.
Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Elohim, you home? Can't you come over?
Ayy, I know my way to the paper. All of my women look tailored. It costs a few thousand, it's tailored. Can't drop a dime in the sidewalk. I'm in the room with the bosses. All of our pockets look gorgeous, ayy. You'll see the boys of the Forbes, ayy. Constantly plotting, we want this, ayy. I need my bag and clips extended, ayy. Blast you haters to fragments, ayy. Got no time for the cameras, cause I might just pull the extension, ayy. Young, back to the basics. Get in that bag on occasion. She top it until she get brainless, hey. Damn it, I love to be famous, ayy. I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no, ayy. She's watching me stack it, so water my cap and fold, ayy. If I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more, ayy. You so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
Ayy, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Little baby say she want the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games, we want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know it ain't the least I bought it. I bought it.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack it, so water my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. easy, it's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we
Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to fit.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello everybody and welcome to tonight's game of OG versus Forza. We are here for ESL Pro League. My name is Mitch. With me tonight is Dean, and we've got two great best of three starting here and then heading over to Spirit versus Heroic. It's time to shine on Inferno, the first map of this best of three picked by Forza, and so they're starting out on the T side. OG coming in feeling hot, and we've seen this game play out a couple of times, certainly Inferno, as these teams have played each other a lot recently, Dean.
Yeah, a few times in the last couple of months. Only a few days back was the most recent time that they did play, and in that one we seen it was actually OG who were able to get the jump on them pretty convincingly in a 2-0. Before that, though, we've seen a bit more success from Forza, so I'm expecting that we're going to have a competitive game here. And it is a relatively slow place so far, but Forza, as you can see, setting themselves up to eventually push forward for this banana control. And it's just Valda initially taking the fight, gets himself the headshot. Mantu has still just been kind of hiding in towards sandbags, which could be a little bit dangerous considering he's now left alone, having lost Valda, but at least he gets the info. He hears them running back down banana. Now they can begin that rotation over. But if Forza move quick, it is just going to be two players here to defend.
Shots by MBK. He's able to finish off one of the players. Swings out for Almazer as well. And the quick headshot connection, but his teammates are falling all around him and close to being split. The shot comes out from the bomb site. He now knows where both players are, and with the rotate coming through, he just needed to stay alive for Mantu. The smoke faded, but that just gave Flit the angle to take him down and put Forza up 1-0, winning out the pistol round in a fairly convincing manner. I mean, really good trades by them. Although they're never really able to deal with MBK on that initial push, they do just fine taking down Pit and Sight and leaving him isolated on an island by himself.
Yeah, Issa was in a little bit of an awkward spot once all those players just piled out at a balcony and up short at the same time. He was trying to do what he could, didn't quite manage to get the kill, and yeah, Forza, they do a good job being able to get themselves that round win, despite having lost the first player as well over towards Banana. They got that trade on Valda, grouped back up, and just swiftly took that A bomb site. It is in this round at least a force buy coming in from OG. They have a couple of SMGs, a few Deagles as well. Not too many nades. There's a few smokes in play. If they can conserve those perhaps later on in the round, they could be very useful to perhaps funnel Forza in towards a bomb site. But for now, just taking a bit of a gamble. 3 players stacked over towards B, 2 around that A bomb site, playing around the apartment slash the bomb site itself, so that of course they can get that crossfire set up if it comes back that way. But for now, Forza, they're not really committing anywhere. They're defaulting, they're getting the control, they're pressuring around everywhere on the map and just trying to feel out exactly what OG are doing.
Now, there's no need for Forza to just run blind into a bomb site, right? They know they're going to be up against those stronger weapons. It's not just USPs in play. And OG not giving anything away. On A, they've got a very passive hold. You're seeing MBK with the SMG just playing passively on long. Issa up on balcony trying to spot out 2 different angles. They're very much gambling for this to be a B hit. As utility comes over on A, Forza playing this as a fake or maybe a split through CT. As MBK isn't actually smoked off, but he does drop his own one to fall back to site. With that, Forza are given and welcomed in with open arms towards B, but OG still have that stack, and they're very much aware of the CT split.
Oh yeah, they've set themselves up in construction, a perfect position to go ahead and try and at least get that initial trade. As you see, Valde still up close on the MP9, eventually is dealt with. And Z-Power is going to come out on top of that battle. A 3-on-2, it is definitely favoring Forza as the bomb gets planted, but a bit of damage at least being connected for OG so far. And if they could get a quick kill here, there definitely is still a chance for them to try and move in for that retake. The issue is split up at the moment. One player in the spawn, one coming in from Banana. If they don't get a kill within the next couple of seconds, then they really should just be saving the Deagle and the MP9 just to give themselves something in this next round. They might win a couple exits, though. They might want to do a bit more damage. You can see not really looking to move forward, but definitely holding down around the CT in the top of Banana.
Issa might get an exit. Oh, he had the jump and got the shot eventually. I mean, only Flit left alive. It's not the best of situations, but it's definitely not the worst. MBK might be able to get an upgrade if one's flown towards him, but doesn't look like it.
Nah, I think it was an SMG.
All in all, things have gone... Okay, they've lost the round, so OG won't be over the moon, but with the damage they've inflicted, Forza had invested into 3 SMGs, so it does soften it a little bit, but only getting out with 1 rifle leaves them on, again, this very mixed buy, exactly the same as the previous round, but the problem is now it's costing them a lot more. They'll come in against a full buy in the next round, which is where OG will have everything. They can have Ops, they can have M4s. Forza, on the other hand, they can't really afford to upgrade off of what they've got, so it will be a pretty rough 4th round, although this 3rd should, in theory, go their way. Some slight upgrades for OG, even purchasing up some Kevlar for Valda.
Yeah, he got himself a bit of money, was able to afford to actually buy that up. That was a pretty solid pick by NBK, and also got the dink onto Z-Power there around mid. Unfortunately, does fall himself. You end up seeing a kill coming in around the balcony as well, and in the meantime, Jerry's actually just moving in towards B. They should have this kill quite easily, indeed they do, so Valde, despite investing a bit into having the Deagle and the Kevlar, isn't really going to be able to find much with it, and yeah, pretty straightforward round. Only 1 casualty this time from Forza. They can be feeling a little bit better about how that round went for sure. But OG, they're going to get their buyout. This is where they get everything they want. They'll have the op, as you see. Mantu has plenty to go ahead and put that into play. Have a couple nades behind it as well if he wants to. And overall, a solid buy here for OG, at least coming into the first gun round. Looks like we're going to see an SMG actually kept in play by Jerry. Helmets on most of the players for OG, but NBK and Alexi B are lacking. So maybe that MAC-10 could still be quite effective.
This is a faster play from Forza. You can see they're not going for any control towards Banana. Instead, blitzing in towards that A long control. And they're swinging straight into Mantu. He's got the off out, a 2nd kill. Looking for the 3rd. What a flick by Mantu. And he can just tuck in now. His teammates are coming in to help. The flash on the corner to put the power back. They've spotted his leg. And the swing out from Valda on the wider angle to take him down. What a clean round by OG. And Forza rushing in for the faster play. Well, boy, it did not pay off.
What a clean round by Mantu, let's be real, that was nasty. He had no kills actually before that. He got the op into play, immediately hits himself a 3 kill, and yeah, shows up. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep that up throughout the game. We could definitely have an interesting op battle here between Z-Power and Mantu, both very, very capable players. And Z-Power yesterday, he was hitting some ridiculous shots, so if Mantu is going to be doing that as well, I think we have an exciting game ahead of us.
Oh, for sure. And when you look at the previous games that they've played out, I mean, one caveat we'd always put when someone plays Forza on a map like Train, which OG have consistently allowed through, is that, well, Z-Power, he's a damn beast, and you better be damn confident with your opper being able to take him down. Well, Mantu has consistently been able to overpower him. In fact, that's why they're so happy taking Train out. Mantu knows he's got what it takes, and in head-to-head duels, he's been incredible. So honestly, the fact that he's showing up in the first 4 rounds with the AWP on a play like that, it takes away a lot of the faith I might have had in Forza coming in. You know, I've been a big fan of this team for a long time. When we started seeing them, I feel like we've gotten to watch them grow. They're like our kids. But this is definitely going to be a rough series for them. Despite that 3-1 lead, they've got to pull ahead with a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a decent foundation to have this early on, but they want to be adding quite a few rounds to that still to be putting themselves in a good position, so I don't think they're going to be feeling complacent anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, coming back to the up battle, of course, Z-Power right now being over on the T side of Inferno can be a little bit harder to get going, and he's actually going to be coming in through the apartments. They're just all dropping out. All right, Issa apparently wasn't holding it. It allows for face crack to go ahead and close in the distance. He has an easy kill. Alexi B, I'm not sure, I think he was around Moto. He was already low health at that point as well, so he just goes straight down, and now the bomb site's gone. The bomb's going to be planted with the economy that's available while only Valda really having enough money to rebuy. At this point, they just need to save so they can drop over some weapons.
Yeah, forced back immensely. I mean, Forza doing that with 5 players left alive is going to stand to them because you can see their economy is in tatters. If they lost this one, OG would definitely end up equalizing. But now in a spot where they're going to feel pretty confident about their abilities rocking into the next one, because OG also going to be in that very rough economic spot. Valda and Alexi B have got money, but that's essentially it. And they're the ones that are going to have to drop over for Issa and Alexi buying for himself. The time ticks away. So one thing that you look at with Forza is confidence as well. When they rock in, they take a push onto long, they realize they're just getting shut down by an Opper hitting a couple good shots. But when you swap over to that round, they don't mind going in for another headstrong, fast play, where some teams might feel like a little bit pressured off that, having it not work out the first time.
Hello, I was listening to the stream and I was indeed quite loud, so hopefully I'm sounding a little bit better right now. Apparently we were just... You were too quiet, Mitch. I don't know if that's because you're small and you just don't produce as much audio, but, you know.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Mantu, though, he's been taken down a little bit there. Dropped to 18. He tried to peek in towards the top of Banana and just, unfortunately, was already there was already Z-Power posted up on the exact same angle, so he hits the shot, doesn't quite get the kill, but it completely warns off any sort of early Banana aggression from OG. Instead, they've taken the gamble and have decided to just leave Valda here. And with that, have stacked up around A. The issue is most of Forza already grouped up towards Banana. And if they were to move quickly right now, they would only find one man who only has a nade as well in terms of utility to actually slow this push down.
It's not really what you want, especially if you're that B player. You'd expect a molly to be in play to try and shut that down. He's even starting to move back a little bit more passively, where that smoke is going to completely discount him from play. He's used up his nade, no flash, so going through the smoke isn't really an option. Otherwise, you might see him try to wait for them to push forward. But he's spotting out that no one's here, and with that, OG don't feel like they need to rotate. You can see the pressure applied by Forza's faster play, pushing out on A consistently and taking the control, but this time it's full B commitment. And they have got such a damn good read on how OG are going to be responding to those last 2 to 3 rounds. Okay, Valda gets one through the smoke, so potential for a retake is there. OG start to shift towards B, moving in through spawn, but remember, they don't have a lot of money, so committing to a retake like this is risky. That kill from Valda very likely does push them forward, but they're now quite limited on time. And without another pick coming in very soon, they may be forced to just play this one as a save. Mantu's got an AWP. He's looking for something, but there goes MBK down in Banana. No trades possible. Everyone else is in CT, but it looks like they still want to go for this.
Oh, yeah, and Manto's actually gotten himself a kill with the molly. Alexi B going to be able to get one as well, but they need to get straight on that bomb. The spam coming back through from Alexi B shuts it down. Z-Power with the up. Can he do anything? He actually already got the kill. I didn't realize that the player, it was Mantu, I think it was up close on the grill right there. I thought he was sticking the bomb, but he was just initially covering the diffuser, who did get taken down.
And that's one way to win a round. 2 players dying to the bomb in the end, leaving it over with OG just 1 player. I mean, Forza are going to be over the moon. So what if they've lost everybody? And, okay, the situation should have been a little bit more convincing. Let's be clear on that. It was a 5v4. They had everything locked down. They started to get the kills going their way. And then, whoops, things just fell apart. But still not losing the round. Big clutch play to put 5 on the board. And we said Forza needed more than that early 3-1 lead. Especially contextually. When you're winning the first 3 rounds, you do expect things to go your way, right? For it to... you to follow up with a couple more rounds. now they've got a decent foundation built. Great shot through the smoke by Almazer as well to open it up. And OG have got to feel so pressured at the moment. They were so close to winning the previous round, but Forza knew exactly what was going on. They predicted the A stack because they had just pressured A 3 consecutive rounds in a row with very confident, very fast plays. I think OG made the right read. The problem is Forza are not a team that are going to let you, or that are going to be so predictable like that. Again, opening kills going their way, one after another. Face crack with a double, and A's already lost.
Yeah, completely. There was still a player around mid, but as soon as you finished your sentence, pretty much he went down. So, yeah, nothing at all to be done by those A defenders. Valdez left over in construction, and yeah, just trying to save. Not much to be said. You can see already that he's backed away towards construction, and now it's towards the coffins. Maybe that could be kind of telling us what's going to happen, because he is being hunted at the moment. A few players already towards the top of Banana, which I don't think he's going to expect so quickly. The money isn't fantastic, though, for Forza. They don't want to be losing more than really 1 or 2 weapons here at most. There's already one going down. Obviously, now they know the position, so they should be able to just move in and at least trade it out from this point on. The smoke making it a little bit more difficult. At least so Val, they're going to be playing around this. Nearly lined them up there, actually. Caught Z-Power and then Flick coming out of spawn, but not going to be able to do too much. Flick hits the headshot, 6-1 for Forza, and yeah, they are able to make themselves, they are able to take that very cleanly, only losing the one player in the end and stopping any weapons from being saved over by OG, who, as you said, are really feeling the pressure now. They've called in their first tactical pause, but the issue is they're not really looking at a full buy in this round, at least not towards 2 players. Sure, Valda could get an M4 body armor if he wanted, but on a map like Inferno with the economy like this, if you do want to get a somewhat decent buy, you have to just limit the weapons and go for the nades. So I don't know if they're going to be doing that, but they certainly could be considering it, considering they're already down 6-1.
Well, Flit's having one hell of a game. Look at that, 11 kills on the board, and you're usually looking at Forza, the things that stand out about them. Obviously, Zapower on the AWP, who's not having a terrible time. Jerry, the fragging IGL, but he doesn't even need to do a damn thing at the moment because Flit's just pulling all the weight. OG have got a lot to do to answer back, and considering that they've only got pistols in this round with the weak investment, you're likely looking at the Brazil coming out at Forza 7-1 up. And at that point, I don't think there's any way to really alleviate the clear sign that OG are getting dominated. And coming into this series, you know, you can definitely look at OG as the favorites. I think that considering recent results as well, it's not impossible for Forza to win. I mean, look, they won that game back, if I'm not remembered incorrectly, because I can't tab out, obviously, as I'm producing here today. But Dean, you feel free to correct me. Was it 2-1 to Forza at DreamHack, and then OG in that Home Sweet Home tournament took it 2-0 when they faced them?
Yeah,
that was the most recent.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's definitely not like it's impossible for Forza to win this by any means.
No,
but
not at all.
I would have looked at OG as the favorites.
It's been a couple of months, though, as well, so I do think definitely they've changed. The more recent results were, by far, were the Home Sweet Home ones.
Definitely.
And they were pretty dominant by OG, but it was on Train and Nuke, so not Inferno, not really the maps. There is a Train, obviously, coming out as the decider. As you said, Mantu clearly feeling comfortable. That's a map where they have the infinite power, at least. But I still think that could be a little bit risky, and I especially think Dust 2 up next is still one that Forza definitely could take. So OG really need to start coming back into this, and that's pretty solid. Alexi B not only getting 1 kill as they come through the smoke, he spams away, does lots of damage. Sure, they give up the bomb site, but this wasn't a full buy, and at this point they've already got everyone in position, so they can try and just swarm this quickly together. They have a nade as well that can do a little bit of damage, and that smoke to try and give them some room to push forward. Unfortunately, Jerry, he's elevated up. He has the vision. He doesn't even have the vision on Alexi B, but he still does the damage. There's another nade. Oh, all right. Let's having fun. Yeah, I wanted to say, when you were saying how well he was playing, I had a look at the ADR, and he had 156. He had 156 coming into this round. He is having a fantastic performance. He's been getting some very solid entries, especially here on the T side. And Alexi B obviously backing away. He's gotten himself an AK, so that's actually a pretty good find.
Yeah, the funny thing, actually, when you talk about, you just mentioned entries there. In terms of opening duels, it's actually, what, 5?
Face Crack, I think, has got a good few.
No, but 5 of the opening duels so far have gone to OG.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought you were just going to say it was more so a different player getting those entries, because I've definitely seen Flit opening up bomb sites. But yeah, no, The opening kills,
no,
I mean,
this
even
is
if
the
we go
thing.
back to the pistol round, sure, it was Valde who got the opening on Banana. There's been a couple
Mm-hmm.
rounds where you've seen Forza lose a player around Banana, but they at least put the pressure. They forced OG back and restrict the info, and then in the 4-on-5 have managed to recover. So as you said, yeah, OG have gotten themselves quite a few entries and still haven't been able to close these rounds out. Can they now, though, is the question. They have the full buyback out. They have the op again for Mantu. Nades-wise, it's pretty decent as well. And they actually had a 4-man B-stack in the beginning. Surprisingly, not really going aggressive with it. I guess just expecting Forza again to try and really pressure around this area, just having the 4 players just in case. But as soon as it's not an instant rush, just going back to a default setup. Decent nade.
It's going to be a bit of an aggressive play down Banana as Alexi B finds an opening duel, but that has not been contingent with winning rounds, unfortunately, for OG so far. Mantu's going to look to do a little bit more.
Jump.
Oh, he didn't shoot. It felt like it was going to be one of those connections, but no. Just falls back instead. I agree with the decision. He didn't know if they were going to blitz through the smoke, and he comes in to support, just playing that passive long roll. Now Valda can watch that. If Alexi B fell, that could have put a huge thorn in the side, as Valda would have had to rotate back to B, but instead, Forza are splitting up. There's one player on every part of the map towards A. Unfortunately, none of them can cover each other or go in for trades. They're relying on individual skill, but Flit's been great with openings. Sadly, he can't take that duel versus the op successfully. So Face Crack alone, 1v3 after that first kill. Mantu still here, ready to rumble, and he has no idea about MBK. Nice setup by OG and well handled. One kill after another, never really putting themselves in harm's way. Even the fight on the A side that normally you would say, okay, there wasn't really too much need to take that kind of peek after spotting the info, but there were 2 more players in position. So either way, you're pretty much guaranteed to catch them off guard. There's no way they expect 3 players towards default.
Yeah, that was just not to take anything away from OG, because of course they played that round really well when they took the Banana control and such, but once Forza kind of felt some pressure around Banana, it seemed like they got a little bit lost. As you said, taking those fights individually, Jerry jumped out in front of Banana as the smoke started to fade away. I guess missed timing the smoke, unfortunately. He ended up going down for free as well with his knife out just in midair. So all around an awkward one from Forza. They are able to rebuy here, but it has cost them all of their money to reinvest. So it's given a good opportunity. If OG can go ahead and get this round, at that point they'll be looking at one likely for pretty much free, only up against maybe some pistols and such. So this is the potential opening now back into this half for OG. They need to start recovering at this point, ideally aiming for the 8 rounds so that they can feel somewhat decent as they swap over.
100%. It's do or die right now, Dean. And for OG, they had an early stack towards the B bomb site, but Alexi B's on his way back to A. That's going to leave just the 2. In terms of utility, they're fairly light, but Mantu has at least got a Molotov in play, so if he takes that shot, whether he misses or connects, I think that molly goes towards the site, should slow them down in theory. But that said, Forza have still got 5 smokes, so they should be easily able to just drop one on it. Here they come forward. Mantu doesn't even get to use the molly because he's shut down in the open. They know exactly where Valda is, and goodbye to the B site. As Forza don't lose a single player pushing in, OG now left to save this one yet again. This is devastating. I mean, look at the quick bursts of aggression coming out from Forza towards a bomb site, and OG are constantly in a position where the rounds are decided by 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, even having a look at the scoreboard, you see kind of how few deaths OG have in comparison to what you would expect at this point. That's because they have been saving. They've been left in positions, as you said, so many times where there's just no opportunity to attempt the retake because those kills come in so quickly, because the bomb site's lost before any sort of a rotation can probably not even be called for, let alone begin. So yeah, it's been fantastic. Forza playing very, very explosive. It was working for them yesterday against Sprout as well. They've carried it over today, and they are looking good. As we did point out in the beginning, of course, this is the map choice of Forza, but with Dust 2 coming up next, I don't think that's one where you look at it and say OG should have an easy time, especially not if they're not able to actually put up at least a decent fight here on Inferno. I feel like if they get stomped out here, then Dust 2 could definitely be difficult to get back into on an individual level.
And I feel like Forza, when they're moving into these rounds, round-by-round decision-making is just off the charts good. I mean, Jerry knows exactly what's going on. He's pressuring OG towards A in those 3 first buy rounds. Then they go in for a B hit, realizing OG will likely stack A, which they did, catching them off guard. Then later, it's a fast B hit, having or a slower B hit. They renegotiated into A and end up getting torn apart by the rotates OG made. And from that point, it's just a decision made. If you give OG the time, if you try to play those slower rounds, OG have good mid-round calls. Their rotations will be played out quite well. So they keep sprinkling in these blitz plays where they 5-man just rush a part of the map, and OG have nothing to say about it. Mantu shut it down towards A long. That was the only time they successfully stopped that kind of play. And that was with, I think it's fair to say, an off-the-charts off play that you can't expect every single round. At the moment, I mean, OG have just got to feel so played. And it also becomes very hard to take any gamble plays like stacking A or stacking B in the early parts of the round, because you just don't know whether you're going to have the time to figure out if it is a B and pressure bits of the map, or if they're just going to run at you and all of a sudden there's only 2 players defending A and you're saving on B again.
I mean, we're not seeing any crazy stacks or anything in this round, at least not at this point, with only 30 seconds remaining. It's still the 5-on-5. Not a lot of damage has been done, but we can see clearly Forza have a plan in mind. It is the favor over towards that B-bomb site, and they weren't really being quiet about it, so a rotation has been called in there. Alexi B going to join up. It is definitely needed, considering in terms of nades, all they have is 2 flashes and 1 HE. There was a smoke in place, but a little bit of a gap. They're actually able to make their way around it quite easily. The flash goes in. Facecrack has an easy time just spamming through the smoke, but they need to get that bomb planted quickly. 5 seconds, and it is Facecrack defending to ensure it will go down, and actually wants to hunt this kill. Looking to see if he can find Mantu. Indeed, baits out the shot, follows up with the peek, and there it is. The round again is done. You didn't even see Issa really even beginning to rotate. I think NBK was making his way towards the spawn at one point, but gave up on it pretty quickly once the op went down there in towards construction.
This was one of the better rounds for OG as well, because they'd gone in for that 3-man stack to B. Forza had taken the round slower. OG had the read, they had the players there, they had the utility, the right weapons, but things just fall apart yet again. And now is where heads have got to be in hands, trying to figure out exactly what they need to do. Because in that round there, it's not like in some of the others where it's the right decision being made by Forza. If anything, they probably made the wrong decision, making a little bit of noise in Banana, getting those rotates through and running into a stacked bomb site, and yet they still run out ahead. Well, how do you justify that coming into this round if you're OG, you know? Like, what can we do better? Hit shots? Like, they're going to have to come in with a better strategy for the round, and then you go into the realm where you're not so comfortable, right? You're taking some riskier plays. I really don't know how to fix what we're seeing from the CT side. At the moment, this just looks so damn clean by Forza. I think they're not just winning the game, but they're winning the mental game as well.
Yeah, and they're doing this here individually on Inferno. Imagine how it's going to look on Dust 2 if OG really don't step up. It's certainly a worrying sign. They're not looking too great right now. Obviously, there is a lower bracket, so it's not like it'd be the end of the road for them, but it's OG with the level of players, you know, that they're definitely expecting better of themselves. A decent trade at least being found there by Flit as they come out of the apartments. Follows up at the second, and it seems like whenever Forza entry onto a bomb site, whoever leads the charge or whoever gets 1 kill, he always gets a second. He always doubles down. Whether it's Flit, whether it's Facecrack, it has just been fantastic across the board, and this is a 10th round already for Forza. Again, the save is called. There is no other choice. You can't blame OG. It's not like they're going to be winning out this 2-on-4 retake, saving with the loss bonus. It gives them another bye, but it is just running away from them.
I feel like we're broken records at this point, but there is just nothing else that is really propelling Forza ahead as much, other than that individual skill they've got. The gameplay, round by round, player by player, has been insane. They just run out on A, win every single duel. And OG again left in a spot where it's like, there's not necessarily a problem with the strategy they're deploying, just getting wrecked. 10-2. Where do you go from here, Dean? Like, your CT side's already atrocious, and now you've got to come through with 3 rounds in a row, 100%. Otherwise, you can really just put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye in this map.
Yeah, I mean, although it'll be a decent buy, it's not exactly perfect. There will certainly be a couple of weaknesses, considering they do have to drop some weapons over. That helps out, obviously, with nades coming onto the players who get dropped the weapons, but you see Issei, he actually has to get a FAMAS in the end, so that would allow for a little bit of extra utility to be bought up there for Valda, I believe. He has his rifle on the ground. Indeed, he does. So, yeah, it's a pretty good buy. They've managed to work this out. They have the kits as well. But no matter what we've seen in their hands, it just has not been working. So they're going to go for a bit of a switch up. They're pulling out that secondary op. perhaps we'll see them again trying to find those early picks. But I think why we haven't really seen them getting aggressive was because when they tried earlier on in the half, when Mantu was attempting to get aggressive, he was getting shut down immediately. His main round, we were getting all hyped after they got that first gun round because Mantu hit an incredible 3K, and he's only gotten 2 kills since then.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even necessarily highlight Mantu in particular for that weaker performance because it's just the whole team of OG. It's been like one round where players had a good round, and that's it. The rest of the game, they've been quiet.
Yeah, that was just an example. It's not on Mantu by any
course.
means, although he has gone down, unfortunately, at the beginning of this round. Peeking around from Boiler towards mid, I believe. Z-Power actually going to get himself a second on NBK. Didn't quite catch that on my auto-director, but we do see Facecrack taking down Issa. And with that, opening up the A-bomb site completely. There's a player in Library, but as the shot is missed by Alexi B, what can they do?
Well, one suggestion is lose the round. That's also the only suggestion I have.
It's the easy one.
At 2v5, where do you go? You got
Hit
no
that
money.
no-clip button, fly in, hit some 360s. That's what they need right now.
You have your spin bot installed. You know you're good to go. Other than that, you're probably losing, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Valda's
the op anyway.
Do you believe? Do you believe in Valda? He's the top fragger right now. He's got 8 kills on the board. 9. No, not 10. Unfortunately, double digits going to be evaded, but not for Forza as they reach up to even 11. This is not the game I was expecting, honestly, Dean. I know we came in saying OG are the favorites. Forza can do some damage. You know, the most recent game, OG did stomp them out in 2-0, but back in DreamHack a couple months back, Forza did really well in the 2-1. It was a closer game, but still went their way. We know they're capable. They're not a team you can underestimate, but even if you're coming in, you're favoring Forza, if you're a Forza fan out there saying you'd win, I think you're a liar if you thought it would be 11-2. If you say you thought that. You're either a liar or a fool, but you'd be right either way.
Yeah, I'm sure they have their loyal fans who know that they can do this sort of stuff. It's just when I do cover them, sometimes they're a little bit inconsistent, but this right now is looking fantastic. Even yesterday when they were up against Sprout, we'd see them perform for one half, then they'd struggle a bit, and it was the same for Sprout. So it was an interesting game, but right now Forza are just on fire. We're not really seeing anything from OG so far on Inferno. Again, Dust 2 coming up next, the choice of OG, but it is definitely a map that Forza are very capable of playing, especially if they're coming off the back of a dominant win like this. Not really going to be challenging for Banana at all, surprisingly. I think they threw a couple nades out in the beginning, but everyone else is just grouped up around mid. One player already peeking down Boiler, finds NBK. The rifle that was around long right there in the hands of Issa is forced to fall back away because he doesn't want to stay there on his own. And they have actually rotated over everyone right now. But Forza have so much time, they still have 50 seconds. They don't really have to commit. But I think with the confidence that they have going, they probably just will, just believing in themselves and hitting these shots. But no, playing it smart, going back. They're going back down towards Banana now. If they move quickly, they will have a completely open bomb site.
Now, it looks like this is likely to be another round for them. Man, it's going to be so demotivating being OG. Especially with some of the rounds they're losing. With this marks maybe the 3rd or 4th time that you've seen them stack down on a bomb site, and you're like, okay, look, they push here. We're gonna wreck them. We're gonna get them together. Oh, the bomb's planted on the other side of the map. Oh, okay, cool. Obviously here they're anchoring down to just save over what they've got. Even just down to the armor on Valda is worthwhile carrying through. But you think about some of the earlier buy rounds where they had a 4-man A stack, and then within 2 seconds they lost the B site and the round pretty much. Although that was also the round where they got back in, right, and found a, what was it, like a 3v0 and the bomb blew up? So they were close to winning it. But, yeah, talking about inconsistency as well, Dean, I just, you're mentioning Dust 2 coming up, and that is definitely a map that I'm worried for Forza on because of the inconsistencies we've seen. Now, with them turning up and fragging out like this to a point that coming into the last round, every player almost has 16k or is as close to it as you could really bother to
yeah, I don't normally see them this convincing, just dominating people. So, normally it's like a few rounds, then they'll maybe drop off for a couple rounds,
sure,
and they'll do it again for a bit of a stretch. But this has just been straight up Forza's game.
Yeah, and you could look at that and say, well, then Dust 2 is therefore going to be their map, right? But obviously we know in Counter-Strike that doesn't necessarily translate the same way. But what I will say is that, like, some of their games, like, they beat Endpoint 16-9, and then, but 3 days earlier, they lost 16-2. They're beating teams like Navi Junior, Spirit, Unique, and close games, then they get 16-1 by AGO. It's like, Forza are definitely not consistent on Dust 2 of all maps. So I like the pick from OG, which is probably the one time in my life I've said I like someone picking Dust 2 when it is a fairly evenly, at least individually skill-wise matched.
I think you might be right. Normally you just like, why? Why
Why are you doing that?
Unless
Mitchell
it's like,
goes into the little rage mode. He's an angry little man.
if you're playing against Gold Novas or something, it's like, okay, you can out-aim them, cool. But I feel like on any other map, you can out-aim people and outbrain them. But no, in this matchup in particular, I think I would be behind OG picking that just because of the cracks we've seen from Forza. The only issue is if Forza come in playing the same, in quotation marks, as they are now individually, it's not going to be as clear-cut of a victory, you'd imagine.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping anyway. You can hope to have a much more competitive game because you don't enjoy watching these one-sided matches. Well, obviously if you're a fan, but I think as a fan of Counter-Strike in general, you want
you
an
bet on
entertaining
Forza,
game.
you have a great
Even if
day.
you're a fan of a team, you're gonna enjoy it more if it's a close game and they're just
Of
clutching
course.
rounds and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's not over yet. OG, if they can get this final round, if they can get the pistol, maybe they can start pulling it back. There is nothing to say that OG couldn't have as convincing of a T-side as Forza are having.
Well, here we go for Forza. It's going to be another fast play towards A. Rushing in down through short, and they lose 2 players to start it off. This could be OG with another good shot by Almazer, but the spam from Mansu is too strong. Rush through the smoke from Alexi B, and that's the round over and done with. A 3K from Alexi B to put it 12-3. The UI glitched for a second, but it is Forza that are leading at the halftime. But for now, we're going to throw things over to a quick break. We'll be back in just a little bit with half number 2.
Can't you come over?
Ayy, I know my way to the paper. All of my women look tailored. It costs a few thousand, it's tailored. Can't drop a dime in the sidewalk. I'm in the room with the bosses. All of our pockets look gorgeous, ayy. You'll see the boys of the Forbes, ayy. Constantly plotting, we want this, ayy. I need my bag and clips extended, ayy. Blast you haters to fragments, ayy. Got no time for the cameras, cause I might just pull the extension, ayy. Young, back to the basics. Get in that bag on occasion. She top it until she get brainless, hey. Damn it, I love to be famous. Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack as a water, my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
Yeah. Ayy, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Little baby say she want the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games when you want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know it ain't the least I bought it. I bought it.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack as a water, my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told.
Bienvenuti, welcome. OG versus Forza, 12-3. One hell of a convincing half we've just seen, Dean, and now Forza on the defensive side, which typically you'd say is favored on Inferno, although not by Forza's book, apparently.
Yeah, not by this much anyway, so it's certainly going to be a tough comeback right now for OG. Let's see if they're going to be able to actually do anything at all. A smoke down towards Moto. It is going to be a quick round from them, trying to pick up a convincing one to get themselves rolling. And yeah, that's a pretty good start. Mantu caught that initial aggression through the smoke. Flit though from the piss, still alive, getting himself two and nearly having a chance for another. But there's still being damage done to both of these remaining OG players. This is going to be difficult in the 2-on-2 as the bomb is yet to be planted, and they do know both of these Forza players are already up close. Oh, and Gato with a great shot. Last two bullets not being connected, but Issa was ready. He was on the angle just behind them.
Well played by OG. There's the pistol going their way, which was definitely a win condition for them, considering the pretty tough task they've set up for themselves. Forza in a great position, and they're coming in aggressively. In this kind of situation, you could often see teams just taking a Nico on the chin after that first round and see if they could roll through with a nice full buy. Although I think that would probably be more common if you were on the T side and got a bomb plant. But I was just saying, particularly with the lead that Forza have. But at the same time, you can look at that lead and say, well, we can afford to lose a few rounds and go in for this nice aggressive force buy. For Forza, they're all about confidence and early game. And nade actually didn't connect. It looked like it might have. And nades play a big role in a round like this when you've got a scout out. If you can just do 30 damage, all of a sudden that scout turns into a fast-moving op, essentially, versus that player. For OG, you saw in the pistol round, they also committed a lot of their economy towards nades that they threw in towards the window in balcony, or in apartments, excuse me, and didn't really get a whole lot for it. I think if they were like half a second later, they probably would have gotten even a kill or left the player on 1 HP. Either way, round works out for them, so they didn't suffer for it. That's a very aggressive angle for Zapower.
With a scout, yeah. Looking for a little bit of a gap, I guess. Tries to charge forward into Boiler. And yeah, not gonna have a good time with that one at all. They've already lost the bomb site as well. They actually heard the players jumping out of balcony, so it makes sense. But they could have stayed around there. He had a teammate there as well. Maybe if they both pushed together, they would have had a chance of perhaps catching that long player, maybe stealing away a rifle as well with that. But no, not really able to do anything at this point, considering Forza did fully invest. They are just gonna call for the save, and it makes sense. They have a pretty solid lead. They don't really need to force the issue at the moment with trying to steal this round away. Although a couple exits could have been nice, but they want to give themselves the chance to be able to try and win again in this next one.
Yeah, it's not a bad decision at all to just stack up. Considering the fact that the Scout and the Deagle are being carried forward by Flit, giving over the Scout as a power, the next round has no downsides to it. It is essentially the exact same. They can. I probably wouldn't invest into any utility, but frag grenades are so tempting when you have a scout in play, especially on Inferno.
Well.
You think about, well, Inferno smokes in general, right? It plays such a huge role, and then frag grenades combined with a scout and all the tight close range angles, especially towards Banana, and that actually seems to be where they're all going. 3 frags going to be thrown towards the bottom of Banana at some stage. Don't know if it's the start of the round. A tag up onto Alexi B. They're in positions where they can lob these nades down. A small bit of damage done to Valda. But still 2 frags remaining. As the power falls, they still don't know if anyone's outside of A. And here's a nade over. That could be dangerous. But that actually doesn't connect onto anyone.
Bit early with them, yeah, unfortunately. They threw the Molotov out onto the corner. And, of course, with that, Forza presumed that OG would already be pushing up now towards the car area. But throwing them out about a second too early, unfortunately. Otherwise, it really could have done some pretty serious damage. But there's still a chance. I mean, they have the pistols, they have Kevlar and everyone. Few smokes still in play. There is a couple players who've been tagged up, especially Alexi B. If they can get a few kills, they could at least make this a worthwhile round. Again, they didn't really invest too much in this one. Most of their weapons, anyway, were saved over. Most of the utility as well. They bought up a small bit. Unfortunately, though, the stack that they've gone for towards B probably not going to work out. There's still a couple players for OG here trying to keep them around that area as well as the rest of them work back up towards mid. And if they do begin to go forward, they will pretty soon realize that there's no one around this A side of the map.
I respect Forza just tucking down and waiting on the B bomb site all this time. The patience from a team that are the hallmark of aggressive play. Now, considering 3 of these players have got Kevlar with a helmet, and Flit even in there on Kevlar, saving again is probably the better call. They do have to be careful, though. OG are known to have SMGs moving into this round. And with that, you'd expect at least 2 players going to be coming to hunt you down. Now, what I would say is Alexi B's got 31 health, so if he is going to go out hunting, I'd imagine he would give the MAC-10 over to one of his teammates who are a little bit healthier and just save over the rifle for himself. But instead, it does appear to just be a save in pit. They've got a good plant position to allow them, even with Alexi B on 31, to carry these weapons forward, and OG will move towards middle very, very passively, just holding the bottom of banana in case there's any pushes out there and they can drop a weapon or two. It's not even about weapons, it's just armor. But those 2 rounds, so considering the lead that Forza are on, it's something that really separates them from maybe some lower tier CIS teams that would come in, oh, you know, we're 12-4 up, we're 12-5 up, we can just rush in. But instead, they're playing the economy game. Saving over that armor allows them now to come in with 3 helmets. Did Flip rebuy? Because he only had Kevlar, now he's got a helmet. It's a bit of a wild investment. But I guess they are against the MAC-10s and stuff, but in that situation, then I don't see why he wouldn't hunt. Oh, maybe he hadn't, actually. Maybe he hadn't. That's a good point, because they were very far away from the bomb.
He only spent 4,500, so he mustn't have.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. I didn't think of that. I presumed over 2 rounds you would, but of course, they weren't even hunted down at all.
Yeah, I mean that worked out even better for them, that they were able to just go ahead and get the 350 upgrade.
Yeah.
And of course, as you said, boosting up their buy a lot here. The only issue is both of those previous rounds, all 5 players do survive for OG. So that's really what they wanted. That's why they just wanted to save there in the end, give themselves a chance here with the weaker weapons, maybe play a little bit more kind of crazy with them, as they do peek around the apartments, finding the initial kill, unfortunately being traded back, but now they're trying to wrap on this A-bomb site. But Alexi B is just so far ahead of everyone else. No one else was ready to actually move forward through the apartments or out through short because of the nades that had been put down. There was a smoke slowing them. There was a molly on short as well. So unfortunately now, as the action does kind of calm down, it is OG left to try and recover the 3-on-4. Upgrading to the rifles at least. So overall, only really losing out on a couple SMGs. They still have the main weapons in play. And there we go. Issa's actually taking down Z-Power on the bomb site. They have Flit trapped in the pit, and he's not able to do anything either.
He tried to move out through the smokes that were down, but I think he threw one of them, so they realized what was going on. Either that or they must have heard him. Player on the right spotted out, but as Mantu falls, he does manage to do quite a bit of damage to Almazer. This 2 versus 2 retake is not going to be easy for Forza. As they start to move on forward, Issa is expected to be around here, but I think that's just a hunch that Jerry has. Once they spot Valda, they shouldn't expect the second, and a headshot delivered to Jerry by his teammate makes it so easy to spray him, but Issa, he completely whiffs it. He had 4 or 5 bullets, and he only needed to hit 1, but Jerry, I don't know how he makes it out of that alive.
Oh, that is not around OG. Even though they can afford it economy-wise, score-wise, they probably couldn't afford to lose it. When you're in such a good position there, it looked like Issa had it. I presume as soon as he popped out, Jerry wasn't even looking at him. He was 4 health, as you said. There was a few rounds that could have hit him, but they just didn't. The bullets not connecting. Now it is 13-6 Forza. They pick up that opening gun round. As we said, at least OG can buy back in, but they need this round. It all comes down to this. If they are to lose this one, sure, they have some money left over to buy again the next, but at that point, they're in a spot where they can't make any more mistakes if they want that win. It'd have to be flawless to get it in regulation. A pause coming in from Forza even. Only living with 1 player, makes sense. It was a bit of an awkward round overall from them. They want to ensure that they can continue with their winning ways now and not really allow OG any chance of trying to claw their way back in. Obviously, though, OG get a moment to talk as well.
Considering the scoreline, contextually now, that whiff from Issa has got to be really weighing on his mind. And it's one of those positions where, at least, I guess we can look at the fact that they didn't know how low Jerry was. Especially because it had been a headshot from his teammate.
Back.
Yeah, when they watch it back later, it's going to be like, no, it was 1
Maybe
bullet.
If they win convincingly, they won't watch it.
Maybe. Oh, there's a shot onto Zapower, so that's a good opening for OG. Mantu versus Zapower was an opping duel we highlighted in the beginning of the game. And he's now starting to deliver, at least in that early stage. Alexi B almost takes down Flit, gives him a bit of a tickle through the smoke. And Flit's scared away by that.
Yeah, fairly so as well. I think at this point they need to just leave that 1 player around aggressive on Banana. And you see, as I begin to say that sentence, indeed, the smoke being dropped by Jerry, he's going to back away. Almazar being left to solo this position, likely to just play around the wall. It's much safer than playing up close. You can play for the info as well as actually having the ability to fall back and stay alive, especially since he has a smoke as well. He can jump for info, smoke that off once he kind of gets a bit of a feeling that someone's around that area. And of course, it has given them the ability to just stack up 3 on A. They do have one in library, surprisingly. That's Jerry who's rotated over. Will he push out towards the bomb site, or is he just going to stick around long? I think they might be looking to just try and challenge together, perhaps around mid. With that, maybe set up a retake, but that'd be pretty dangerous. So yeah, eventually Jerry moves in towards the bomb site. But there's still 40 seconds left. If they wanted, OG could move back towards B, but of course at that point the info definitely would be found by Almazar, so they'd have to go quite quickly. So it seems like definitely A is the goal.
And most definitely, they're going to run into a crossfire setup, though, on long. They have no idea about it. Flitz causing such a distraction, but they guess maybe Face Crack's in there. And indeed he is. The flash of his teammate even stopped him. A good spray by Jerry. He does decent damage with Valda and Alexi B both low. A retake could have worked out, but a 2v4 is all that Forza see on their screens, and that's not something they want to gamble on. Again, I want to compliment Forza's ability to come in and, despite a significant lead and a great, an insane first half, they're not playing this like morons. They're coming in, they're thinking about every decision, they're calling for saves when they should be, and even in situations where they don't necessarily have to, like that 4v5 when they had the pistols and armor. You will see teams, especially from CIS, that will just go in for those. And even more so when they're feeling confident on a, 12-5 at the time scoreline. But Forza are using their brains. And that's something that I think hurts the most when you see a team that has a significant advantage just throw it completely away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why CIS games are so entertaining, because it's so crazy. Teams will go for anything. And even if it only works 25% of the time, that it's still just going to be insane when it happens.
There was a game we were covering.
A little bit more conserved.
You remember that game we were covering where I think within the first 8 or 9 rounds, and they were 2 decent, I can't remember which teams it was, but it was Deagles. Like, literally
Prosto,
all they had were Deagles. Yeah, it was Prosto. I can't remember who the other one was. In Road to Rio. No, I don't think it was Namiga.
No.
It was a team like that, though. And it ended up being, it was like 8 or 9 rounds. And it was on Vertigo, I remember. It was just Deagles for them, they win. Deagles for the other team, they win. It's like, why would you ever buy rifles?
Z-Power. He's a little bit angry, I guess, about going down early on in that previous round to Mantu. So he does pop into Boiler early on, finds that initial aggression from OG, and has given the advantage to Forza, which is something they need when they're stuck on these weaker weapons. Unfortunately, Jerry kind of stuck in towards the Carter, just crouched down, hoping to survive, gets spammed, and with that loses his head. So full banana control being found for OG, and with that they've pretty much stabilized the situation. There is an extra weapon, I was going to say, for Forza in comparison to what they had in the beginning of the round. Face Crack not realizing the smoke was fading away, his legs were showing, but it's still being traded back.
Things are going a little bit wild. Forza in a position where they can actually go for the retake yet again. Is that a rotate for a save? The 3v3. So Zapower's pushed out on long. He was just looking for a kill. If he found it, Flit and Almazer would be straight over to help him. But they don't find anything, so they just go in for a save. And again, compliments on the saves in one sense for sure. As I said, they're being very conscious of their economy and the impacts. They know, the thing is, right, they know that there's a point where if they keep saving these weapons, they'll end up in a more favorable situation. They don't need to take a risk now. But in a 3v3, and they still had the majority of the bomb timer left with an op in position, I'm surprised they don't wait at least another 10 seconds before calling for that save.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. Especially when you have a look at their money here. They could have rebought if they wanted. Sure, they would have been lacking a bit, but I think it was definitely a winnable situation. The risk-reward probably would have made it worthwhile to stick around the extra few seconds, as you said, at least see if the op could get a pick and give them the kind of push to move forward. But now they call for the save. It gives them a really strong investment, of course, straight back into this round. But OG, they're beginning to crawl their way back into this. If they can keep this up pretty soon, it could be looking like a real potential comeback.
I think I've just debated many people into checking their USBs. I accidentally kicked off one of them, so just... that was me, not you, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's like, was my mouse disconnected? No, my stream deck. It's on the front of my PC, and I got a fat foot. But it's all good now. Alexi B taken down on that early banana push. They didn't spot anybody else. They only saw him. So OG still have their cards held tightly to their chest, but they've given up all control elsewhere. So they're... Whoa, Valda, hello! He just runs straight in. 2 or 3 flashes came over, but they just about caught an angle on him. Almazer saw him, then the flash hit him, but it doesn't matter. You can just keep on spraying it where he'd seen before. MBK not ready for that angle, but doesn't lose the duel somehow. And on the site now, all alone, Almazer's going to have to come up huge.
Unfortunately, trying to turn from the flashes actually did get blinded, I think, as he turned back around and instantly fallen. Face crack is low on the edge of that smoke around construction as well on the coffin, so that is not an ideal position to be in. The smoke is now gone at least, so he can hold this angle down. Has he spotted Mantu? Yeah, definitely actually seeing the kneecap there, I believe. So a little bit of info being found. The swing, though, coming in from Issa, looking to try and follow up with another. He will be able to, and he goes ahead and actually just finishes it off. Z-Power falls. It is going to be a 9th round for OG as they continue to work their way back into this game, having now taken 6 of the last 7 rounds since this half kicked off. No weapons being saved this time, of course, for Forza, but they haven't saved so many times. It does help them quite a bit. They had a bit of money left over.
Four rounds between them, and you do have to commend OG's comeback, but Forza have made so many passive decisions to go in for those saves. Eventually, though, that's not going to come through, and that's where we see the full Forza shine. They're taking advantage of the buffer that they've built up for themselves as the power goes down. Oh no, Dean. This is another failed beginning for Forza. The kit shot down to the bottom of mid by the nade. Not going to help the tease all too much, is it? But it is one of the,
more at least.
Yeah, it's one of the 2 kits in play, so I guess they can remove the other. They'll be happy. And OG are looking for that B control. Again, heavy stack towards Banana. 4 players in position. Mantu boosted above the wall to try and catch it with the AWP. When that doesn't work, the utility goes over in theory, and eventually does. But that smoke's a little deep, and Almazer had an angle on Alexi B. Good opening, and they've no idea about Jerry. They find out, but not in the way they wanted to. Losing out on their man advantage. The gap in the smoke almost cost Valda. That does cost Valda his life. A lot of missed utility there by OG, and a lot of missed opportunities, as this could have been them on double digits, and now they've got to win a 2v4 to make that a reality.
Yeah, looking a little bit scary. Forza may finally be able to hit that 14th round at least and give themselves a little bit more security, getting that bit closer to the finish line. But NBK and Issa, they want to have something to say about this. NBK definitely does. Looking for more, gets the triple kill already. Flit just being held off by the utility in towards the spawn. Has really nothing to do anymore. The bomb's already taken away. As he gets that first kill, it is somewhat possible, but NBK, all he has to do is play that time for a few seconds and he has it won. And indeed, at this point, just resuming, Flitz ran away. Not quite the case. He tried to pick his weapon up and see if he could hunt them down for the kill. Knew that he himself, of course, wasn't surviving with the bomb going off. But yeah, OG, they fight back into it. A 2-on-4. They keep the dream alive. They get themselves up to double digits. And this time, you can't really see the full buy coming in from Forza. They likely will have to just maybe get a few upgraded pistols, Kevlar on a couple players as well. Obviously, to save the rifle over by Flit is going to be in play at least. But OG, they have gone ahead and brought themselves right back into this game. It's really becoming a reality now. I think Forza definitely beginning to worry. You see their second pause being called.
What an absolutely insane clutch by MBK, though. I mean, 3 kills, locking it down in the final by just playing passive, making him come over to him, and even throwing the weapons away. Just a little bit of added BM to let him know that he'd won. 3 in between them, and Forza now feeling the pressure. I mean, Zapower, he's really not having the game that you'd hope. Sure, 11-13 isn't terrible. Oppers can struggle on when it comes to Inferno, but his T side is where, or the T side is generally where you see that happen. And so far, there were no, well, throughout the first half, there were no problems. Now, coming into these opening duels on the CT side, swinging wide on mid has gone wrong for him every single time. And OG just seemed to have that locked down. This time it's Face Crack moving into middle, but he's only got a Deagle. The weaker buy around those other 3 players. Flit and Zapower have to do a lot of the heavy lifting, if not all of it. It's only a 2-man A hold, but they use the early 3-man stack on B to get control. Post up Zapower there, I think, on top of the wall, as the rest of the team now rotate into 4-man stack the A site. This is a more conventional 1-man B hold than... That's not a conventional smoke. Than what we saw when it was OG on the CT side. You'll remember, I believe it was Valda was on the B site by himself, playing around the fountain with no nades. That's usually not what you see coming through. You want to, if you're alone, and especially if you don't have a molly and a smoke, you want to be playing more aggressive to spot out that information.
Yeah, if you play like that, as you said, you get no info. By the time the hits coming in, it's already too late for anyone to even begin to rotate unless that solo player just goes huge. So yeah, being played a little bit more standard, as you said. Z-Power, especially having the op, can just hold from the wall, look to try and pick up one kill, fall back, and at that point just run down time as much as he can. It doesn't seem like it's really going to go that direction, though, because OG definitely favoring on towards A, going to be walking into the crossfire, unfortunately, but the kills are still going in their favor. FaceCrack doing what he can on the Deagle, gets one, and actually the flank from Amazar drops the bomb.
Well played with the CZ. He's going to just move it in towards the site, though, afterwards as Alexi B picks up that picks up the bomb, drops a molly in towards short, was hoping someone would start to push through it. They're really trying to find this pick before they go for the plant, but eventually they don't want to allow time to be too much of a pressure for them later on. It's a power not hitting the shot from above. Almazer's all alone, a 1 versus 2, and they just swing wide. That was so well played by OG, even down to MBK going onto the site. You think about it. He knew there was a player left and on behind default. So he goes up, he takes the player down on the left-hand side that's boosted up, and then he didn't even look for that second kill. Knowing full well there was a possibility that Deagle would swing on him from behind, he just looked into pit while his teammates who were still on short took the fight on site. That is what you need to see, because if he tries to focus the player on site, he's the only one that's exposed to pit at that point. He probably dies to shots in the back and the round falls apart. But instead, they handle the site pressure really well. The flank almost ends up costing them the round, but a really well played late game then in the 2v2. 13-11, and Forza's grip on this game is slipping.
Yeah, only the 2 rounds in the difference now, and it's looking like we're going to see another quick one coming in from OG. Again, favoring on towards this A bomb site, already getting Z-Power. That now allows for Valda to, if he wants, wrapping around too long. Pretty much uncontested. He's not going to be doing so, though, and Flit and FaceCrack from the bomb site, and up on the balcony are doing it all. It's FaceCrack especially. Picks up the triple kill for himself, and suddenly that lurk from Valda around through the arch looks a little bit useless. He gets 1 kill for himself. But being left alone, that position really wasn't as fantastic as he was hoping it would be. He was hoping to cut off those rotations. But unfortunately, his teammates just didn't find those entries that they required. 14-11. Forza will finally get another round. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But can they keep that up? There's still plenty of money for OG.
It's the second round they found on the CT side. That is definitely a long time coming at this point. We'll hope to see a little bit more. Mantu lobs away a nade. He didn't want to frag. Instead, coming in with the Molotov, double flash and smoke, giving them a lot more ability as the team will move forward. It's going to be a push towards Banana early on by Alexi B. The smokes that are down stop him from really being exposed. The nade, though. Oh, what?
Oh, done barely anything.
Thought
I think
they,
it bounced in around the corner. And
oh, there it is, yeah.
I think it went in behind the wall, and Alexi B stepped forward at the same time, so it makes sense.
Yeah, the damage of that nade even. What was that? Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Hi, we're CSGO. We fixed our nades. Like that. Sorry, I don't think that's how grenades work, but
I was trying to stand up for you, Val. Oh, Jerry, though. He's going to stand up on the B bomb site, only getting the 1 kill, though, in the end. Unfortunately being flanked out by NBK, who just goes ahead and gets a second through the smoke. Maybe looking for more. They want to, at this point, be cautious. They don't want to get spammed down. The bomb eventually being planted. NBK actually was the man to have that in possession, so he had to stop shooting for a minute. For a moment, at least. Oh, unfortunately not repositioning before the smoke went away. So by the time he does, Z-Power is posted up with the op.
As the Power's being quiet, but now he wants to come through and show what he can do. The flash over for his teammate as Flit looks for a victim but can't find anybody. The return from Issa gives away his position, but they've no idea about the back of the bomb site. They've got to find Mantu, but he sprays away, baiting them into Issa, excuse me, line of sight. And he manages to take both kills, easily pulling that across the line, and 14-12 we go. Yeah, that was really interesting in Banana with the nades, Dean. I mean, you've got a player, what was it? The nade lands, I'm just on the map at the moment showing. It's like, there, 8 damage. You got a player here, and a nade landing there, 2 damage. Okay, cool. Cool.
The first one made sense. The second one, I seen it back on stream. He did step back a little bit, but I thought would have done a bit more damage than that. I think more like at least 20 damage, maybe.
The first one, I'm not sure if it went behind the wall, though, because I saw the tracer afterwards from the other player's perspective. It looked like it was down on one of the, like behind one of the steps a little further. That could have been a different nade, but even still, that one probably should have hit for more. I don't know. It's a weird time. I haven't messed around with the nades too consistently ever since the update came through. Gotta go on a server someday and actually track the damage.
Yeah, see exactly how it affected them. Just try it out in different positions on the map. You just put bots down and such. But yeah, this round, not a lot really been invested by Forza. They've got a bit. I mean, they've got Kevlar onto 4 players. They have an MP9, couple Deagles, or 1 Deagle rather. A nice variety of pistols. They've all gone with something different. But not really expecting much in this round, unfortunately. There is 3 players around this A side of the map already. Unfortunately, no one on long couldn't really hold that position with just these weaker weapons, so it makes sense. But they are going to be wrapped on, and as they try and get aggressive as well to replay with some sort of control, NBK was ready for that around mid. Issa opens up as well on the bomb site, and the bomb is going to go down. It's going to be 13-14. 1 round in the difference. There will be, of course, the buy in this next one from Forza with the full loss bonus, but they need to get it. Otherwise, it's probably going to be OG getting themselves up the map point unless those weapons are being saved.
Sorry, Dean, I hate to call you out here, but I don't really know who you're talking. Issa? I think it's Issu. I think you'll remember correctly. I don't know what happened to me in that previous round. I think Issa got mixed up with Mantu. Just like in my head, jumbled them together. Issu.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
You didn't hear that? Oh, it's okay. About 100 people did in Twitch chat, so it's fine. They picked it up for you.
Yeah, I normally just block it out. So
I don't blame you. I think everyone should.
Issu, I like it.
Issu.
Sounds like the.
It's a better name. Honestly, what's a better name?
It represents some sort of union or something. You know,
Come together with Issu.
They're always like 4 letters.
Oh, what's a better name,
Trade
Twitch
union.
chat? Vote now. Issa or Issu? Let me know. What's your favorite? I'm going to message him after this and tell him to change his name.
Please don't.
And see, he'll accept it. 14-13. Man, this is a hell of a turnaround, Dean. We talked about when Forza came over here. We're like, oh yeah, look, it's the CT side, apparently the favorite side, but not for Forza. Well, not for OG either, because this has just been a game of T sides. Incredible. Been a while since I've seen this on Inferno.
Yeah, no, it's really. I mean, it can. That's the issue when you're on the CT side because those nades and such are so important. It can kind of spiral out of control in terms of the economy. But that hasn't even been the issue because Forza have been doing a great job, as you said, playing pretty conservatively, saving when they need to with those weapons as well. But they still just haven't been able to get the round wins that you'd be expecting of them after seeing how strong they were on their T side. So this has been an interesting game, and we're not quite done yet. Still potentially a few rounds, maybe even more. Who knows? We could still see an overtime if Forza are able to even get themselves one more. But they're definitely looking for the victory. And there it is, a little bit of a switch up straight down Banana. Jerry opens up, but NBK, he does the same. Flip falls. And it looks like with that now, they're just going to commit straight towards A, realizing that they are getting flanked out from Banana.
The shot connected by Mantu as he swings around for the long control, but everybody's already dead. Well played by OG as they gain control of the site, and Forza left into a save yet again. It's been one hell of a game. For OG, rocking through with this level of confidence after how deflated you would have imagined they'd be on the CT side. Both teams just struggling immensely to stave back any of those faster plays that are coming through. It's really a head scratcher. Like, you're tied up at the moment, and for Forza as well, it's a time to get the violins out almost, Dean, because what did we speak about throughout that whole first half was Forza usually inconsistent, you know, and you even said it perfectly. You described this match before it even happened. Oh, usually they have a couple good rounds, you know, they build up that steam and then it falls apart. They slow down. Well, I think they followed that bio to a T, unfortunately.
You hate to see it, man. I was saying how it's the most convincing I'd seen them playing in a while, and then they just fall off a cliff going into the second half, unfortunately. It's not over. I mean, they have an okay investment here in this round. It's not perfect, obviously, but they've gotten what they can. I think they have an AK and an op line around, so yeah, it is pretty good. The only real weakness being that FAMAS nades-wise, again, looking pretty good, but it just hasn't been enough for them so far. Even when they have these full buys, when they have everything they need, they still just can't win the rounds. They need to hit those shots. Z-Power, he's been facing the round mid a lot, and this round is not going to be any different. Actually pushing relatively aggressive, trying to face second mid. Fortunately, not going to be peeked by anyone from around the ramp area, so he is allowed to just fall back after taking that one shot. I guess getting a little bit of info for himself. They're also challenging around Banana a little bit, trying to just slow down OG as much as they can. Surprisingly, not really using their nades. Just trying to take those fights. Jerry ends up getting naded down, brought to 35. And unfortunately, the kind of attempted aggression early from Forza really doesn't amount to much.
As Power was looking for a lot around mid, but so far, just in this game, not even the round, he has found so little. I think that's been a very shocking problem, his absence on the AWP CT side. But as we're on that topic, he's the one to find the opening duel, then backing off towards long and allowing OG to make the next move. As Forza have all the pieces lined up and ready for victory, the flash comes through to mid, but no one's there. It's a very passive A-hold. They're allowing a lot of control to go to OG, and I feel like that says a lot about where Forza's mindset is at the moment. They find the advantages, but they're not playing like their usual selves and looking to follow through that flash. Good for a pit peek. The smokes are down to stop that from really happening. Flit is pre-fired through the smoke, and everybody's dead. It's only a power left. He finds one, but they know where he is. Pre-aiming and pre-firing. And it was only Mantu he took down, who was on like 10 HP at that point as well. This is devastating as Forza, again in a 2v3. Yes, Valda is low, but he's picked up an op, which pretty much bridges the HP gap. And this is, again, a situation where you probably look towards a save. But despite so many very responsible decisions that we've seen from them throughout this CT side, saving again and again, and just constantly saying, we have an advantage, we don't need to take the risk now. Eventually, you do, but the risk doesn't pay off as Is is on 1 HP. Look at that. 19 health between 2 of the remaining 3 players. This round was so close to being defined in favor of Forza as they even take down the final full HP one.
It's just heartbreaking, and I was saying how Dust 2 could still be a good map for Forza, especially if they're coming off the victory, but if they're coming off the back of just getting rolled over like this from OG, with OG moving on to their own map choice, they are going to be feeling pretty comfortable themselves about it, and this has just been fantastic. Everyone is stepping up on the side of OG at the moment. They're all contributing. The same can pretty much be said for Forza, at least when you look at the first half. Or in the second one, unfortunately, none of them have really been able to get going. But it's not done. Again, with the weapons being saved over, they have a pretty solid buy. Jerry able to bring over an AK. They have some rifles. Nades-wise, it could be a little bit better, but they have what they need to still make this a potential round. But they need it. They need to send it into the overtime now. After having such a lead, they're no longer fighting for the victory. They're fighting just to give themselves the chance to go for it once again in the overtime.
Well, the chance for an OT at least means the chance for another T side, which is where Forza have definitely felt more comfortable. 2 rounds picked up across all of CT. It's absolutely insane. OG have just been completely smacking them out of this game. Now as we look towards the final round, OG taking it a lot slower than what we've seen in the past. The map control has been passive towards middle as NBK was just watching up second mid, and they had a player down in pit, but eventually it will be a hit in towards B, ready for the rotates as well. NBK sits on, well, was sitting on top mid, outside the apartments to hold down for it, but instead he's now faking out with some utility as we swap over to him. We see the smokes and flashes going over as he tries to bait them out on B, but nobody moves. No one's looking for any aggression. Forza waiting for the push to come through, and that's where Almazer and Jerry are going to be challenged. 35 seconds. Time might actually be an issue for them as they push. There's still a molly in play for Jerry.
Yeah, a couple flashes as well that, if placed well, once that molly goes down, could delay for another couple of seconds afterwards. Unfortunately, not really going to be ready to toss it down as the push comes in, and Jerry just tries to take the fight. He had a Molotov. He could have done so much to delay, but instead takes the fight. Almazar didn't even try and swing with him. Instead, Hidden Dark gets swung on by a couple of players and just couldn't do anything about it. A 4-on-3, the bomb is planted, and you can't save this time, Forza.
That's so weird. They had no smokes left. If Jerry threw that molly, that would have been pretty much GG'd in their favor. But now they've got to hold off, or they've got to come in to it. Well, I mean, a 1v4 at this point. This is just disastrous. Flip falls in the end, and that concludes it. Teen, what in the world was that? For the last round, just seeing that decision-making there for Jerry, having himself the molly. The smoke is down. It's about to fade. He could have just lobbed it. Instead, he rotates over to Coffins, which gets smoked off. Finds himself in a position where he has a difficult choice, but one that I think was clearly still to use the molly down towards the steps or even grill. It'll stop them planting, leave them more open for your teammate in dark. And he just jumps on top of Coffins through the smoke. That's wild. Not even a flash in play to allow him to do that. Crazy.
If he put it on grill even, he could have funneled them up the steps rather than being able to jump up close. Yeah. And at that point then Almazar could have an easier time maybe lining up a couple, and also he'd know the kind of area they're coming in, so he could spam through the smoke even to help as well. So I don't know, there was a few things Jerry could have done. That was just a very risky play, got himself the 1 kill, but it was nowhere near enough. And OG just pull off a tremendous comeback. I mean, we kept saying it could happen, but I don't think anyone at that point, when you're down so massively 12-3 at the halftime, after your CT side on Inferno, really believed believes in it. You just kind of hope, okay, hopefully they can get going, they can get into the game a little bit before the next map. But no, they made it all the way. They won a 16-14. They didn't even need an overtime.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane from OG. Anything they can do, we can do better. And that's exactly the motto that carried OG across the line. A really good team performance as well. And although Forza weren't doing too bad, and the kill differential wasn't actually, I think it was almost identical. 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, I mean, it was like 4 extra kills for OG. And that's what you expect, I suppose, in a 16 to 14 game. But for it to be so T-sided, it's just out of this world. Now, Forza have had good individual performances, but we've seen the problems arise with consistency yet again, slowing down in that second half. That could be a problem for them now as we go over to the map pick off OG. Dust 2 up next. But for now, we're going to throw things over to a quick break. Hopefully, you're enjoying yourselves here, and we will catch you back in just a couple minutes if you're enjoying the commentary as well. ! Casters in chat. We'll give you a link to myself and Dean's Twitters. We'd much appreciate that. But we'll catch you in just a few minutes anyways for map number 2.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, why you leaving me? You know you couldn't leave me now. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery.
Yeah, yeah. Black sheep, black sheep, black sheep, black sheep. I don't even write no more, man.
Tell him, yo,
God,
can't you come over?
on my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. No, think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Get substituted. You're not recruited. Cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. What? I'm ruthless. Yeah, I've proved this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. What? You're so dumb to choose this. Yeah. Ain't going outside, I make it work. I'm in my bag. That's every purse on my back. Is that your girl? She got it. She make it twerk. And why you mad? I got her first. You say you rap, you got a verse. I say that's whack, you probably hurt. Back to the lab, you gotta search. On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. No, think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Why are these boys so stupid? Counting me out now, I'm counting my money. I'm probably gon' cop me a new wrist. Y'all gon' think I'm a nuisance. New style, know me, who this? Yep, I made some improvements. Me and the gambling bowling. Your shawty gon' think we're the coolest. Elizay say we got clips. We bout to make it a movie. I make a hit I can't miss. Damn, the charts might sue me. The way I be stacking my chips, probably the bank gon' sue me. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid, cause your mans can't fool
On
me.
my country commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you
Hello everybody and welcome back to Forza vs OG. Map number 2 is about to go live. We're just waiting for the players to ready up, but it shouldn't take all too long. We are looking at Dust 2, which is a map pick of OG after what was a pretty surprising result on the previous map, I think it's fair to say, Dean.
Yeah, I mean, it was 12-3 at halftime for Forza. They only managed to pick up 2 more rounds then on their CT side of Inferno. OG pulled off an incredible comeback, and now they're coming onto their own map choice of Dust 2, where they should be feeling more comfortable. So if you're a Forza fan right now, you definitely should be worried, although it is a map that they're definitely capable of playing. Are they going to be able to recover from what just happened on Inferno?
Well, that's the question we're here to answer, Dean. The players will be getting ready to go in just a
New
second.
esport, CSGO football.
Oh, that's what's going on over in Spawn, is it?
It's bringing people together. Look.
Oh, see, I was looking over at the B site and some dudes just jumping around.
There was 3 of them playing football.
Who was winning? That's the question.
I don't know. They were just passing it around in like a triangle.
Oh, okay. Oh, very friendly game then. Bit of pass. I respect it, you know.
We're live though. We are going live now.
Looking at the pistol around. Flitzoni got himself a knife, so it's gonna be a hard one for him. And obviously a pistol drop somewhere for him. Picking up a P250 as he runs away. The armor on 3 players. You're gonna have Jerry and Almazer in there with some utility. So they're not gonna try flash over B, are they? Hold on. Just watch Almazer for... Oh, he hasn't got it. Jerry does. Okay, because they've patched the skybox in tunnels now, so you can no longer flash over to the B site from it, which they didn't put in the patch notes for some reason.
Okay, that's an interesting one. No, it's saving the flash anyway. They would have been able to use it around mid. I think they might have drawn out. Not too sure. Either way, though, it wasn't really catching that player who was in the spawn. So easy pickings so far for OG. And unfortunately, Jerry on the lurk, I think he should have a decent time getting at least one player. But once he gets spotted, there's quite a few of them to deal with. Eventually spams away to get that. Gets the second on Valde. And now it's a 2-on-2. At this point, does NBK just move in towards the site and try and take on Almazar, or does he help his teammate fight on mid? And it seemed like he himself wasn't 100% sure. Ends up going down to Almazar. Issa is left alone. Unfortunately being on low health, but Almazar, he's not perfectly healthy either. Oh, he saw the foot. Yeah, he's got the info. He knows this is there. 5 health, or rather 8 health, 1 bullet to the body is all he needs, and there we go. Knows that he's low, decides to just take the fight and wins it out.
Sorry, Dean, I must also clarify that skybox isn't updated here. I forgot. We're obviously running the old patch. Yeah, so we're not running the most recent update. Reason for that, when you start a tournament of this caliber especially, you generally stick with the same version of Counter-Strike the whole way through, or there's a grace period. I think it's like 2 weeks that they'll give, and then they'll change it to the most recent update and kind of lag behind by 1. It's firstly to avoid any instability issues. You know, if they make an update, but all of a sudden you can see through a wall and you find it out in the middle of a tournament, it's not ideal. And also for fairness, right? You don't want to rock into a map that you played yesterday, but now it's completely different. And often teams will be in the middle of tournaments, they won't have time, stuff like that. So there's always a little bit of a lag behind. At the moment, we're on the old version. It's why the doors are the same. It's why, actually, in tunnels, the skybox will still be gone.
Cast new doors dust.
Yes, true.
Let's protest, people.
Unfortunately, we gotta wait.
New dust.
You just keep doing that for the whole game. They'll have to listen eventually. Guaranteed to work.
The amount of control right now that OG have. Unfortunately, it's only NBK who's pushing them in the tunnel. So everyone from Forza just going out through mid up on the B, they have perfectly countered what that setup was from OG. A little bit of a read on it, perhaps avoiding short, avoiding the tunnels, and pretty much giving themselves this round win already. I think this likely is to just be a save from OG, especially when we look at how they did play back on Inferno, of course. Loving those saves. Not going to be happening for NBK though. Nice shot by Z-Power, and Valde as well in the spawn. He's going to have a chance here to try and get a kill, but there's quite a few players. So staying alive, I don't think is much of an option, and indeed, goes down to Flit in the end.
And the Mackie picked up for Flit. Looks for a little bit of extra cash. The player spotted up on the A side, but he's very wise not to push forward. Mansu is waiting for exactly that. Over towards this spawn. This is eliminated Z-Power. So Lexi B was spotted and dinked there. I'm surprised they're not rushing him down at this point, but Flit's definitely making the right call. Again, look at where Mansu is. He was constantly waiting towards the top of short, so if those steps were heard barreling towards the site, he would swing out and start firing off like a lunatic. But instead they managed to carry forward all the weapons, and most importantly, really, you could look at Flit and say, well, he only had a Mac-10, but firstly, that has a lot of potential in a round like this. Issa is the only player that has head armor to work with. And no one else has a helmet, so the Mac-10 can do a lot of damage. 2 players don't even have armor. And secondly, he had Kevlar and a helmet, and still does. Had he have rushed forward to try and get that 1 kill, he could have been taken down, give extra money to them. Maybe they saved the Mac-10 as well. And for what? It's not really worthwhile.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. In this round, there's a good opportunity for the SMGs to try and build up some money as well for Forza. Already having that long control and likely just committing off it now, as you see 3 players already going forward. With the smoke, they should be able to cover it off. I would imagine they're going to put another one down as well. Almazar around that area will have that second one, just going to right-hand it as well as they go across, I presume. As the auto-director took me elsewhere for some reason. A little bit of damage actually being connected there on the cross. So Almazar getting dinked down somewhat. Unfortunately, that is it. So it's really not going to do much for them having any sort of a chance to win the round. But at this point, it's definitely worthwhile for a few of those players to stick around and try and get the exits. In the case of Mantu especially, though, I think he should be looking to save. Because he is 3100, sure, but having Kevlar to save over, 350 upgrade as well to the helmet if he wanted, having the Deagle then as a secondary to the op if he's going to pull it out, it would be a pretty big save. And you can see all of them are just going to go for it. Even NBK with his USP. It's like, hey guys, I want to join you. Ooh, bit of an attempted hunt coming in. Mantu gets himself a kill, but also takes some damage, so he's not going to get the easy upgrade now to the helmet. which could be a little bit dangerous considering the Mac-10 is still going to be in play for flip most likely.
Well, they've got lots of money, but there's no need to just throw it away when your teammates all have rifles to work around. Now, Jerry does have a Galil potential that he'll throw that to Flit and get an AK for himself, but Galil's a perfectly viable weapon to work with. Now, Flit goes for the upgrade himself. He wants the AK-47. The Mac-10's still there, though. I presume Face Crack's taken it. He hasn't bought up just yet, so yeah. That's going to be the buy that we expect. Mac-10 carried Galil as well. And for Forza, the opportunities are definitely there, with Alexi B not having a helmet, Mantu having to pay extra to upgrade alongside his AWP. The early fight not going their way on long. They don't find any damage for it, but I guess not receiving any either. And Face Crack decides to just tuck in. I think that was supposed to be a much faster strategy, with Almazer burning up his flashbangs to allow him through. But the utility thrown back by OG just prompted him to stay nice and passive.
Yeah, it makes sense. They don't need to really pressure the long area at the moment, especially as they already had a couple players down towards the bottom of mid, so instead just going for the short control. Making it a little bit more awkward for OG. You see, they do instantly actually decide to give up that long control. The question is, did Face Crack hear any of those steps maybe running back? Because he is up close on the long doors right now. Hasn't decided to move off of it or anything, but they've got that short control. They have a player who can move out long quickly if they want, and they also have someone set up in tunnels. But that aggression just straight through the smoke on short. No flashes or anything. There was a Molotov down in the corner, making it harder for OG to position, for Forza to position themselves, but they still managed to trade out effectively, bringing themselves into a 4-on-3. With 40 seconds left now, setting themselves up for that A split. It is all going to be on Alexi B to try and hold down this bomb site. And it's going to be so tough from both angles. Already, actually, you see Face Crack is closing in the distance on that Mac-10. Gets himself to one. Not too bad, but not quite enough in this situation, unfortunately. One player being low, I mean, there's a chance if they got a quick kill, they could move forward, but most likely, OG are probably just going to call for that save, considering they have the two weapons. And with the full loss bonus going, they can buy if they save over both of these. Another strong start from Forza, though.
Well, we've seen that in the past. I don't know if we'll put confidence in their court just yet. But either way, I mean, having 4-0 is an advantage no matter how you look at it. Whether they'll keep the same pace when they swap over is something that we'll have to wait to really determine. That bomb's going to explode. Everybody's nice and safe on Mazer. Plenty distance away from it on his 5 health. And OG at the moment, yeah, they're not going to be in the best of spots. They've got their 2 M4s. Issa and MBK can drop. You can get an AWP and another M4 around it. Utility will be decent. But it's really when you look at how much opportunity that gives them after this round, that's where you get worried. Oh, there's even a FAMAS in play, so that's one better than I even imagined. But still, losing this is basically going to put them in a position where they cannot buy. Even if they were to save 2 rifles again, it would cripple them. And for Forza, that's exactly what they'll look for. A 6-0 lead to start things off. Almost guaranteed if they win this one right here.
Yeah, this one's just a must-win. I really don't want to see OG having as poor of a CT side as they did back on Inferno. I want to see a more competitive one. As you said, everything put into this round to give themselves a chance to try and fight for it, but Forza in a spot themselves where they have built up some money, so it's going to have to be a couple in a row from OG to really start building up some control here on their CT side. Again, nothing too crazy in the beginning of the round from Forza. It's not like they're going for quick plays or anything. As you said, it was looking like they might have in that previous round. This time again, pressuring around long, going for the short control, very similar to that previous one. And as the molly goes down, I was going to say that should slow them a little bit. They did have the op as well holding the angle, but pretty quickly being forced back away. And once the Molotov does go ahead and actually fade away, they can pretty easily move forward and get this short control. So with 50 seconds left, again, Forza, they have themselves in good positions. They've kind of completed the task of the default. Now it's just about seeing where they can find an opening.
Yeah, we mentioned in the previous game that OG were actually solid on the opening duels for their CT side, but really struggled to close out those rounds. At the moment, it's a 50-50 split. But it is very much when it comes down to the later rounds, the full buys, ones like this and the previous, that I start to actually care. You know, if you're winning an opening duel in the pistol round, it's can often not be as significant as in buys. Valda backing off. Now his teammate over towards Car has an opportunity. This is Mantu with the AWP. But he's still playing back in the corner, looking at short where he catches Almazer, but unfortunately that means Valda falls. And what is that from Jerry? He just turns around and takes Alexi B on the side as well. Unfortunately, though, the time is gone. They've left it way too long to move in towards that side, and having lost it on short, the bomb dropped. That was it. One hell of a way to lose. I mean, those duels were significantly in their favor. But OG win just off the clock.
Yeah, they're going to be quite happy about that one. Not the cleanest of rounds, unfortunately, from them, only being able to keep the 2 alive, but it's enough. It gives them at least the ability to drop over 1. I think they dropped. A couple MP9s going to be still in play. Mantu must have been dropped one because he still has actually 1700 in the bank. So yeah, it's really not a perfect buy, and as I had already pointed out, Forza, they had plenty of money. They don't even lose all their players, of course, having 3 alive as the clock actually runs out, so they are straight back onto their full investment. They're looking to try and bounce back and just forget about what happened in that previous round, because it was a little bit awkward. It was looking pretty good for them in terms of the actual frags, as you said. This time it's a bit different, though. No long presence from OG for one of the few times so far throughout this half, and that is when Forza actually move forward. They've gotten all 5 players around this area now.
They know at this point that Mantu's been playing with the op around cars, so I don't think Valda's going to quite catch them off guard, considering it was literally just the previous round where Mantu essentially won them the round by taking down the player that was on short. I think it was Almazer. And dropped the bomb. It left Flit scrambling to try and find it and deal with the op at the same time. As they move forward, Valda still tucked in as their best line of defense. He's behind the car, but it is going to catch them off guard. The flash goes over, and that's a double. No, in fact, a triple for Valda, completely shutting down the attempt on taking the A site. And although Forza managed to make it up the ramp, Alexi B just swings on through to take a double on the MP9. Well, I stand corrected on that one, Dean. I really didn't think Forza were going to be caught off guard by the car player, but especially because they had the money, I thought maybe a molly was going to make its way there preemptively. But he changed from the corner over up to behind the car, played very, very passive, and luckily no utility made its way towards him.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate, as you said, no nades were used on his position, but he played it well then once he did pop up. Great control, getting himself the triple kill. Alexi B then saying that he wanted a little piece of the pie and comes in to actually get as much money as he could. 1200 by using the MP9. Unfortunately, Issa is the first man to go down here in this round, but Mantu, he's going to go ahead and pull back a double. A trade yet again, though, from Forza. Keeps them in a fighting position for this round as they look to as well actually move on that long control now. Going to be able to find it, so that is a little bit awkward, especially considering as well the CTs can't really fight around short. They only have Valda. So he at this point is in a bit of an awkward spot where he's going to be getting split on, and the closest rotation being down in the spawn probably isn't going to be able to do much to help him. And yeah, the flick from Z-Power through the box onto Valda rips his head off, and the A-bomb site's gone.
It's lost with the smokes on the cross. The bomb is able to be planted now on the side, and Forza find themselves ahead. The molly used up by Flit. They're a little bit more proactive in using them this round. In that last round when they were pushing the A side, Dean, and they left car unchecked, they had 4 Molotovs when they were pushing up. And not a single one thrown to car. Yeah, I was just watching it because I was like, I'm pretty sure they had mollies, but maybe they used them up before and I just didn't notice. Nope, they had 4, and they threw 1 at the site and went, yeah, that's enough. That's wild. No idea how you push up that far without using one when you have that much utility, but they did. And
it's not like they were trying to be quiet either, because they were throwing lots of other stuff.
Yeah. It's weird. But anyways, they avoided it. It cost them the game, with the round, certainly. But they're bouncing back into it. The game isn't lost just yet with 5 on the board now. But OG just need to scrape together CT rounds if Inferno's anything to go by. The comeback they had when they swapped over to the offense was definitely huge for them. With the decision-making, when it came down to calling on the CT side of Inferno, again, it was a spot where I didn't think it was horrendous, but they were just getting read like a book by Forza. It felt like every single round, Forza knew what to do for maybe 2 to 3 rounds, how to counter them. Then they would do something wild, and they knew how that would affect the OG mentality, like fast pushing into the A site 3 times. Okay, now we're going to just presume they'll stack A, slow push B, burst out, kill the 1 player, win the round. They do the same kind of thing then, where they play a slow-ish round after that. They ended up losing it. They reset again. I think it was a long push that kind of set the tone over to OG again, that it was going to be A hits that were coming through, and then swap back to B immediately. It was never a case where OG were in control.
it's not quite as poor of a start as they had back on Inferno, but they definitely need to pick it up a bit here on the CT side. Back on the buy again anyway, so that is a positive, but as you said, Forza so far have been shown as a pretty strong T side. Spotting that flash coming in there for Mantu probably actually saved his life because he just moved out of position as Z-Power had peaked and he had unscoped himself, of course Mantu had. That was quite fortunate, but yeah, pressuring around mid right now being the goal again for Forza. Nothing crazy. They want to show the pressure there, allow for themselves to go up towards short a little bit easier, work together, take down anyone who may be aggressive, and of course, again, leaving one player to hold this long push where Valde is actually up close in the doors. I'm not sure if he spotted that maybe. I would imagine not, because he'd probably spam it a little bit if he had. So Valde should be in a position where he could maybe catch them off guard if Almazer is to start moving back. Of course, the bomb is at top mid as well, so if he does come out and get that one kill, that could really ruin whatever plan Forza have in mind.
And that nade onto Jerry worked out perfectly. 46 damage. Mustn't have been any geometry nearby, Dean. Almazer, they saw the shadow. Valde's good to find it, and evidently they didn't see him earlier on.
Thankfully for Forza, he didn't go forward or he would have seen the bomb.
I think still the knowledge that they've got long locked down is going to be enough. As a matter of fact, Alexi B's even pushing up on short, leaving Mantu to watch down in CT. With this info clear, once he spots top mid is clear, they can fast rotate down to B. It's exactly what Valde's doing, but he's going to have to be quicker. Nade through does damage. MBK is undetected in the corner. They're not checking it. And another sneaky play by OG that works out. 6 seconds left. No time with the bomb dropped on the site. And Power is out of there. OG finding like the 2 sneaky positions on the map that they can use. And round after round, they're working out. Forza got to be kicking themselves at this point. They just need to clear their angles. Check your corners.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised they didn't, but very patient from NBK, at least initially. Instantly shot once the first player peeked, and I guess that's just in case someone else was up close ready to peek that angle. You don't want to get caught. You see that a lot where you wait and then the second player checks and you're like, God damn it, why did he check it? But yeah, a better round from OG, again, able to bounce back. They've gotten out 3 of the last 4 rounds, so definitely looking a little bit better. And at this point, it looks like they should be able to at least get one more round here pretty much for free. Obviously, the 1-off being saved over. But other than that, they can't really afford to buy up too much. But they're going to go for it. Okay. Obviously, only getting 1900 from losing this round as well. So I guess not really wanting to be stuck with just rifles and barely any utility and such on most of their players in the next round. So they're getting what they can. But this gives a really big chance to OG if they're to take this round to then have an opportunity to tie it back up at 5-5.
Well, Dean, that's not the prettiest of buys, but Forza are a team that can make it work when it comes to this kind of scrappy playstyle. Straight down through middle from spawn. And they're being heard at the moment. Issa knows they're there, goes straight out through doors, and Zapower is good for the trade. He even spots Mantu and looks to wallbang, but the shot's not quite landing. And Aiden's only doing superficial damage to him as they now group up in tunnels as 3 with the bomb outside of B. It looks like we could see a fairly quick round played out, but instead they're actually leaving Flit around that mid control. Maybe not fully defined yet. Oh, no, okay. The smoke's going down for CT. That's definitely going to give it away, but there's only one player in position towards the back of the bomb site. MBK not quite as sneaky as before, and now they're able to push out, but they're conscious of another player either being just outside the doors or close on car. They clear all their angles. That cost them 10 seconds, and the closest player from OG was on the A bomb site, and I mean on the A bomb site, but now they've made it all the way up to the doors by the time the bomb is planted. A much quicker retake possible. A molly going in, a flash in the hands of Valda, and they should be going forward on the back of this.
Yeah, they have one more flash, but they are also being flanked out. That's the issue. Just about checking it. Valde spots Z-Power and actually gets the wall bang there through the door with the help of Mantu. Face crack up close on the door. The smoke just about fading away, giving him the vision. Flick going to be able to get one as well as they move in through the window. And now it's all on Mantu, but he hits the shots. Gets both of them, but the time... He does indeed have plenty. Yeah, he has a kit. I wasn't sure if he had a kit at first right there. Damn. Catching the players in the open. I'm very surprised they were just playing so open right there. Because it's not like they didn't know they had tunnels control, because they had one player flanking around through mid who went through tunnels. So they didn't really need to be all holding right up beside the doors.
And
could have maybe even had one player in tunnel to play time.
I feel like that flank is what cost them. OG's body language looked very much towards saving, but as soon as they find that kill and it's a 3v2, they're barreling forward. Once Valda threw in that Molotov and didn't flash over and they didn't start to push, it looked like that was kind of a last-ditch attempt. They'd spam through the smoke, see if they find someone as the molly pushed them out of position, but just gave up. And instead, they find a guy trying to flank them out almost by accident and realize, oh, we can actually win this now. Still ends up in a position where they probably shouldn't have, but Mantu's opping prowess comes through yet again. And he has been the top performer by OG for quite a bit ever since he joined up this roster. It's been amazing to watch him go from playing with the likes of Panthers and alternate attacks to now performing at against some of the highest level teams in Counter-Strike.
Surprised Forza are just willing to keep on force buying here. We've seen them, I guess, taking the much safer approach back on Inferno, and it ended up backfiring in the long run for them. So I guess trying to keep the pressure on right now while they know OG have very little economy. But yeah, extremely risky for sure to be pulling out again everything and only really been able to find a couple of Galils, some pistols, and then the one AWP, which has actually gone down. Trying to peek out over towards short, the smoke faded away. He was left in the open being blind as well. There wasn't much to be done. And Issa spotting a couple players coming out mid, does loads of damage and actually just re-peeks in, and he still had a Lexi B waiting up close to go ahead and help out as well. A convincing round, all 5 players surviving for OG. They tie up the score, and now they're going to be able to find the lead, and this is because Forza have been so willing to buy over these last 3 rounds.
As time ticks away, it looks like Forza are just going in for the pistols. The dingles all around. The exception is the power is just keeping us 2400. And OG doing more than enough to claw themselves back into this. You think back to their T-side on Inferno, how much they bounced back from a situation that I think most people would have pinned as impossible almost. A 12-3 scoreline. Flit was playing like an animal in the first half. And to imagine then that they would come all the way back was beyond belief, even considering their CT rounds had them winning the vast majority of opening duels. Here's Mantu down on middle. He's already picked off one, done a lot of damage to face crack, and he makes the decision to fall all the way back to the B site. Definitely the right one considering he's up against pistols, and if you just give off that presence of the... Ooh, hello! There's the damage finished off on face crack. Almazer and Flit almost lose their lives to that nade as well. It's huge by Alexi B, and look how easily you can just wipe... Well, in theory, wipe them up when they're low like that, but Almazer somehow wins that duel.
Yeah, couple body shots with the deagle, enough to get the frag, and enough to give them the bomb plant, which is certainly going to be fairly helpful. They have 2900 loss bonus, so it wasn't necessary, but it always is nice to have that little bit extra. Unfortunately, not getting any more kills. They will be cleaned up in the end, but 2 overall, a bomb plant, not a bad find. Plenty, of course, to get the reinvestment, but OG, yeah, they've got themselves into the lead. They're able to get, as you said, the recovery from a poor start a lot earlier on this time. The entire half doesn't slip away from them before they really start showing anything at all. I mean, on Inferno, it took them so long to really start giving us even competitive rounds. So it's much better to see them looking better here on Dust 2 for sure on the CT side. 6-5. The gun's coming back out now though for Forza, and already having 5 rounds. If they can get another 2 or 3, at that point they're going to be feeling pretty good either way. It won't be the most amazing half, but that's what they're going to be aiming for.
A double op setup for OG. Gonna see Mantu playing in towards short with an early boost up. He's posted in position as Issa's on the other side of the map helping out with the B hold. But it's going to be long that's challenged. So the ops not playing a role in the early round. Valda's been insane on opening duels. He was 3 for 0 within those first couple rounds. And this time he finds another, but that's not really a positive situation. Having him traded out immediately leaves them then in a spot where they're at a man disadvantage. Well, in even spots, but they don't have the same kind of manpower to cover up the map.
Yeah, some potential holes that could be exploited. Some weaknesses in that defense. The molly this time going towards car. I don't even think it landed though, did it? It was a little bit too wide. No one around that area this time anyway, but yeah, on towards the bomb site there is still 2 defenders and a 3rd player up close in the spawn. Face crack though just jumping up. Did also spot Alexi B going up behind that smoke, but it doesn't matter. Alexi B is able to get a double before eventually falling. NBK comes into trade, and it's all on Z-Power yet again. How many situations have we seen this man stuck in that just seem it seems so difficult for him. I mean, this is one of the easier ones. He's been on 1 and 3s multiple times. This time the bomb going to be retrieved and very likely planted. And with both players coming in from long and short separated, there definitely is a chance if he gets this first kill quickly. And there we go.
MBK needs to shut down some power, and it's a quick headshot onto the right side of the site. An op saved over, a defuse, and another round for OG. Things are getting a little bit scary. I mean, OG's performance was slow to start here on Dust 2, and despite, what was it, 4-0? Yeah, Forza now only finding 1 out of the last 8 rounds. That's a real kick in the delicates.
Yeah, it just flipped so quickly. I mean, I was worried. I was, after seeing the 4-0, quite worried. Even after we seen Forza come back in at 5-2 and not let it get completely out of hand like it had on Inferno. But now it's been 5 in a row. It's OG really taking over this game. And although, again, we see Forza being able to buy due to the loss bonus and the bomb plants, they need to take it up a bit of a notch right now. Some of these rounds have been close, but overall it's been looking really convincing from OG. But there we go, Face Crack, the man who really has been giving them these entries, both here on and back on Inferno. Again, steps up when it's needed and gives them that long control. The question is now, with so much time, what do they want to do with it? Are they just going to try and commit up towards A again, or will we see them maybe slow it down, perhaps look for short as well? Early on in the half especially, they were getting short and long, and those splits were working out really well for them. And I think that might be the goal. They do have flick going around short.
The molly again, the car leaves a potential for a passive play. Great shot by Alexi B straight through the smoke. Mantu above it with another. And Forza, they're still going slow. It actually pays off. Mantu went out, got a little bit greedy for more kills, and that cost him. The return molly from the CT side blocks Almazer out from taking the position behind car, but even still, they're able to get that bomb planted. OG not in positions to go in for this retake just yet. Issa is still on the B bomb site and only just now making it to middle. They have passive control of short. MBK with the spray connects one bullet to Flit, but somehow every other shot misses. The molly keeps him in front of that smoke, but they don't think he's here anymore. Not after the spams, not after the nades. And they're going deep with those frags, but Flit was trying to leave. He was trying to fall back and the nade landed right on him, taking him out of the game and putting Forza in a man disadvantage. Almazer's got an angle, but that bomb can still be defused without him actually stopping it. Jerry drops the molly, knowing that was the only chance, and as Almazer cuts them off, this is still shooting into Goose. He thought there was still another player there. It didn't matter though. There was no way he'd win that round. Almazer was watching the cross, and the molly would have lasted until that bomb exploded. OG falling behind in that one. And Forza almost lost it though. That was so unlucky for Flit. He made the decision to stay in front of the molly, which I think was the right one. He could have caught them off. But that nade, which was intended to catch him pushing after the molly faded back into an aggressive position, caught him trying to retreat. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, thankfully they still get the round win in the end, but with only one surviving, obviously that's not ideal. Thankfully they had kept the economy of OG in a pretty low position. They're not put in a spot where they're on a double eco or anything here, but they are forced onto pistols in this round, given Forza very likely the 7th round. So at that point, at least it's a T half that they can be happy with, even if they don't manage to bring it up towards 8. 7 is still a pretty respectable score, especially if you get that pistol round going into the second half. Right now, though, they could be walking into a bit of a B stack. 3 players around this area. Alexi B actually already getting one in towards middle. Unfortunately, that is all they get. Immediately being cleaned up. The bomb's going to be planted with no one there to contest. And with Mantu having Kevlar, it could be worthwhile for him to save. But they have so much money as well that I think they might just look to see if they can maybe grab a weapon or two. If they could save an AK over, obviously that would be nice.
It was an odd play by, I think it was MBK, who just kind of ran off the top pedestal down towards the players, shooting in midair.
Really? On B? I didn't catch that. It was showing me Alexi B around.
He just flung himself at Almazer and Flit. They managed to clean him up. But yeah, OG looking for an exit in towards the spawn. That's not going to happen, but they can push forward afterwards. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Look, sneaky play coming through. As Mantu and co come around the corners, the Power's got the op. Mantu, not good for the kill, but he actually damages Z-Power enough, and elsewhere, Flit actually died. So that's 2 kills post-time, but it doesn't have the impact that's hoped for. Without killing the second player, they still carry forward the AWP, so they don't have to invest into getting one, which would have been difficult. I think it would have left Flit without any armor. Or maybe Almazer could have gotten it, but either way, they get everything they want. It's still a perfectly comfortable full buy and no weapon save for OG.
Yeah, and we get a full-on buy for both of the teams here coming into the final round of the half as well. That's what you want to see. 7-7. Overall, OG controlling the momentum a little bit, but Forza recovering a little bit towards the end, especially as Z-Power actually gives them the opening. NBK is going to be in trouble as well, not expecting Flit to be holding up close on tunnels. He gets the second, and the B-site's gone, although they are still going to be sending a few players out mid. So there's maybe a small chance that these two players rotating into the CT spawn could do something for OG, but quickly we do see that that's not going to be allowed. Z-Power hits the headshot just to be sure, and now it's only Alexi B who remains, and they know he's there as well, of course, because the boost came in.
Alexi B down below, taken out, and that's going to put 8 on the board for Forza as we close out the first half. Is it enough, though? Their CT side was weak on Inferno. Well, we've got to take a quick break before we find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just un petit peu. See you real soon.
It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be smooth? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Woo. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Summer sauce, dripping, dripping. Woo. Got it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got it. You know, yeah, you know. I'm only making moves. There ain't no other option. There ain't no other option. So if you're talking juice, well, damn, you know I got it. Yeah, you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. Nobody got it like me. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here for half number 2 of OG versus Forza. OG on the verge of picking up this best of 3 if they can just win this map here. Taking Inferno in extraordinary fashion, and we're seeing the pistol round unfold with a quick headshot to Zapower. That short control going to be conceded. He has to slowly back off so he doesn't expose himself any further. And he's made it back to the A site. Still, good damage early on for OG, and they've still got most of their utility to work with. 2 smokes in play. So the options as well open as they've watched out on tunnels. They look to go down through bottom mid, but without any of those smokes thrown, Flit was able to just swing on through and take that duel for free.
Yeah, just spammed away. Wasn't even trying to be precise, ended up getting himself the kill. And that makes up for the fact that, of course, Z-Power was dinked up early on in this round. So bringing it back into a decent position. He's going to go ahead and reposition back towards B himself, where he can work alongside his teammate. That's Almazar, who's also on B with him. But yeah, looking like it is going to be the split that comes in. Smoke down towards the spawn. Flit was spotting that, so he's going to get the info a little bit earlier. He'll eventually just fall back away, and there we go. Tappin finds the head of Issa. Almazar going to be doing the same in towards tunnels. Valda falls without being able to do anything, and yeah, this pistol round is just not going well for OG. Falling one by one. Alexi B eventually doing a bit, but he's still left in a pretty difficult 1-on-3 where he now needs the ace clutch.
Jerry's got a flash in hand, pops it over. Alexi B swings out afterwards, catches Jerry. He was blind from his own flashbang. But luckily, the teammates are there to finish it off. A really good attempt by Alexi B, though, putting himself up to 16 kills. It really has been his map here on Dust 2. Unfortunately, that is not his team's round, as Forza bring it 9-7, and OG without a bomb plant, just 2k in the bank.
Yeah, it's just going to be the eco, it seems. Alexi B obviously getting a few kills, had that extra economy, so he pulls out a deagle and a flash.
Okay. Bullying the new guy. That's a bit rude.
Yeah, we let's check that out. Make sure he's not being bullied. It's a little bit unfortunate, but it's not like they have a lot in this round. Alexi B actually going down straight away as well, so his investment of the deagle, at least not going to be paying any dividends in his own hands, but it will be retrieved and quickly utilized by Val. Oh, Balls did keep on facing that. Z-Power as well. He doesn't care. He's going to keep on fighting. Gets the initial wall bang. Needs to be careful. I don't think he'll recognize that NBK is up close, but will indeed once the peak comes in. MP9 in his hands instead. With the Scout, it would have been a little bit awkward, but once he gets the MP9, he just doesn't care. Holds W.
And give them no quarter. Or 10-7. For Forza, hitting double digits is a good sign, but it's those early rounds that we can see going back and forth. It's when we come to rifles that things get a little bit frisky based on Inferno. We're not having the same standout performance from Flit as what we saw on the previous map. The T-side, he finished with, I would say, close to 16, 17 kills. It slowed down a lot when it came to CT, but Dust 2 doesn't quite pan out the same way. I feel like the impact of the sides is nowhere near as much as on Inferno, where the teams were constantly cut off without being able to have rotates. I would say a solid 70-80% of the rounds we saw saves coming through. And on Dust 2, it's much easier to get access back into the bomb sites, and much less likely as well that you end up in a position where there's 3 of you on A when you, well, 3 of you on B, let's say, when you lose the A site. I think it's probably more common with B. When you're in a full buy with utility, you can slow that down and play much more for rotates. I guess even if you just look at the map, if you've played Dust 2, you'll get the sense that it just feels more more free, more open than what you get on Inferno.
Yeah, in general, especially if you're playing around the A side of the map. If you're on B, you're probably getting a little bit bored, waiting for people to come your direction, or else you've just been overrun every round. Depends. I'm speaking from experience, obviously. I'm a noob.
You're either getting too many duels or you're sat there going, I don't have enough.
It's like, give me a middle ground. But yeah, the 3 MP9s obviously quite limiting Forza in this round, but it is one where they still have a bit of money left over. It wouldn't be quite enough for a buy, but they wouldn't be looking at a double eco, so even if they do lose this one eco, then they come back onto the buy in the following round, and at that point, of course, continue fighting back in. It's not going well for them, though. I like the idea, trying to get a bit more aggressive with those weaker weapons. Unfortunately, though, Issa was just so ready for it in the tunnels. They didn't expect them up close on the right. 2 free headshots being found, and with still around a minute, they didn't have to commit off it straight away either. So at this point, they've split up that defense and are just going to work together, mostly up short, it seems. It's actually only Z-Power on the bomb site, but he has the op, of course. And NBK was like a mile ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, the spacing there, definitely going to be something you're punished for when you're coming up against an op, but they realize now, having taken down 2 on B and spotted an op A site, it's probably going to be best to just hit B. What they don't know about is, excuse me, is Face Crack, who's tucked in the back of the site. The flash coming over, doesn't catch him, he was turned away. Issa comes out, but there is the difference between how OG are entering and what we saw from Forza on these rounds. The first player goes out checking the angle on the right, but the second Valde has good spacing and is ready to swing. When Forza did almost the exact same push, albeit without the double opening earlier, which is even more reason to check the angles, they went with 2 players swinging out looking at car, their backs completely exposed to MBK, who was playing in the corner.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. Corners definitely needing to be cleared a little bit more, but maybe some teams just feeling a little bit safe after getting themselves those openings. To be fair, they've been making good reads overall in the total aspects of the round. But yeah, 3 players surviving for OG. As I said, once those 2 opening kills came in over towards the tunnels. Unfortunately, the round was just looking quite dire for them. And not really able to pull too much back. Weapons being saved actually could let them by. As I had said, they had a decent amount of money where they were only going to be looking at the 1 eco. So indeed, gonna drop some FAMASs and such, give themselves a pretty decent buy here. What weapon does Jerry have? He's an AK in the corner. So yeah, overall a pretty good investment for them here to try and fight right back in. But obviously OG themselves as well getting a bit of an opportunity now. They've got one Mach 10 though. Are they maybe expecting the eco apart from just the weapons that were saved? Or was that just more so Alexi B not wanting to have to go for the rifle? If he did, obviously would have been limited on nades. And makes sense, he's actually going to be the man leading the way out towards B. So he's happy enough to have that weapon that allows him to be a bit more maneuverable. And it works out perfectly. Through the smoke, Mantu expecting the flank. Flit is going to be very mad about that one. Unfortunately, not expecting the second player. But now they have that info and they still have the man advantage. And of course, B, it is so difficult to retake, especially when the T's take it this early on. And they have so many nades to just hold off those choke points.
Forza just running away to save yet again. AWP in their hands, the AKs as well. I mean, they're happy for the upgrades they've got, but at the same time, OG are hot on their tails. Got to feel like a little bit of a flashback to Inferno, albeit not as convincing as what we had over there. And they'd built up a lot of rounds at this stage. And what it was, two total rounds Forza found on the CT side of Inferno. Currently, they're on track to meet that record or to continue with it. Hopefully, we got a couple more sprinkled in, though. But overall, it definitely feels like OG are, as we said, coming into this, the favorites. And as I was doubting myself in the entirety of the first half of Inferno. But you see the difference, even just in how they were clearing out B there. The fact that their spacing is better. Oh, if not better necessarily, but they're making sure they're not getting cut off by some of these tighter corners that they themselves were using on the CT side. Hiding behind Car with Valda, hiding in the close left corner on the B side with MBK. These things were used so efficiently by them that they're conscious there's a chance Forza try them. As we saw in the previous. Oh my god. Just, come on. Give them a chance at least. I don't mind if they make mistakes, but that's just rude.
It was weird to just be crouching across the doors, to be fair. But yeah, no, a little bit unfortunate. I mean, Flit in the previous round as well, when he was flanking tunnels, got shot straight through the smoke. So they haven't been having a great time. Haven't even had to give vision to the opposing team to die in these last couple of rounds. Z-Bauer realizing that they need something back will at least push up on long, and with that finds Valde, and he was the only man around long, so being able to keep this control is massive. And Alexi B tries to drop into the spawn. Did they intend to have a smoke down there maybe? I don't believe so. It was a weird choice. They will still be able to get that bomb plant most likely, but now they have a man disadvantage when they could have kept themselves in a pretty good 4-on-4 and kept that short control.
With that Molly, MBK snuck past it. They'll not expect it to be coming behind this quickly. And Mansu's caught a leg and indeed caught the shot onto it, but Zapower just about survives. MBK doesn't continue the aggression, instead comes back on short, and that only gets him 1 kill, but this is good to trade out, leaving Mansu all alone as Issa falls. Zapower gets... Oh no! Mansu fell off the little basket. That could have been his otherwise, but no. He's not able to find it. And Zapower just about has enough time, I think. He's good to go. That's devastating, man. If he had just stayed on top of that basket for another 0.1 seconds, the kill was his onto Zapower.
I didn't even see it from his point of view. I seen it from Almazar's, and yeah, I seen him dropping off the baskets. I thought he was just trying to move into Gandalf, but yeah, a little bit unfortunate if he moved just as the peak was given to him. A little bit unfortunate, but they still have money. They're able to come back in. They're able to get the full buy again. 2 rounds in the difference. If they can bounce straight back, then that previous round isn't going to be too big of a worry for them, especially since they could completely ruin the economy of Forza if they are to go ahead and get this. When you see, obviously, they have no loss bonus. So this round is so important right now for both of these teams. Whoever takes it is really going to start getting the kind of control in their favor, especially if it's Forza. At that point, they'll run away with the lead. But if it's OG, at that they'll likely be able to pull themselves back up into a potential lead themselves even. NBK, though, a bit wild. What was that?
Maybe a little bit frustrated on how that previous round went. Just trying to rush on up.
Was there wasn't a flash or anything, I don't believe. Did they have any sort of reason to believe there'd be no one around short?
Not based on the previous round, no. Or it was hell. I mean, I don't know what the read was there. Let's try something different, perhaps. But if that what they're trying to attempt was dying, well, they're succeeding at that. Flit just rotated in with the op as well from up on the B slope. Takes that second kill with it. Now they realize that that bomb is being held by 2 ops. Not only that, but Jerry's up close as well. And where do you go from now with OG? Like, that round's just thrown away. MBK playing aggressive, 2 players peeking into ops with the bomb as well. Very weird change of pace from them.
Yeah, that was just a strange round. I see he didn't actually catch the NBK one, but he just ran straight up short on his own. I didn't see a flash or anything coming in, so it was a dry peak. I was thinking maybe if they had shown some presence around long on the CT side, you'd presume it was clear perhaps with that, but it's not like they had anyone around there. They just had one kind of around the bomb site, one up close and short. And it has left them now obviously in a spot where they just have to save the 2-on-5. A couple rifles at least going to be carried over, but it's not going to be giving them a buy. And unfortunately, it is going to leave Valda in a pretty tough spot where he's going to be only on $150. Of course, he's not going to be getting any loss bonus. Neither is Issa. He at least has 2,600, so that would give him enough in the next round still to get the buy for himself. But Valda's going to be left with a weaker weapon potentially in this next round.
Well, I don't think Forza
seems lazy. Auto director's really lazy, bitch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It puts no work in. The double op setup from Forza, I don't think it's going to get quite as much of an easy time this round than what it had in the previous. That was really weird from OG. I'm guessing that there was some sort of logic behind it, but it's very difficult to find from our perspective, anyways. Sometimes these things happen, right, Dean? Where I'm sure there's like a big brain plan to it. You got to remember as well, the info that they have is very different to what we have. We can sit here and go, yeah, but they were holding short the whole time, but maybe they suspected based on a nade they saw a long or whatever it is that they had gone for late short control, that they hadn't been playing it in the first 30 seconds or something, that there was a small gap in the defense, but unfortunately that's not true.
And then it means most likely we're looking at 13-9 now for Forza. It's a few pistols being upgraded, apart from, of course, the 2 saved AKs that OG do have in their possession. But I'm not expecting too much. But I mean, it is Valda and Issa, both very capable players. Even if they're not having the greatest of games here on Dust 2 so far, they certainly can still step up when needed. It's actually Mantu who's going to be taken down early on, though, by that boost up on short from the op. Z-Power takes the frag, falls back away, and very quickly repositions on mid, where they actually have both of these ops right now, so that is not looking good. NBK got legged down by Flit, and then got followed up on by Z-Power. Completely doomed.
For OG, still with the 2 AKs up, well, they've got one at least. And Valda's almost dead through the smoke as well. Well, this is devastating. I mean, OG are getting very little chance to do anything. Alexi B heads up the charge. He's got himself the AK-47, but no armor, and as Valda gets tagged through the leg, he was already low. Hell, the armor wouldn't have mattered for Alexi B, as Flit was easily taking him down. I like the decision from Flit as well to go check mid while a flash comes up from his teammate. As Almazer pops the flash, Flit swings back in and finds a fully blind player who was half covered by smoke as well, so couldn't really see a damn thing. I guess that plays out as expected. You know, OG have got the chances with the 2 AKs, but not able to capitalize on the back of them. Running into that double op setup yet again just proves to be too treacherous for them to really come up on top of. 13-9. It's one of the last chances for OG to really get into it, or we will be facing a third map. That's Train up next. And somewhere that Mantu's been consistently winning out those opping duels, as we were talking about earlier on. But it has to be noted that coming in from the CT side of Inferno, Zapower was not looking good. He had a big performance on the attacking side, Inferno, but when they swapped to defense, he was nowhere to be seen. Now, though, I think it's fair to say he's warmed up.
Yeah, the bit more than fair. He's 22-8 at the moment, and Train is definitely another map where, as you pointed out, those oppers certainly can excel. So if we do get to that point, I think it's going to be a very competitive map. I think it should be quite entertaining for us, especially. But it's not over for OG yet. We did point out, obviously, Valda was going to be stuck with a weaker weapon. Alexi V is actually going to be stuck onto the Galil as well, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But overall, it's a decent enough investment, but they need to win this round. Otherwise, Forza shouldn't have too much trouble being able to close this one out. And there we go. Z-Power just keeps on fragging. NBK goes forward. The Molotov cuts off anyone from being able to help him out. And it is pretty much just a free advantage being found for the CTs. And a rifle that isn't going to be retrieved either. It actually will, as I say that. Valda pushes out and even finds himself a kill. Looking for more. Gets the second with the retrieved AK.
Jerry just stepped right into Z-Power's boots. Like, exactly where he was. It was the easiest shot of Valda's life because he was already looking there when he went around the corner before. But a sneaky flank by Facecrack. He was spotted by Issa. I think he wanted to play that slow and steady, but not able to. Flit, excuse me. Got shot in the face. His face cracked open firmly, but still good for a second shot down towards the bottom of the ramp. Man2 fully blinded, now being watched by Facecrack from afar and taken down by him. Well played by Forza to put it now 14-9. And with 2 rounds left to go, OG start what would have to be an absolutely insane comeback with practically no money. I think their only decision here is to play for an overtime. Invest very lightly into this round. A few pistols, a small bit of utility, and play for 15-15.
Yeah, and they do seem to agree with your assessment, Mitch. They're going to be able to pull out the Kevlar on most of the players, some nades, as you said, the pistols as well. So you can completely count them out in this round, and it does seem like they want to go for a bit of a quicker B play. And Molotov for now going to hold them off. A smoke then going down as well, going to make it a little bit more difficult as they push forward. But it still seems like B definitely is the goal for them. They have one player at least being a little bit cautious. Alexi needs to be a little bit careful here. Having the bomb on his back, he doesn't want to go too far away in case there is aggression coming down around that mid area. So indeed just throws out a flash to make it seem like they could be moving around mid, that they could be trying to get this control. While, of course, they are getting ready to finally move in towards B. Only one player on the bomb site itself, at least for the moment, up close in that fence corner, a position we've already seen used a few times. But he now does have help from Flit as well in the window with that op.
Oh, they're not checking the corner. Almazer good to find himself a couple of kills here. And although he'll be taken down eventually, the rest of the team have cleaned that one up. I like the choice to go in for a much slower B attack. You're allowing them to burn up those early Molotovs. You sneak up on the back of the smoke and try to get straight on through it. But that was really well handled by Almazer, tucked in the corner. And putting it now 15-9. OG's final chance, their last attempt to pull this across the line, sees all AKs. Utility is even limited a little bit. Issa had bought up a pistol, I think a smoke perhaps, alongside armor in the previous round. That leaves him down to just a smoke for this one. But it's still workable. This is not the worst buy we've ever seen. But it is definitely a bad situation, and although OG made an insane comeback on Inferno, as we said, this map is much less forgiving for these kind of deficits, because it's so hard to win 5 or 6 rounds in a row, to consistently lock a team out.
Yeah, certainly can be. I mean, to be fair, it was the D side of Inferno as well. That
well, very true, right?
Back on, so it's not like there was anything saying this should be a possible comeback. They just went insane. But yeah, no, it's not looking as likely here on this too. Z-Power, of course, again, going to be the man to find the opening kill. I don't know how many opening duels he's won, even just on the CT side, but it is quite a lot. And eventually getting the trade. They're nearly lining up for Jerry as he peeks in off the back of the flash, but the trade's still going back and forth, and there we go. Issa manages to find Facecrack in on the bomb site. That's the bomb site lost now in a 2-on-3 retake. Plenty of money at least for Forza, so you'd imagine that they will at least give this an attempt. If they can get a kill quick enough, it's definitely worthwhile going for. And indeed, they are going to be moving forward. Almazar has been spotted, though, to shoulder as he comes out the long doors. NBK was ready. And at this point, Flip may as well just save the operator, if we're being honest. It's not like he has too much of a chance in the 1-on-3, and he realizes that. Sure, he has loads of money, but he can spread the love a little bit. He can drop a rifle over to Almazar, not really put too much of a dent in his own money with that either, and just ensure that they're going to have everything they need.
And the Black Eyed Peas were wondering where the love was, but Flitz found it, and he's bringing it through to the next round to give it over to his teammates. And the thing for Forza, again, they've been very, very conservative when it comes down to any of these rounds where, yeah, you could go for a sick play, you know, get yourself in a montage, but better off to just carry the weapon forward and maximize your potential. They can buy in this round, but if they lose this and another, can they still buy? Well, maybe that op's going to be the big difference maker. Especially because they're going for heavy investments, a double op setup. Full rifles as well. The A1S out in force today for Almazer and Facecrack. And with 5 rounds to go, OG have got one hell of a difficult task. Alexi B even comes in on a Mac 10. Not what you want. I mean, a weaker weapon is fine. It can go in to try and find openings.
This could have dropped them. So could Mantu.
I guess it's part of the strategy, right? Mac 10 leads the way, swings out, does some damage, lets the others finish him off. That's what they've done to Almazer, but this is full blind, trying to get a molly out, and it comes through, but not in time. That nade would have gotten a kill had it have landed, but unfortunately it goes backwards, and a 3v4. OG can win this. They've got to be conscious. A double flank coming up behind them as well. It's not just Facecrack, but Zapower as well, faking out the plant, but no one's pushing just yet. They're waiting for this flank to come through. A flash going to go over by Flit, and that could seal the fate of OG.
Potentially, but no, Mantu was
he's
actually ready.
missed.
He was posted up on the tunnels. The shot's not going to be connected by Forza, and OG continue to fight into this game. They've actually gotten themselves into an advantageous position, and with it being both of the ops that remain, at this point, do Forza want to continue to move forward? I would imagine the answer is no.
Zapower had it. He had it in his hands. He went out to trade Mantu, who's 12 HP, but he has an AWP, so that health doesn't really matter, and he missed the shot. Mantu hadn't got a clue. He was running because there was a smoke down on the door. He didn't have to fully commit to it, so he glanced up at the window, looked back at tunnels, looked at the window again, and then realized, oh, there's someone there, and he like jumped, and the shot missed. That was so lucky. But as he pulls through, so too does Issa, and they've now got their weapons to work with. We see decisions like that made, going back to Alexi B with the Mac 10. You know, looking at Fnatic, for example, especially on Dust 2, Golden almost always has a Mac 10, it feels like. But
I mean, Alexi already done it once this half. I just didn't think it would be they'd be doing it in
this late, right? I mean, 100%. I agree. Like this is what I was going to say. We see it a lot, but when you're on 15-10, I'd probably be saying, yeah, I'll take the AK, you know. But fair enough. I mean, it worked out in the end. He was used to bait actually for the flashes. So even though they didn't immediately trade him, they were looking towards Alexi. Flashes pop behind him. Well, no one can see a damn thing. And that opens up for the rest of the players to just waltz on through and take the frags. I like that use of a player to make sure the flashbangs hit.
It's like, hey, look at me.
Look at me, look at me.
Blind. But yeah, I mean, it's still 4 to go. So it's not impossible. It's looking a bit more likely now for OG, but there's still a few chances for Forza, of course, to close this one out. Although if they lose this round here, then they're not going to have enough money to rebuy on most of their players. So they would likely be looking at an eco.
Well, Forza have got a read. Alexi B goes down immediately again, the first to fall, but this time not serving quite the same purpose that he did for his team before. Not the martyr that they wanted, instead a victim of a brutal murder, taking away their chances of victory by quite a bit. Split actually sticks around this area, and that smoke was also seen to be thrown from further back in towards CT, or the back of CT, and with that, they don't suspect Flit to be there, but he decides to go in passive, and I like that call, because sticking around in that spot when you've already got the man advantage is risky. Smokes go down to allow them to cross. That second one, an elevator, stops an opper over a car from being able to spot them. That's where Zapower always plays, and you can see he's pushed back, but the flank is so well timed. Facecrack gets a kill. Zapower holding the angle, good for the shot, takes down the bomb. 10 seconds left, and the final kill comes through. That is the conclusion. Whoa, that's some trippy stuff going on with the camera. And that's the conclusion of the game there as we see Forza take it. We will be going to a third map, Dean. Train's going to be a lot of fun because we've just seen a really good performance from Mantu on map 1. He was a little bit slower here, but now Zapower is really warmed up and ready to go. So there's going to be a lot to talk about around those two operas, I'm sure, when we get to the next map.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again.
Let's get it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. savage, you've been distracted. Your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energy. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder.
Hello everybody and welcome to the final map of this series, Forza versus OG. The guys are just in the warm-up as the knife round took them a little while. Actually a clutch out by one of the OG guys. As of course this is the third map, there is going to be a choice to be made as to whether they want to start on the T or the CT side. And I'm presuming, just knowing how these things usually play out, that it's going to be the terrorist side, Dean. I don't know what you're feeling here, but I'd imagine OG like the defense. Did I say terrorist? I meant the CT.
Yeah, I was wondering.
But they are on the T side. Oh, there we go. It swapped eventually. Yeah. It's like, what's going on?
Confused me for a moment. I think you were kind of half putting together the fact that they were on the terrorist side and just accidentally said terrorist.
Yeah,
it's all good.
I think so.
We'll forgive you. But yeah, they should be readied up in a moment, and with that we should be kicking off map number 3. And obviously, this is a map that we've seen these two teams compete on recently enough. Not in the tournament we were covering ourselves or anything, but it was only just over a week ago where they competed in that Home Sweet Home Cup, and it was OG who got a 16-3 victory. I don't expect it to be anywhere near that dominant for either of these teams. I do think it's going to be competitive with what we actually seen on map 1 and 2. But honestly, I think I am still going to be favoring OG in this one. But I'm going to say it's going to be closer. It's going to be around 16-10 or something.
Okay, it's going to be exactly 16-10. That's what Dean said. So make sure going over to Dean Brownie on Twitter and let him know if he's wrong when it's inevitably not 16-10.
Oh, Issa was gone. Didn't realize he was gone from the server.
I mean, he wasn't that bad in the previous one. I thought he had some impact. You don't even notice he's not here? What's that? Poor guy. Maybe he was changing his name to Isu, but unfortunately it hasn't changed on the server, so we'll have to have another word with him.
That's not going to stick.
It is. Twitch chat voted that Isu was a better name, so it now has to be. He's legally required to change his name.
Lying to me now.
In the contract. You know, we'll have another vote. Twitch chat. Issa, Isu. In the moment's kind of gone, but I bet it's such a good name, it'll still carry forward. And then obviously Mantu would have to change his name to Manta, because he couldn't have two.
Manta.
But yeah, we're taking a little while to get on into it. I'm presuming they'll be force started after this even.
It's taking so long you've just gone mad, Mitch.
That happened a long time ago, Dean, let's be real. So here we go. OG on the CT side. Pistol round is about to start unless we see a tech pause calling on through, but I'm presuming, I don't know, I can't see the chat here, Dean. I don't know if you can. If things seem to be going okay, or because I'm hearing a lot of typing.
Yeah, seem fine. Let's just have fun.
Okay, awesome. So the guys are ready to go, ready to have a little bit of crack. As Forza come in with a lot of pistolas, just Glocks. They're not going over for any upgrades whatsoever on the T side, unlike OG, who've got themselves a beautiful CZ. Valda's about to get a chance to, hello, to use the CZ, and he's already softened up a lot of targets. That nade was huge as Mantu takes one from afar. Here comes the C. Well, the CZ didn't do a whole lot, did it?
Yeah, but it doesn't really seem like it's going to be needed. It did do a small bit of damage. It's actually Issa then who starts tapping away and eventually finds that player up towards heaven, leaving it all onto face crack now. Still fairly winnable, even though he is 5 health. Fortunately, that nade landed on the middle of the bomb site. Not going to be finishing him off, so he still stands a fighting chance of molly, which could maybe cut off one of these sides and give him the ability maybe to focus a little bit more on one angle. But no, takes the peak, ends up going down. One shot to the body was plenty. And of course, not going to be struggling for time either to get that defuse in. So OG able to pick up the opening pistol round. Huge from Issa and huge from Mantu as well as he was pushing in from connector.
Well, for OG finding themselves the pistol, you got to give a lot of credit to Valda on that one. The nade timing was perfect, playing up close on the ramp. A strategy that leads them into a massive amount of favor, even though he didn't manage to finish anybody off. When they actually got to the bomb site, his teammates were already on the rotate because not only did he do damage, but he got the information. And that's essential when you're the solo B holder. We do see sometimes players holding it much more passive, but if you're alone on B, you just have to play aggressive like that. And I like the use of the nade. Often it'll be a molly alongside it, but in the pistol, you just can't get a whole lot alongside the molly if you do go for that investment. Lexi B had flashed up Mantu, unfortunately, and they're all being torn apart. OG, despite winning the first round, are not getting on a whole lot too well. Everybody's low for the most part, so MBK's got some easy fights ahead of him, but he can't take down Zapower, who quickly headshots him out of the game. Valda in a 1v4, and well, he did some great damage in the first round. Let's see if he's got it in the tank for a second.
Probably not in the 1-on-4, let's be real. There is 2 of the players quite low. Facecrack and Almazar both within just a couple of bullets. Especially as he gets that kill on Zapower, you have to think that maybe there is a bit of a chance. Was that team damage as well? Didn't expect Face Crack up close on the stop sign. Jerry nearly did fall, but in the end the kill comes through for Forza. They're able to steal it away. They do it with the Galils with a scout. Great shots being hit. They just charged straight out Pop Dog through the Molotov, just put a smoke on it, I believe, and just took the fight. And it worked out perfectly. OG now going to be struggling to get a force buy back of their own. They are going to go for it, but it's not going to be giving them really anything on the level of what we seen Forza have in that previous round, of course.
Well, we tie things up as OG are put down to that weaker buy. You see a bit of aggression towards upper B at the very beginning. They're trying to spot out some info and immediately then rotating when they don't hear anybody there. So you've got a 5-man A stack. Now, on rounds like this is where you're going to take some of these gambles, put players in towards these positions, and if it doesn't work out, just save the weapons through to the next round. There's no problem with those kind of risks. Forza lose the opening duel, but they trade back immediately. That's just fine for them. A deagle from afar spotted as Jerry looks to make his way into CT, but that's not necessarily for a B split. They have left the bomb behind and still have a lot of chances overall. I mean, OG clearly just fell for the bait there. Running on up through heaven, thinking that the players, because a lot of noise was being made by Almazer having run down the ramp, they thought that that was going to be a B hit. Tried to come up behind them, but as we said, Forza were leaving their options open. Bomb towards T spawn. They could have easily went back to A if there was a stack on B that was spotted down by Almazer if he saw a lot of the players rotating, or they could have come up on the flanks. Really just covered all their bases.
Yeah, good work from Forza. Able to keep 3 players alive at that as well, playing it out as safe as they could. They did obviously lose a couple, but overall a successful round, especially when you look at the fact that now they're only going up against a single upgraded P250. The rest of the players for that CT side stuck onto the USPs at this point. A little bit of a B stack coming in. Are they getting aggressive? At least one player is around upper. I'm surprised the other players didn't try and push up the ramp as well. Eventually, you will see Valda actually fall, and the issue is the rotation had already begun from the other 2 players because Forza have already just walked over that A bomb site. They've also pushed out onto B. They just don't care at this point. They want the money for those SMGs, and despite Facecrack falling, it will still be the SMGs that take all 5 kills, so I don't think they're really going to be worried. Plenty of money to reinvest. Jerry could maybe even just give over that SMG to Facecrack if he wanted and get the AK himself, since he has that little bit of extra money. We'll see what way they balance it. He's going to buy for himself. Facecrack doesn't mind.
They did only carry forward 2 rifles out of the 3 they entered with, though, right? So that's a small bit of a disadvantage, the Galil and the M4. But it was only another M4 they lost, so the upgrade to the AK is going to be something that they're still pretty happy with. And lots of cash in play. Gets a power. He has an AWP and 7.7k. Mantu going into the Molotov very aggressively. And he cracks open Facecrack to put them into a man advantage on the defense. Backing off and playing a much more passive B hold, but look who's not passive, it's Valda. Oh, the nade, the spam, and he is gone. Really well handled by Forza. They were ready for that aggressive position. With the man advantage as well, you can't help but feel like that kind of a setup wasn't really needed anymore.
Yeah, probably not. That more so is because you want to be able to try and catch one player off guard, see if you can get the kill. Perhaps at that point he just wanted to remain in that position for the info, but yeah, it's dangerous. Nades are dropped down pretty often. Mollies as well can be dropped down into that position. The spam is pretty common, and we've seen the combination. It was just a quick 1-2, and with that, Valda was gone, a 4-on-4, and a position where Forza now are probably the team that are feeling a bit more comfortable with the position that they're in. Seems like the goal is going to be to bring this on towards A, but they don't have the bomb at the moment. They need to make sure they pick that up before they really go forward. They've only got 38 seconds as well, so they need to get it soon.
I think Flip was just going up at a Pop Dog to throw that smoke. He's going to go back down. Okay. I was wondering why they left control down there. I think Jerry swapped positions, though, just to make sure they didn't retake it. Yeah, definitely going to be an A hit with Almazer already out. He's got it behind MBK, completely flanked them out and won the round for Forza. I mean, if OG go back in for this, I would be very surprised. They're sticking down on B, hoping that that's just a fake with the single player having been on A and no bomb down just yet. Now getting aggressive towards upper B, but there's no one here, so it will just be the save strategy more than likely. An AWP, an SMG, and an M4 don't stand the best of chances considering no damage was done to those Forza players. And although you can't tell, obviously, that exactly how much damage you did, it's not like you can hit console and see you hit someone for 50, 60, whatever. They didn't actually take fights for the most part with any of the remaining players, so they'll know that they're full HP. At least an AK upgrade for Alexi B. the best thing that comes out of the round.
It's a little bit awkward for NBK. He's probably like, how the hell did Almazar get into that position? He obviously creeped out A very early. And at the point he got that kill, only then were his teammates even throwing out the smokes for the execute. So NBK is probably like, what the hell? He's just seeing smokes coming over. He's like, okay, they're going to start coming soon. And then he just gets shot in the back. But yeah, 4-1. Forza again getting themselves off to a good start. That's what we've seen in all of the maps so far. And on Dust 2, it was enough to get them the victory. If they can keep it up here on Train, especially having such a good start on the T side, definitely means more than it did back on Dust 2.
Oh, definitely. The T-side victories in these early parts of the game carry a lot of weight. If they can manage to shut down OG's economy in this round here, I mean, look, there's a Scout and an AWP. They're really taking advantage, or looking to, of the scope-centric style that usually comes in alongside Train. Interesting flashbang coming through, a bit of a body block. And Forza are looking to push this B bomb side. They won't be punished for the botched flash. The info has been given to Issa now that there's at least presence in upper B. He hasn't decided to go up that ladder, though, after the earlier issues they had. A good nade softens up Jerry ends of power. As the smoke comes out of upper, Molly's down the ramp. I mean, it's becoming pretty obvious at this point that it's going to be a B hit. Smoke on top of the Molotov. They barrel on out straight through the smoke, in fact, to Valda. Not playing the passive angle to get to the site. Facecrack keeps on going. 11 HP now pushing up the Brown Train. He's making sure he maximizes potential with the low HP, trying to catch off the connector rotators. And actually now going... Oh, it looked like he was going to go through the smoke for a second. That nade! Oh, that's going to finish him off for sure. Goodbye, Facecrack. A good attempt. And a man advantage now for OG on the retake.
Yeah, the aggression actually backfiring a little bit in the long run. It did run down some time, at least, for them. As you can see, Jerry right now is just hoping to be able to sit in the smoke and get himself the knife. Going for it. Alexi Vito stops the fuse and gets the headshot. And now it's all on Flint. Too healthy, can't afford to repeat. The bomb's already being stuck, so there's nothing that he can do about it. Wants to see if he can steal away a kill with the nade, but it's not going to connect. But he does at least save the up over. So that is a pretty decent recovery. But yeah, fantastic. They're coming in from OG on the retake, finally able to get themselves another round after, of course, losing 4 in a row. Getting something once they get that proper buy in their hands. Let's see if they can keep that up now, because Forza, they do still have a really strong buy. They have lots of money left over in the reserve as well, even if they're to lose this one to reinvest in the following. So OG, they need to pick up the momentum like they did back on Inferno, where they went down 4-0 and then were able to bring it back 5-5. They need to get a recovery along those lines, and potentially even better if they want to start building up a really strong half. And that's pretty good. Flick tried to charge out main and just had to run through the molly, ended up burning alive.
Well, Forza have managed to sneak a player out. Jerry tucked in the corner and pushing down Gray Train. Ooh, nice connection. I don't think OG know about this, but the issue is they've already got that man advantage. Now starting to slowly back off. Well, I say back off those aggressive positions. As Issa moved forward, they've spotted the feed of Jerry under the train. Mantu feeding the info to his teammates. Is Jerry going to look to challenge that? Surely not. That's not an angle he can physically win.
Maybe if Issa goes up above.
Man advantage, why?
Gives a chance. Yeah, it's not really needed. I guess he wasn't expecting anyone to be pushed out, but they should have known. They had spotted it earlier on. They knew there was players showing presence, and Mantu ends up going down as well, as Z-Power is going to be able to pick up the op pick. Suddenly it's a 4-on-3. It is shifted back in favor of Forza. They're going to set themselves up for B, where Facecrack has already creeped out. A free kill eventually. He was waiting to see if he could spot a little bit more, maybe, but did have to pounce once Valda turned around and peeked back towards upper. So B is indeed open. They have that aggressive player up towards connector to hold off rotations, and this round is done.
Forza are just shifting in towards the Ivy position slowly but surely. Like, Zapower's clearing a T-spawn. I'll see that's completely open. Alexi B could be in trouble trying to save that AWP. Now look. Oh, that's unfortunate. If Alexi was looking at his right, he would have found it. At least MBK might get away. He finds a kill. They know where he is. They're trying to hunt him. Jerry goes down to the bomb after a little bit of damage, but Facecrack is good to delete that rifle and make sure OG don't get away with anything.
No. left with an economy here that can give them maybe a few pistols being upgraded, but I wouldn't really expect too much else. They can get Kevlar considering they have 2900 loss bonus, to be fair, so it will give them a little bit to try and fight into this round, but most likely we are looking at that 6-2 lead for Forza, where they already have a decent T side. Obviously not going to be wanting to be ending it there after getting up to 6 rounds so early on, but that's what it is. They've got, if they get this one, they'll be up there very early on with quite a few rounds to still try and build off that, and if they pull it up even to 7 or 8, at that point, of course, you're feeling good with the T side. Any upgrades at all? There we go, a Deagle. A couple Deagles eventually being pulled out. Wanting to ensure that they have the best buy possible in this next round, of course, as well.
I can respect the buy. I think OG have got at least an okay chance of taking this one across the line. For Forza, this marks another game where they're at a deficit overall in opening duels. In fact, they've only won 2 so far. Just speaks to their ability when it comes down to trading in a lot of these fights. That spam is so perfect. Pristine. Face crack down to 47 health, straight through the wood up above. The nade down below, though, returns a lot of that damage onto Issa. Still, if you're trading early round damage versus a buy like this, I think you'll be pretty happy, all things considered.
Yeah, not too bad. Right now, though, Almas are creeping up Ivy, and it does seem like it is probably going to be this A split once a couple entries come in from the D side, already actually finding a bit of aggression towards Pop Dog. The boost for Mantu up on top of the box as they're close Ivy. Unfortunately not working out, because once he lost the teammate towards Pop Dog, he had to shift his attention. Just at that moment is when the push comes in through Ivy as well. They don't have the bomb for the moment, to be fair, so it's going to be a few seconds before they can get that in place and actually get it planted. But it shouldn't really give Valda too much of an opportunity. He's in a 1-on-5 with just the CZ. You can't really expect much from him. If he could get a kill and steal away a weapon, that would be nice. But he also has Kevlar. And having not lost any of it yet, if he was to keep that, he'd get himself the easier upgrade towards the helmet, maybe. If he wanted to. Not really needed, of course, when you're not expecting to be up against any weaker weapons on the T side. So I think the exit may be the main goal. See if he can steal it okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. He wants to just find a weapon to bring through to the next round. For OG, it's time to discuss strategy. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a pause coming through after this round to try and discuss exactly where they're going to deploy things.
If we don't.
Well, exactly, right? This late on in the game... Whoops. Almost dropped my fan remote. That would have hurt my foot. But 6-2. You really have to start locking the T's out at this point. You can't allow them to have another round, really, from this point. So I'd like that discussion to come through. Especially when you're not finding a whole lot of access. Like, it's different if rounds are being defined by 1v1s. Then you can potentially come in and say, okay, we're getting close. But you look at some of the rounds that have played out so far. Well, Forza have been walking all over them. But in fact, we are going to come on through into this round. No pause, but let's see what OG have got in the game plan. Mantu's a player we've looked at and said he needs to be a big player on this map. So far, Zapower in having the best of games over on the T side, but certainly not the worst. And we need to see that scope of Mantu play a much bigger role. Although in this round, that might not be possible. You see the T's are actually fully grouped up in upper B on their way down towards this site. There's only one CT in position. It is Valda, but not in the same aggressive position we talked about before, Dean, that we praised in the past. Valda at the back of Oil Train, in fact. The closest player to him is on the A site. This could be very dangerous. Even that Molotov won't serve the purpose that it normally would. Eventually, the rotate comes through as Alexi B is here to help. But Valda, they're coming through the smoke. And they've no idea! The spray down is amazing! 3 players taken down, a 4th as well. And the round is won by OG in the weirdest of ways. There's no way. How would you predict a player to be there at that stage? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and they all just ended up, unfortunately, being in a perfect line for Valde. The first few bullets getting 3 kills, spamming away for a 4th, not being too far off, nearly catching the player in the background as well. As Mantu is going to be there to close it out and ensure that the efforts of Valde will not fall short. If a 1-on-4 came in there, I would have probably cried for OG. But yeah, they get themselves the 3rd round. As you said, OG going huge, Valde specifically going huge, though, if you look at it. And that actually brings him up to 6 kills, so he wasn't having a good time before that. Let's see if they can all step up now, because you really can't rely on one player to be picking up ridiculous 4Ks like that every single round.
Yeah, but Dean, I think, look, if there's one thing you've ever said that I've agreed with, I think I'd pick that one. You can't rely on a situation like that coming through round after round. Jerry comes through full blind and takes out Alexi B. All right. It's a land of wonderful mistakes by OG. MBK swinging out wide. Maybe a little bit too desperate to find a way back into the round. I think he might be getting bored of holding Ivy by himself. I'm still caught up on Valda's play. I mean, we're talking about it like, oh no, this could go so wrong for them. And then, oh no, they've all lined up. Never mind. Easy as can be. But a 5 versus 3 as you see the CTs just completely back off. I mean, look, they occupy maybe 5% of the map at the moment that they can even see. Forza can go wherever they want pretty much and probably not run into these CTs. The smoke goes down on lower ramp, indicating there's definitely a player here. And after taking down MBK and seeing literally nothing else, not a flash, not a smoke towards Ivy, and as they peek it, not a scope, they know that they're probably clear to walk out there. Looking in for the CT hold, and as soon as they spot there's no one detecting Ivy at all, which is right about now, they should just be going out to A. If they've given up that part of the map control, I think it's safe to say there's at most one player there.
Yeah, and as soon as this bomb site is lost, it really just has to be the save for OG so that they can pull out the buy in the following round. They'll get themselves 2,400, so there will be enough for Mantu and Issa to drop over. So as long as all 3 weapons are saved, then they will be looking all right. In terms of pulling out the buy, not looking all right in terms of the actual scoreline, because it's about to be 7-3 for Forza on the T side of train already. With, of course, the opportunity to try and add even more rounds to that, especially if they get this next one. At that point, OG would be really struggling with the money. No hunts coming in, though. There's quite a lot of money for Forza, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do start trying to hunt this down a little bit. They have a couple players up in the B halls. Perhaps they could move forward. And Almazar obviously getting a bit of info there that there is one player on the spawn, so they know where they are if they wanted to. It just doesn't seem like they really want to risk losing their own weapons, knowing that there is still quite a few rounds to go in the half. They could do with the money, potentially. Yeah, I was just going to say, considering how effective they've been as well, just bursting out and just destroying OG with entries, it probably isn't how you want this round to be going.
Dean, I'm so sad.
Down like this. What's wrong?
My mic was muted that whole time.
Your mic was muted the whole time? Are you serious, Mitch?
I'm so sad. I'm sorry, people.
The streamer going to be like, question mark, question? Yeah, Caster.
Yeah,
because of the delay, it's only coming up now, so I didn't even know.
And you're like, yeah, I was going to say that, Mitch. Yeah, good point. Sounds like you're going crazy. Oh, that's my bad.
Little bit of a chance right there for OG to maybe recover the round, but Z-Power says no. Nearly able to pop around and actually stop the bomb plant right there. If Z-Power didn't get that first kill, that could have been the round done. But yeah, no, Mitch is a noob. Apologies, guys.
Yeah, see, I'm
producing and casting.
Yeah, so unfortunately we haven't got producers, observers, or any of that. We're doing it all ourselves here, so I may have been a moron and muted my mic to go
I
and
could
grab
hear him,
some
by the
water.
way. He only muted on
Yeah,
OBS.
on OBS, because
not on Discord,
I'm
so I could hear him.
streaming. So you guys can't, I can stop you from hearing stuff, but I can still hear it, or Dean can. So I left on, I went to get a drink of water, muted my mic, didn't unmute it, and just went straight into a point. Was saying how, you know, Forza known for their explosive plays, OG were playing passive. And that's why Dean looked like a bit of a crazy person. He's like, yeah, I was about to say that, Mitch. You know what? It's a great point. It always happens, Dean. You know,
You've done that to me a few times.
I have. And every time I feel so bad, but I'm sorry. What can we do? But look, that conversation's gotten us through a pause at least. Hopefully we won't leave you guys in the dark too much in the future. But yeah, Forza, we were very much trying to set, or I was very much trying to set that point up while my mic was muted, about OG. Given Forza a lot of space, they played very passive, a two-man passive B-hold, allowing Forza to roam around the map. The Ivy play by MBK, again, left a really open gap because he pushed forward, got info, and then just played passive again. And for a good minute, they had no idea what was going on, just allowing Forza to have all the room. This time, they're trying to take that space away with an aggressive push-up through the ramp, although not finding anything for it, as FaceCrack just deletes Alexi B. But I guess here, maybe they don't expect Valda to be in position.
Yeah, may actually be able to catch them off guard. The Deagle as well. Perhaps he can line up for a couple of shots. Tries to actually move forward after getting the first one, unfortunately. And with that, will be taken down by FaceCrack. Another player up close on B. Quick rotation as well coming through from Mantu to try and give some help. So maybe there is still the chance for a bit more damage to be done, but it's not looking like the round is going to be too achievable. As I say that, though, Mantu obviously gets himself one kill. Unfortunately, being left alone on 12 health, that is not ideal, but apparently the circumstances don't matter. Gets himself an instant headshot, but didn't expect Almazar to be down on the bomb site already.
Yeah, getting very worried for OG in the position they're in. 6 behind, Forza with a stellar T-side already, and I don't know if I said it on stream or not, but the difference between Train and Inferno when it comes to stringing together all those T rounds is pretty significant. We know Forza are capable here. We've seen it again and again. The opposite powers having a decent time over on the T side, although it feels like with the way that they're playing now, these very explosive rounds, there's not a whole bunch that you expect him to do. It's generally when Forza are pushed into the much slower rounds that they go out for defaults that he shines through. Look at this, FaceCrack's already down on B, not even any utility to get him down there, and Zapower is the one to trade him. Now B is firmly under their control. They're planting the bomb, but look at the positions of Almazer alongside Flit. They're going to come very, very late up behind on a flank. Or at least Flit is, just now pushing out of team A.
Oh, that smoke going down. Z-Power actually going to reposition because of that, and he spots the head of NBK. Spawn, very aggressive from Jerry. That's an interesting choice. There's still a decent amount of time, so that peek really wasn't needed. But OG need to go so quick. They need to start moving forward. They're still towards the back lines. They've now lost a player as well to Z-Power. And at that point, they realized that there's really not too much opportunity for them to win the round anymore. So backing away. Is it going to be allowed, though? Flit is making his way around through Old Bomb Train to see if he can maybe take one of these weapons, or maybe even both of them out of the hands of those CTs. Coming around Spawn. Auto Director not showing me what's going on, but Flit, either way, isn't able to win out the duel. He does go down 10-3. Forza continue to run away with the lead here on map number 3, and this is not what I expected.
Yeah, riding off into the sunset for sure. I mean, OG have got so much work to do. Maybe they just really like the feeling they got after Inferno. This is my theory on how this game is going. They were like, that was insane to come back like that. So let's do it again on Train. Let's just give them a great T-side, and then it will seem really cool when we make the comeback. 100%, that's the strat.
Oh, definitely. That's how you play the game. You just try and be as awesome as you can. You just want to entertain the fans.
Exactly.
Nice kill though by Mantu. It's one of the better beginnings that they've had to round. By far. Oh, okay. Some trades coming in. My auto director is being useless right now. It's really not showing me anything. FaceCrack has just walked out B apparently. Finding himself a kill. Flit is being pushed in A main. Does he realize this is up close? As the smoke fades away, he will spot it. Alright, and also knows where that final player is. So at this point, all they have to do is just bring the bomb towards B where they know it's open. You see even the flank around through this, rather FaceCrack, of course. I was going to say he could have flanked around if he wanted, but no, of course, with the bomb coming back now, he is going to actually just position himself back towards Connector. Looked like he was considering it initially. Molly down to slow it. Actually burns face crack. But it shouldn't matter too much. He shouldn't be caught by Mantu going through the spawn either. At this point, you can see he has realized that that is a possibility.
Yeah, has to be cautious of the player coming through the door now, but as he comes around, is the perfectly timed flank. Face crack right up behind. I really don't think Mantu gets away with much here. There's no way he suspects the player to be behind him. There's one shot. If the shot's missed by face crack, it could have went awry, but he even had a smoke in his hand. So that was it. 11-3. And Forza breached double digits for the second time this series on their T side in the first half. This is pretty insane. I mean, to imagine OG making a comeback here, surely not, Dean. Surely not this time. I mean, we said that on Inferno, but twice in the best of 3.
Who knows?
Come on.
It would be heartbreaking for Forza, and I think at that point they would probably be crying. I don't think they'll let it happen again. But to be fair, they didn't let it happen the previous time either. It just happened. At one point they were leading massively. Suddenly they'd lost. It was just OG went insane, and I mean, Train is another map obviously where it's very CT sided. Maybe even a little bit more so than Inferno. So I think that kind of goes against them a bit as well. Using up most of their nades here in the beginning of this round as well. They were incredibly aggressive in the beginning towards main, but pretty much given up the control that they found at this point. And as far as they move forward, they're finding the frags.
Now 2 on the board already. OG falling apart at the seams up on top of the train. It's just a FAMAS that waits, and Valda, he didn't have to wait much longer. The sweet, sweet hands of death around him. Well, OG have got a 2v5 to make happen, and smoked out coming in through Con ain't looking all too likely. This is the one that has to open up some space, but Almazer's just waiting. Swings out wide, actually gives a chance as he goes too wide. Issa now with CT control can cause a bit of a distraction for Mantu, who's also rotating CT. They're burning up that clock. Now, time is going to be their enemy. We've seen OG lose rounds because of this before. And yeah, they don't think they had time to get all 4 kills, to be honest. That is the end of the half. 12 for Forza. And we're going to go over to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll find out if OG have got it in their blood to make another insane T-side comeback under the exact same conditions as what they did it on Inferno.
I won't lose it.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said hands off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I am.
Hello everybody and welcome back. 12-3 is where we left things here as Forza versus OG has had one hell of a half. I mean, Forza, 12 rounds on the board of the T side. OG have got a lot to do to come back on into this. And they're going to start it by attacking in towards that B bomb side and much more passive. This is exactly what we were talking about. If you were here for the first round, we were saying how usually when you see a player solo B, you need them to be aggressive to get that info. But Forza gone for a completely different approach. Down towards the... Oh no! Almazer! He thought he'd at least survive. He was back brown. He got smoked out. And then Issa just domes him. They're still pushing as well. The confidence being on display from OG is out of the stratosphere.
Yeah, that's what you need to see right now when they're down so massively. It's going to be a long road ahead of them. But for this pistol round, at least, they are making it look easy. Convincing it is. And yeah, they just continue to take heads. It's all on face crackers positions knowing they're hunting him down. And although they will eventually lose one player, Issa is immediately ready to return fire. And of course, with that, get the trade. For OG, they find the lifeline that they did need if they wanted any sort of an opportunity to claw their way back into this game. Can they keep it up now, though? There is going to be a force buy coming in from Forza, as we can see, but it's nowhere near the level of force buy that they had, of course, back in the first half. We've got to remember, OG did win that initial pistol as well. As I was alluding to, though, this buy is not quite the level of the multiple rifles that they were able to pull out in the second round.
Yeah, without a bomb plan for Forza being on the CT side, it would be counterproductive. They've only got those two scouts alongside a couple pistols. In fact, it's a perfectly symmetrical buy, so I can appreciate that at least. Scout Deagle 5.7 on each side. But for the CTs, look, the scouts can do a lot of damage in a round like this. Both are towards A, which makes sense, is the most open for you to try and find those shots. But unfortunately for them, yet again, OG looks to move in towards B, and they're already out of upper. The solo Almazer couldn't cover that angle. And with that, they'll just give up on this, surely. And go. I think Flit was a little bit late getting the memo, but eventually realizes, yeah, it's better off falling back. So he was pushing towards the CT spawn. Carrying these weapons through to the next round, you can imagine if they were to go for this, they would be at a disadvantage. OG would already be locking it down. And they'd likely lose all of those guns for the next round. They'd be on an eco, so it makes more sense to bring these through and then try to stack up yet again in the next.
Yeah, makes sense. We've already seen them playing a similar kind of approach back on Inferno. When, of course, they had themselves that lead. They weren't able to do much with the force, but they did save it over. And in the long run, obviously, ended up dropping the map. But they're hoping that here with the two scouts that they're going to be able to give themselves another good opportunity here in the following round. OG, though, living with all 5 players. Again, this is how you need to kick things off. If you're down by this much, you need these convincing rounds to start actually building up some money for if you do end up losing one. You don't want to be getting put down onto an eco, of course. And still an opportunity, obviously, here for them to try and take another clean round as well. But they've got to worry about the scouts. They've got to worry about a Deagle on a 5.7, which can be dangerous, especially if those scouts are hitting shots and actually managing to chip away any of the health.
I love the fact that we're seeing pretty much every round, though, XCB or one of the T's throwing over some utility, then running back and buying some more, getting the frag grenade up. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you're throwing those early, like if you're throwing an early smoke and you've already you've carried it through, or you've thrown out some flashes, why not just go and grab a whatever extra bit of utility you can buy? Hello, Jerry. Goodbye, Jerry.
Oh.
They're being very wary.
Alright. He's a poet. Not looking too good on the the kind of force buy, the saved over force buy. At least until I begun to speak those words, because there was one scout pick just found beforehand, and the Deagle as well being able to do a little bit. Damage being connected also by Z-Power, but he's not able to follow up on Issa, so he will eventually fall. But yeah, 3 survive, so that's not too bad for OG. They're able to keep the rifles over as well. They only have 1 Galil now kept in play in this round. But ideally, they do need to be winning this one. If they're to lose, Valda and Mantu would be struggling a bit with money. They'd maybe be able to get some drops in from Issa. But it's still not really a round that you want to be losing when you're already down 6-12. For OG to really start believing in the comeback, this is what they need to do. They need to get this first gun round.
I completely agree. The first gun round needs to go their way, and for Forza, they'll look to stop that in its tracks with a B rush going in through, well, a B slow push. As they go in through upper B, get a little bit of info, but Flip falls down towards Ivy. Now look where Facecrack is. He's got no teammates anywhere nearby. All 3 are in upper B, and the T's know exactly where he can be. Dancing around the trains, making his way to the site. And if he can tuck in there and wait for his teammates survive, he just might. As OG look to move on forward with the util coming over. They have no idea about Almazer, but he only manages to find 1. Not looking to aggressively swing on the second, and I think he lost his right click there. Just went in for a very deep smoke. And also didn't know about Valda, okay. But the problem is now, they have no information on Zapower. They think that they've completely cleared it. That's the guy that took the flank, that got the kill. And Zapower is still lurking in upper B.
Valda's out on B, and I think he has an idea Jerry's around this area. Should be checking it. Spots Facecrack coming down the ramp, but I don't think he expects the second player now. There is just no way. This entire round has been crazy, and yeah, as you said, at the moment, Zapower is in towards A main. He's not going to be able to stop the bomb plant itself, and doesn't catch Issa before going into into Pop Dog either, but he will eventually get Alexi B. Has the angle held as well. Follows up with the second on Issa. You said he missed them just about with the timing initially, but it doesn't matter in the long run.
Yeah. He realized he really had to be there. With the smoke they throw him for the left side, you know that there's not a player around green who's watching down to Ivy or CT. With that, where else is he going to be? Maybe standing on top of the bomb site? That'd be a bit wild. So, yeah, Pop was the only place that really made sense. Well read by Zapower, but that was a crazy round. Every kill, it felt like, was someone in a position who caught another player off guard, and then a flank of a flank of a flank of a flank. It was beautiful. That's one of the wildest rounds I've seen in that sense, where it wasn't kind of lines of attack. It was everybody sprinkled in different positions.
Yeah, it was just chaotic, really.
Yeah, the front lines were not clearly defined in that fight, that's for sure.
It was a very hectic round, and now OG are in a bit of a tough spot. As I said, losing that round, they can still buy with some drops and such coming in. But they've spent everything, so if they're to lose this round, at that point, they're in trouble, likely giving away map point. But as I say that, it doesn't matter. NBK already finding 2 openings as he probes around main. Will eventually fall, but what he's done is, of course, pulled some players away from this B bomb site. They're playing a bit more passive. Still being effective for 1 kill there from Almazar at least, but the trade comes in with that. Now the bomb site going to be lost. What? I didn't catch it.
That's
my dog's
unfortunate.
barking, by the way, sorry.
You're all good. That's very unfortunate for Mantu, taking himself out, leaving Forza now 14-6 with quite a considerable advantage.
So well.
I mean, look at how it even ended. It was a 2v1 with Mantu taking himself out. Had he not have done that, maybe, just maybe, they would have pulled it off. This is very depressing, and for OG, you know, you look at how it happened. The first 3 rounds go their way on the T side, so maybe you got a little bit excited. You start thinking this is theirs, but exactly like you said, Dean, they needed to win that first gun round, and then faltering right afterwards leaves them in this, well, whatever you want to call this by, is mixed for sure. 2 pistols, a Galil, utility is half bought at least. Flit gets taken very low, but Facecrack trades back that damage for a kill. They don't know he's on the right, but quick reactions by MBK almost pull it off. As I'm speaking, though, MBK's left all alone. Doesn't know about the CT flank. Boom! Goes the headshot as Almazer takes him down. And 15 on the board for Forza. It's been hectic here for sure. But OG are not on the positive end of things.
Yeah, this is just not the result that I was expecting coming into this series, let alone this map. I mean, 15-6, it's going to have to be 9 in a row from OG. We've seen 1 good comeback from them in this series already. I just don't think a second one is really to be asked of them at this point, especially considering the first of those 9 rounds has to be won with such a terrible buy. Let's be real, it's Deagle's 1 P250, the bare kind of minimum in terms of nades, at least if they want to go for some sort of execute. but it's not good. It's looking like this is going to be Forza taking themselves a very convincing third map, despite the first two being so competitive. At least in the overall score. Obviously, there was moments where both teams struggled a lot.
Well, we're looking out towards the A site, where OG might struggle yet again, Dean. Forza anchored down here with all 5 players as OG make progress forward. The pistol gets a tag onto Face Crack, but he keeps on going, makes it around. But everyone he looks at is already dead. He's giving orders to his teammates as these guys are being executed. And it's all left down to Alexi B in the end. He's being spotted, he's being tagged, and he's being killed. That's going to be the end of the game as Forza take it 16-6. In a very convincing manner here on the final map, considering how things went down. I mean, they looked good at Inferno, but forgot how to play the CT side. Dust 2 went their way, but again, things got a little close in the end. But right here, they had no problems.
No, not at all. As I said, that is just not the scoreline I was expecting here on Train. I'd pointed out that the previous time these two teams competed on Train, it was only over a week ago. I think it was 8 days ago, and it was 16-3 for OG. I said I didn't expect either team to be able to come out with it as dominant of a win as that scoreline. I thought it was going to be competitive. And I did say I thought OG were going to be able to pick it up, but no, they just didn't get going at all here on Train. They were torn apart. Forza looking fantastic, and you can see Train clearly fit into that style that they love of just being incredibly explosive.
Well, there you have it. The explosive style of Forza overtakes OG by quite a bit. They come in as the underdogs in the game. They threw away a chance to 2-0 it when it came to Inferno, and things looked to be sealed, but yet they come out on top. And Dean, I gotta say, I think that was probably my favorite round of Counter-Strike I've ever seen. I was just so confused to what the hell was going on. when the flank after flank after flank, like everybody just got flanked in that round. And it's definitely one of the more wild ones I've seen, especially on a map like Train. There's a lot of angles you can make that happen on, but they're so closed off that it felt like they should have maintained the control that they had at the start. Well, we're going to throw things to a break, and when we come back, we're going to be going into Spirit versus Heroic. That is going to be in about 15 minutes, let's say. Less than 15 minutes. Until that one goes live is what we've been told. We'll keep you updated in chat if there's any delays, so stay tuned for that, and we'll see you real soon. From myself and Dean, thanks for watching, and if you're enjoying the casting, !casters in chat will give you a link to our Twitters. We'd appreciate the follows. See you in about 15 minutes for the next map, guys. Enjoy the break.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to
it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me I got you in my crosshairs. I hope you like the taste of pain. The only thing between me and you is a bullet with your name. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me Yeah. Let's talk.
Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we
gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages.
Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
What you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is minor lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Hello everybody and welcome to Team Spirit versus Heroic here in the European Qualifier for ESL Pro League. Heroic have made it here by beating Singularity, as Spirit have been waiting for quite a bit. Now it's time to get going. We had a bit of a funny joke in the background. Apparently Nico wasn't going to play. Hunnam was going to be in instead because Nico broke his leg, but then it was a prank. We don't really know what's going on there. Hope Nico's okay. Really weird situation.
I think he's fine.
Well, you never know. You don't need a leg to play CS, I guess.
See, I don't know if he was pranking his teammates by pretending he broke his leg and couldn't play last minute, and then his teammates told the admin, or if Heroic were just trying to prank the admin. Either way, funny situation. But yeah, good start. Good start into this one for Team Spirit, being able to claim the life of Cadian. It did seem like Heroic definitely wanted a favor run towards B in the beginning, but not really finding any success now, slowing things down and beginning to kind of shift those players back in the direction of A.
That's definitely a long rotation. Making sure Nico's got time to walk on his injured leg over towards that A site. Well, he was already waiting there. Spirit are going to be subject to a pretty quick blitz by the three players. One coming in through underpass. The Murs got an angle on him, though. After being watched, yeah, there's a headshot on this down. And now swinging on through. Sumda Young able to pick up the opening and another. And it's just an easy cleanup, really, isn't it? Team Spirit walking away with 1-0. As Heroic look for options to come back into that in round number 2. They didn't get a bomb plant, though. Their money isn't exactly healthy.
Yeah, not going to be affording them the force buy, unfortunately. Just the couple pistols to be upgraded at most. Tessie's is really the only one who can upgrade because he got 1 kill. Even then, putting himself to 1600 with 2400 from the next round, unless he gets a kill, he's going to be limiting his nades quite a bit. So I'm not expecting much from this round here from Heroic, but definitely worth kind of noting on the veto. We, of course, didn't really get any time beforehand to discuss. This is the map choice of Heroic. It's a map that they've had pretty decent results on lately, but it's not one that they've played a lot of. On the other hand, Team Spirit do play it pretty often, so it's certainly one that I do expect Spirit to be performing on as well, and they're having a good start for sure. Dust 2 then coming up next as Team Spirit's own choice, and they've needed Inferno as the decider. It's always a great map, number 3.
What it's made for, really, isn't it?
It seems so. It used to be the case anyway. It always used to be a fantastic decider.
Well, it gave us a hell of a game for best of 3 number 1 of the day.
True.
Insane T-sides.
Very slow round at the moment. Again, just the 1 deagle. Nico has actually gone ahead and picked it up for himself. Already claimed 1 kill with it. If they can get 1 more, considering all they bought as a deagle, that makes it more than worthwhile and makes it around that they could be pretty happy with. If they go back towards A right now, they certainly could find a bit of success. It's Magix who's up towards Palace, only having an MP9, though obviously not the best weapon for the long-range fights, but it is going to be brought in towards B. Nico able to get 1 on the deagle. It is going to be traded out. But as you can see, an M4 now being retrieved, I was going to say, could give them the opportunity as they push forward to maybe even get that bomb plant. But Chopper, he says no. Gets those final 2 players as they push up through short, and there it is, 2-0 for Team Spirit. But they lose 2 players again, considering it was only a $700 investment in total from Heroic. They can be very happy with that result.
Well, Dean, for the timeout that's called through at the moment, that's a very early one to be calling, winning up 2-0, but I respect the play. Yeah, you got to really take things into consideration in the grand scheme of where they're at, having lost a few players with the reinvestments, especially then investing into an AWP. That's left their money really low. And so for Heroic, winning this round would probably mean equalizing. At least it would mean a very easy next round versus what they're facing at the moment. So for Team Spirit, it's very important to win this if they want to get off to a good start. And so calling the timeout just to make sure, because obviously, just because you've won those first 2 rounds, that has no bearing on what you're facing right now. Your opponents have rifles and utility, and they will play completely different with these than they did in those first 2.
Yeah, of course, straight out mid. Actually, I think Mir made the short jump right there. He's positioned himself in towards the ladder room, and also has Chopper pushing up, so they definitely do want to try and challenge mid quite aggressively on the CT side. Good nade going and actually finishing off Cadian. In the meantime, I guess Heroic reacting to that, going ahead and committing in towards B and finding both of the openings that they need. Barup and Stavin taking headshots. They'll lose 1 pretty quickly, but Tessie's, who's still lurking around the top of mid, cutting off one of those players who was actually trying to rotate back up through short. So they're going to have a bit of time to prepare themselves now. Surprisingly, the bomb just being planted for default. They definitely could have put it down for short.
They could have. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, though. The Spirit are just backing off and playing this one safe. You know, if you take a look at the world stage and where Spirit and Heroic are in respective to each other, you might be quite tempted to say, well, this is Spirit's series easily. I mean, why would they even call a pause in that previous round? And, well, I mean, you see why now. They still got destroyed even with one, but in terms of the current positions in the world rankings, you'd imagine that Spirit would take this quite easily. But if you take a look at their most recent series, which featured Nuke and Dust 2, it was over in one of those online leagues called Home Sweet Home, and it was 16-5 to Heroic on Nuke, and 16-13 to Heroic on Dust 2, a 2-0 best of 3 that went to the lower rank. And I think that's probably a major reason why Team Spirit are coming into this game and after winning the first 2 rounds, treating their opponents with so much respect. And as you can see, it's definitely well-founded.
Yeah, no, I mean, both of these teams are more than capable. I don't think either of them can come into this game thinking that it's going to be an easy one. They both know that it certainly is going to be difficult to pick up the victory. There's a lot on the line for everyone in this tournament right now, as it looks like Heroic are going to be going for a pretty straightforward A hit. Surprisingly, Sumda Young up close was waiting maybe for a flash to come in. Magix unfortunately wasn't able to cover him, at least before he went down. He did pop out to at least return to trade and continues to aggress. Cadian has no idea. The bomb gets dropped, the nade trying to go in, unfortunately going to leave Magix completely open as Baruch peeks in, but still at least, of course, getting that info, spotting out that there was one more player around this area, and also doing a bit of damage with the nade now to make the 3-on-3 that bit easier.
You know, Heroic to me are a team that are going to perform insanely well online. And then when you come to LAN events, it's going to take a while for them really to level out. I mean, even if you look at players like Tessez, who probably, or definitely not, had the best performances when it comes to LAN events, at least with previous teams. And then obviously as you come to, as a unit, approaching your first couple LAN events, they've walked right past Mur. Oh, what have they done? Mur's just spotted Nico walking in through kitchen, and he's going to sit here. He knows the bomb's on its way. Nico sat here going, hey, guys, I've got B. Don't worry. Just walk out on B. I'm watching CT. Just, okay, well, careful is short. Careful is short. But no one knows about Mur. He hears the bomb being planted, looks to Apps. He's good to just take that one kill, and now fades off over towards short. Nico's on his way back, but little does Nico know Mur is ready for him and does a lot of damage. Here's the player stepping above him. All the info to play with, and Nico, although he finds one, he's so low, so it's easy pickings for Mur. What a round, and a big mistake to not clear the bench. Well, the thing I was saying about Heroic is, because they've got Hunden basically online, there's no restrictions really, or there's no way to enforce them for coaches talking in the middle of games. And when you've got someone like that sat there telling you, hey, you could do this now, feeding all that information to you live and helping out your IGL, wow, it's a very formidable thing to face off against. But when you go to LAN and he's not going to be able to speak round to round, I think that'll actually have a fairly big impact on them.
You say that, but they still lost that round there by unfortunately not checking all of the B bombs.
Yeah.
Huge from Mir. He played that really well, of course, to leave that first player, go into kitchen, informed his teammates so that they wouldn't peek into the spawn either, knowing that that player could be pushed up, and they just let more work as magic, and it worked perfectly. Oh, the flash, did that hit? Chopper, I think? Yeah, it did. It's a little bit awkward. It kind of gives the info to Stavin that he is pushing forward, but with the smoke down, there's not really too much that Stavin can do about it. But yeah, I mean, overall, just a round that really could hurt Heroic, especially if they're not able to get this round in return. They've invested everything here, and it does leave them with a couple players limited to the Deagles, unfortunately. Tessie's still going to be able to get himself a kill with one of them, but does pretty quickly get returned on, and with that now, everyone else for Heroic pretty much grouped up around A. There is one player just lurking out B, that's Stavin. And if he is to realize the bomb site is clear, perhaps they could back away. Already kind of pushing out on towards A though. Baruch going to get dropped as well before they realize that B is clear. So now they've got a 3-on-4. It is going to be the man advantage going back to Team Spirit. And they're still fighting around A as well. This is a risky play. Could fall apart for them a little bit. Good leg. And the nade, oh, if that went in, that probably would have finished them off as well. Magic's going to be surviving for now. Idis Balance going to be dropped by Stavin eventually over towards B. Again, though, it doesn't really matter at this point. The bomb can't be brought back around. He just needs to go try and help his teammates so that they can get this bomb planted on A. And Mir is coming in from behind. He's going to be able to stop that bomb plant yet again. Actually, not quite. But he does get the kill. And again, bring the man advantage back in favor of the CTs now for the retake.
Team Spirit happy to have that. Smoke goes down. One player's very low, though. Magic's going to be easy to take down through that smoke. You'd imagine the nade. Oh, it doesn't actually go all the way down, so it's not taking Stown out, but he is deleted in the end by Mur just wide swinging. There we go. Another for Spirit as they're bouncing right back into this. Heroic not finding themselves enough money to get a buyout here, and we should see a nice low buy. That's a tech pause, right? Because it doesn't say CT or T pause. So I'm guessing there's some issues yet again.
Tech lost 10 is what some Young said. So we must have 10% loss. That is not ideal.
Yeah, we're getting word from the admins.
It definitely warrants a pause.
Yeah, you don't quite want to play such an important game with 10% loss. That's definitely not the way to go. So they're saying it's going to be a couple of minutes while they sort out their issues. Spirit, unfortunately. I mean, that's the way the internet is right now. I think it's
changing internet, I believe.
One of these
line.
2 line boys. I see. Use those every now and then. Yeah, Dust 2 coming up next. I think that's an interesting one for Spirit, considering they played each other on it before. That was definitely the close map. It was 16-13, I said. And the exact same lineups. You know, you're looking at identical situation. I think Spirit, a team that, again, I hate Dust 2's picks. I said it in the previous series. I've said it probably every time I've seen it, but it is a map that I don't feel like any team has a huge advantage on. But when it comes to Spirit, and you're looking at a CIS team like them, they're very reminiscent of Forza, if not a little bit more reserved. They're a team that can absolutely thrive. Because you look at the lineup of what we've even got here on the server still, these guys are insane. And when you put them on Dust 2 and let them roam around, and Magix was one of the only players I remember, you'll have heard me say it before, I just like to give him credit because I took it away from him so much in the beginning of his career on Spirit. It was back last year, probably like a year ago, maybe 9 months to a year ago, he joined this lineup, and he wasn't really performing in the first couple games we saw him in. I think, though, he was just new to this level, new to the lineup as well, figuring out that supportive role. But since then, he's really blossomed into a player that you could understand why he was brought here in place of Saltfic and Coldy alongside Mur.
Yeah, I remember, of course, when Magix first came in, as you said, he was kind of struggling to find his footing. He'd have some really good games, but you'd see there'd be ones where he didn't really feel comfortable. If he wasn't fragging really well, he wasn't able to just do his role. Do you get me? He was either a great game or he just wasn't showing up at all. But no, he's become a fantastic player. I like this entire Team Spirit roster, and it's always just really enjoyable actually getting to watch them play. And yeah, right now having themselves the good start. 4-1, likely 5-1 after this round, with only Pistols and Kevlar and a few players being afforded for Heroic, as they do at least go for a quick play. Piling out towards A. Waterfall through the Palace. Flashes actually do give them the chance to close in the distance. And with that, they have got the kill on Magix, but unfortunately, the quick rotations coming in, it has allowed for Team Spirit to actually get those trades into the 3-on-2 at least, but the bomb has gone down. So again, some success at least being found for Heroic, but not enough to get the actual round win itself, and also not enough to do lots of damage. But taking 2 players out, considering those previous rounds have been relatively close as well, even the previous one where they survived with no one, it does kind of put them in a position where they spend all of their money to drop those weapons over. It's not going to impact their buy here, but it stops them from having too much in the reserve. They have some still, actually, so I'm kind of BSing. Some Young did get dropped eventually. Yeah, I was waiting on that. I thought they were going to drop over 2 weapons, but Magix ended up having plenty of money to buy for himself.
It happens, Dean. We'll forgive you this once. Okay, tech issues subsided for Team Spirit. Hopefully they're feeling a little bit better about how things are rolling. I mean, at the 5-1 lead they've got at the moment, they certainly can't be complaining. Heroic have got some work to do as they look in towards B with favor. They've got smokes lined up and looking to pop them over. Should isolate Mur. Leaving Chopper to do a lot of the work by himself. Mur still has a Molotov left, though. So I think as soon as noise is made and utility comes over, he can lob that in. First kill by Chopper. No, Molly on its way. Mur looking... or he did, actually. What happened to it?
Not too sure. Tessis has at least been able to find one, and they also have Chopper trapped in on the bomb site, and he's not going to be able to find any kills, sadly. Some Young now caught between 2 Molotovs. Luckily, the one in front of him actually fades away, so he can go forward rather than just burning, and he even gets himself another kill in the meantime. Goes down to Stone in the end, but a 2-on-2 now, definitely achievable here for Team Spirit still. They have some nades on Idis Balance, they have a kit, and both players are going to be looking to work in from Kitchen together, as that is, for the moment at least, unknown. Couple shots being rang out, Molotov thrown in, Stone up close though on the door, not expected, gets the first kill, and then Barup swings.
I really like the setup there in the 2v2 as well. Borup is so ready to swing through and find that kill. It wasn't even to find the second, it was to trade out his teammate just in case. And that's really what you need to do, especially when a player is tucked up close in a corner. As soon as he says, I'm going to take contact, I'm going to swing now, you have to go there and help him. Otherwise, if he falls, you're leaving yourself in a lot of situations in a 2v1. If they're both pushing out there as they were. Luckily, all the shots landed. They walk out relatively unscathed. With an AWP taken over easily, carry through to this one, you're looking at one of the better buys that Heroic have had. A little bit of cash in the reserve as well. As Spirit reached the very end of their credit. A timeout for the T side also being called through to allow them to just carry forward a little bit more strategy into this one and iron out any creases that they've seen. I'm guessing Mer's Molotov was maybe thrown in towards the very back of apartments to try and catch the player who threw the smoke. I didn't actually catch it, but I'm assuming that's what it was. It didn't work either way because he was just running in so quickly. But a good intention in case there was someone covering underpass. It would have at least kept one player back.
Unfortunately, just didn't work out for them. Oh, all right. Yeah, but the couple weaker weapons, they decide to just go aggressive with those rifles. Mare manages to get the first kill and then jumps up. Tessie's having no idea that he was going to approach it like that, already worrying about a player, of course, on his right side. He was pushing forward in towards the kind of back of mid itself, so just gets caught off guard. A two-man advantage being found. And it's only really Chopper who's taken any damage, and that was one of the players who was stuck on the weaker weapon, and they've even kept this full mid control. Magix has put the smoke down and is trying to waste as much time as possible, just stop Heroic from being able to find any info around mid and limit them about where they can go. Chopper, though, could be in trouble. It's a little bit risky to be still so aggressive when he's on 7 health. Nico's even creeped out over towards Palace, I presume he came from, able to take down Idis Balance and suddenly open up the A-bomb site and really flip the situation back now over towards Heroic's favor.
Oh, that flash could be perfect. It was only a deagle he would have been facing against. But didn't wide swing on it. Instead goes out afterwards by the looks of it. Nico's in a bit of danger. He needs to maintain CT control. But luckily he's managed to keep them back long enough. Has a molly in play, so doesn't need to commit to that angle wide. And indeed, he just drops it down and starts to fall back. For Team Spirit, moving forward is going to be difficult. His time now so low, they've got to hope they find some opening kills, and Nico makes quick work of the deagle of Some Die Young, but the trade is there eventually as Magix moves to the top of stairs. They know where Mur is. They're ready for him. Smoke blooms, but that gives him a 1v1, and he's low HP now. He'd love an AK for the one-shot headshot to Borup, but it's not possible, and as he goes to tap the defuse, he hasn't got a kit. That is the round over. He wasn't even looking the right way. Borup takes him down, and another for Heroic on the board.
Yeah, good work by Heroic, being able to chain together a couple of rounds. A close one, sure, only living with one player, but they've broken the economy of Team Spirit, so this is going to be a round where they can actually try and build up that money a little bit, and where it doesn't matter too much if they are stuck with an SMG or two. As you see, Cadian does pull one out. He had more money if he wanted to go straight to the rifle, but wanting to see if he can build up a little bit here, maybe towards even pulling out an AWP. And there's unfortunately not really enough for upgrades to come in for Team Spirit. They have one P250, and that is it. So they're going to take a bit of a gamble. I like that they're stacking up around A. And for the moment, anyway, Heroic have pretty much all of their focus around this area. They had one player towards mid, but even then, Barup is already beginning to fall back and join up with his teammates towards ramp. So this could get a little bit risky for sure. Oh, that Molotov is just fantastic. Forces them forward. Only 2 kills being found for Nico before he goes down, so that's a rifle now actually to be picked up for Team Spirit, but it doesn't matter anymore because everyone else is dead. Mir's left alone, and he even gets burned down to 2 health.
He's running away as well. That flash not quite going to do anything for him. Tessez was out wide and ready to take the kill. Heroic up to 4 and closing in on that early lead. Spirit were able to find themselves winning 5 out of 6 of the first rounds. Now they're struggling to get it on the board when it comes to buys. That previous round, though, is one you can write off. This one, not so much. Full rifles, an AWP, and utility. If they lose this, Heroic take the lead, and more impressively, considering the fact that they didn't have anything to say within those first couple of rounds. It's also concerning, Dean, that you see Murr carrying so much of that weight. 14 kills on the board. And even with that said, Cadian, on the other side of things, well, he's struggling. Only got 1.
Yeah, he was 0-0-8 a moment ago, got 1 kill in that previous round, but in this one at least, he's going to need to step up big time because he's already lost 3 of his teammates. Absolutely torn apart on mid and over towards B, where Chopper was able to get 1 as well, as Nico gets tagged down, legged by the op trying to peek in from Palace. Cadian with a Mach 10, he wants to face from top mid, he has the bomb. And the Mach 10 really is the weapon you want to be fighting long range with. Actually, nearly catches Mir, who ends up taking out the knife, tries to cross back, and Mir says no. The bomb at least goes in that direction, so it could be retrieved. Unfortunately, though, Team Spirit don't want to let that happen, so they're just going to follow up the aggression. And as I pointed out, Nico already being low is an easy finish. 6-4 Team Spirit, they bounce back, they get themselves another round. And it's Mir again who's fragging. He was 14 there at the start of the round, I think you said, on 17 now. 17-5. The closest teammate being on 8 kills right now. The closest person on the server being on 8 kills, because Barup, he only has 8 as well, and he's top fragging right now for Heroic.
That's concerning. At least a good sign that someone's playing like an absolute animal. We mentioned earlier on, obviously, when Murr was brought into this lineup after they lost Suffolk and Cody, it made a lot of sense immediately. He was a player we looked at and said, oh, yeah, I know why he's here. I know why they've decided on him. And it's only gotten better with time as well. It's like a fine wine. It's just aged.
Yeah, no one questioned the Mirror Edition. We knew what he was capable of.
Yeah.
It was more so Magic's bringing in a young 16-year-old. And
Yeah, I had never seen Magic's before.
Me neither. Yeah.
Right now, I couldn't tell you what teams he used to play for, but at the time, I definitely couldn't. That was where the question marks came from. He had a weaker performance, as I said, in the first couple games where we were like, okay, is this just like a stand-in type thing? You're looking for someone else, and then you saw the promise. And this is the thing, right? They've probably played with him in local tournaments, seen him on the local level, and thought, oh, he's got potential. And that's where, like, good scouting comes in, you know? You could put him in 2-3 games, ask the majority of the CS community, hey, do you think he should stay on? And I guarantee everyone would have said no. And yet, you have to realize someone needs to find their feet. They've got to realize exactly how their role is defined in that team, as well as getting over the just scary factor of playing with these big names that you know from your region. It's got to give you a lot of adrenaline every time you hop on the server with them. Oh, do they check close right? Yes, they do. Goodbye, Chopper.
Trade comes back for Midas Balance, and I was gonna say Mir does have a really good position considering how he's been playing so far, but Nico, he says no. Headshot being found on the AK. With that, the bomb's gonna get planted as well. And Team Spirit, if they don't get a kill real quick here, they do need to just be considering running away and saving these weapons, and I think they may already be doing so. As I said, another nade goes in. Magix is trying to creep forward in the apartments. Unfortunately, Nico continues the frag, and now they certainly do have to run away, realizing that the 2-on-4 pretty much unwinnable at that point. Cadian, surprisingly, is kind of hunting with the upper. If he goes down, he could be in a little bit of trouble. Not a weapon he can afford to lose with the economy he has available, but at least in the first encounter he finds, he's not going to lose it.
Down towards spawn. I just bounced in a bit of an awkward fight. Eventually manages to pick up Tess, as Auto Director didn't want us to see that. It was a little quick scope. They got him in the end. It was 6-5 now. With Heroic closing in the distance, Team Spirit are on their last legs. I mean, their economy is definitely rough. Rough and tumble. But as always in this iteration of Counter-Strike, you got a lot of chances to just keep on buying up. For Team Spirit, though, those chances just not being answered. And Heroic definitely coming in here looking like the better team, and that's the funny thing, even though they're one behind you, they faced off against so many full buys and won the vast majority. Coming out for a very fast B take. Hello, Mac 10, second player in, and Borup's good for the trade, even going long range to short, where Murr is now lurking down, almost gets the shot off onto Stown, but he was just too fast. Not picking up the AWP as he pushes up further on short to maintain that control, and Heroic have got their bases covered. Team Spirit realized they don't have a chance of going in for this, and I just balance. He's already over in Palace. He's out of here.
Understandably so. Not a position where you really want to be attempting a retake. Having the op, having a mass down onto Magix as well, that could be quite useful in this next round where they really aren't going to be having too much else. They do have a bit of loss bonus being built up, given them 2400, so maybe we could see a couple upgraded pistols. But even then, that would impact their buy in the following round a bit as well. But it's starting to get out of control. Team Spirit, they had such a strong start. They were up 5-1. They've now lost 5 of the last 6 rounds, and Heroic are very likely to get themselves another, although it's a second op being retrieved by Magix. So suddenly they have 2 ops to work with in this round, which could be extremely scary, especially if they're going to try and get a little bit more aggressive with them, which is what we see in the previous time that Team Spirit were on one of these kind of mixed buys.
CIS Deagles looking to win this. Chopper and Sumdai Young. If I've watched enough CIS Counter-Strike, I know they're the ones you want to watch in this round. And Sumdai Young, as if to prove the point, comes through with the opening duel Acadian. On the edge of the smoke, the headshot to the sniper. Chopper's the one getting up and aggressive in the apartments. If he keeps going, he's not only going to find the bomb, the top mid player is completely unaware of what's going on. Sumdai Young in with a tag, but not able to follow up. Chopper could be the big player here. Borup is very low. He's making steps for a second. Chopper knows he's up close. I think he hears him running away as well to spawn. Not going to get there in time, though. So pressure's on Idis Balance to make this one work. He's looking for it from afar while Murr has picked up that dropped op of Cadian and is watching in from Connector. This is promising with the early flank as well coming through from Chopper. The round could get out of hand for Heroic very, very quickly. Chopper just now actually coming up through ramp. The bomb is dropped. Even better. Chopper can just wait, and he tucks in, conscious that they'll be on their way back there. Nico's clearing the flank, but has no idea that Chopper's already up front.
Yeah, well, he will now. Unfortunately, it's because he's lost a teammate to that Eagle. Mir's ready for the jump into window, hits the flick across, and yeah, now Nico is left all alone. Perhaps he can catch Chopper. There's the possibility of that, but then he's still up against 2 ops, of course, so that won't be easy. And before Chopper goes down, he does at least a bit of damage. 1 bullet being connected to the body, making it a little bit harder for Nico potentially against the ops, to be fair. If the shots are missed, it may not matter, and they're definitely not being connected as of yet. Nico yet to get the kills, but he will tap the bomb once comes out, takes off the head of Idis Balance, and now has the one-on-one up against Mir. He's recovering it. 1 more kill to go. The molly towards jungle is perfect as well. Lands on the feet. Amir forces him forward. And the headshot is on point. Nico steps up when needed for the massive 1 versus 3. That was absolutely huge. It puts Heroic on 7. It ruins what could have been a potential recovery there from Spirit. If they got that win there with very little investment, but only the 2 ops saved, then they could have had the reality still potentially of a 9-6 half, which could be something that you could still be happy with, especially considering how this has been going for them since the guns have come out for Heroic.
I think it's safe to say, Dina, I've watched enough CIS Counter-Strike now. That was big calls, big calls. That's the thing, right? You're up against rifles. Yeah, okay, let's just win the round. Oh, no, that's not the way to go, Nico. Gap in the smoke. And an op just sat there. Idis Balance looks back. Oh, he was blind for too long. Although we can see it's a little bit wider for him. And they're already down on the side. He holds a tight angle. There's a gap in the smoke. That's very poetic. It starts by him finding a duel through a gap in the smoke, and he dies to the same thing. Magix doesn't see the player on his right, although still very nearly takes him down. But in the end, Heroic have got the site and the plant, and a 1v3, Sumdai Young should just be looking to save. Now, he probably goes to short because there's an AWP down to try and pick that up. But no, in fact, a much more passive approach. I mean, doesn't want to take the gamble when his team and himself included have got no money for the next round. Literally none. I respect that. And I suppose, if you look at it this way, Dean, even carrying an AWP forward, they wouldn't buy around it. They wouldn't have enough money to get a convincing buy. So whether it's an op or an M4, you're better off just carrying a weapon forward rather than risking it for a slightly higher chance of winning the next round.
Yeah, especially going into the final round of the half where you do have to buy up on everyone, having the 1 M4 around a couple pistols and Kevlar if that's what they're limited to. Obviously, it's not quite to that extent. They do have the full loss bonus, but having that 1 rifle that they wouldn't have had otherwise, having the ability to drop 1 over as well, give them a much better buy just by saving that 1 weapon. It's going to help them out big time, give them an opportunity to still try and potentially pull it up to 7 here on the CT side, which they kind of need. 6 is just not really enough. If you win the pistol, then okay, yeah, at that point you might be able to pull it back up to 9-9 or 8 to 9, depending on if the force buys and such come in before you have to go against a gun round. But even then, it's still an awkward spot. It does really rely on you winning that pistol and the first gun round, preferably. So they will be looking to try and bring it up to 7 at least. And it looks like they're going to find contact real soon.
I mean, you have to look at it as how in the world are Heroic doing so well? Team Spirit win 5 out of the first 6 rounds, and now it's 8-6. In the bye rounds, they've dominated, but Magic's, he's got something to say about that. Spots the upper, not able to hit the shots. He's ready, though, for the wider swing, and he's done the damage. Cadian trapped in a corner, no teammates nearby, and a good shot by Sumdai Young as he just ran up the top of the stairs. A little bit of a wild play, that's what we've seen from Spirit so far, but now it may finally work out. But 1 round, what, so 2 bye rounds, or maybe 3-1 throughout this half. It's not ideal, is it? I mean, really, I think Heroic have come out. I know that they're winning by 1 round, but they've come out looking a whole lot better.
Yeah, it definitely has been the case, as you said, with the gun rounds just mostly going in their favor. Stone shouldn't be winning out this clutch. He's gotten himself 1 kill, but with 3 to go and 23 health, it shouldn't really be possible. Mir has a perfect angle here. Boosted up on top of the palace right there. Quick headshot comes in, and indeed it is going to be 8-7 at the halftime. So Heroic, they're going to be feeling pretty good now as they swap over to the CT side. But of course, guys, before we get going with that second half, there is going to be a quick break. Stick around. We'll only be about 3 minutes.
Moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
Ay, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Little baby say she want the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games when you want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know it ain't the least I bought it. I bought it.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack cause the water my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
Born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. To life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive.
And welcome back, everybody. Team Spirit versus Heroic. Half number 2 going live in front of your eyes. Now, Team Spirit are in a decent position, but when you look at how they got there, they certainly didn't pick up a lot of those mid-game rounds. It was 5 out of the first 6 rounds that they picked up, those early pistols and Nikos. And then when it came into the full buy as well, Heroic came out smelling the roses again. The pistol starts off well with Chopper getting himself a double, and Heroic on a man disadvantage. One of those players doesn't even have armor.
Yeah, that was a quick start. Chopper tapping away the heads. Chopping them away, I guess you could say. Tessie's even been dinked up, and now this split up through short is just going to be way too much for him to handle. One shot to the leg, he's finished off, and now it really can go anywhere for Team Spirit. They don't have to commit to B if they don't want, because they know there's one player there. You see there's a player pushed up on ramp as well. It does seem like B obviously is going to be the main goal for them right now, but they need to get going quickly. They don't want to leave Sundai Young alone for too long. You will see anyways that the player who is around the bomb site has begun to back away, and unfortunately is being flanked out by Mir as well, so he is still in trouble. He's been pushed down by Sundai Young. They're just so aggressive.
That's very unfortunate for Stown. He thought he had the kill, so he just looked away and then realized, oh, this dude's still alive. It's one of those situations where in those vents, you can shoot through it, and even though it looks like you haven't hit the vent, you have. The hitbox is huge on it. Murr ends up surviving with 5 HP and having a lot of impact, not just in the first instance of, or in that instance of finding a kill, but also before that, just causing the distraction for the kitchen players to rush through and find a free frag. Now tied up 8-8. Spirit really wanted to have that round under their belt, and they'll be happy now to pull off a little bit into the lead. Heroic should take an eco in this position. The force buy is never out of the question, but on the CT side, when you've just got the 2K, I think most teams like to just save it over.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially when they're at a score like this, 8-8. They don't need to force the issue. They could if they wanted to, if they're like, okay, yeah, we don't want to give them the lead. We can fight for it now. But they're going to take the eco, let Team Spirit go up by 1, and hope that they can come out with a good start in that opening gun round. And there was 1 kill by Baruch. Unfortunately, the AK that he picked up wasn't able to be utilized. Did fall pretty quickly afterwards, and realizing that it was a little bit of a B stack at this point already, Team Spirit have claimed control of A, and they've just left Idis balanced to ensure that the weapon around short isn't going to be retrieved. Holding it down, although he's in trouble. Yeah, eventually falls. The AK put into the hands of Cadian. Going to be dropped back to the Stone, who is a little bit healthier, and the Galil being found by Cadian instead. But you can see that Team Spirit do not want to let them save either of these weapons, but it's just costing them so much as well. Sure, they stop it in the end, but they end up only surviving with 2 players. Heroic are going to be coming onto the buy now, and if they can win out this opening gun round with the amount of damage that they just done, they would put Team Spirit down to an eco, maybe even a double eco. They'd wreck their economy. At least a couple of players would be left in that position.
Well, Dean, we've got a technical pause coming through, and I'll tell you why. Because Cadian, I'm presuming, got a little bit of a jump scare. Because, unfortunately, what has happened there was he knocked water all over his keyboard. Just checking the admin chat there. So they reckon maybe 5 minutes, maybe more. His keyboard isn't working at the moment. From my experience, spilling multiple pints of Fanta and Coke on my keyboard. Coca-Cola, that is. The liquid caused the problem. It takes about a day for it to get working if you actually experience the problems. So we're going to just go to a quick break then and figure out exactly what's going on. He might need to go and ask his sister for a keyboard. Who knows? So we'll be back in just a little bit with the rest of the game. Hopefully, Cadian can fix his stuff.
The on-screen one be grand.
Use the on-screen. Yeah, click and move, and then you got to stop. Click the. That'd be perfect.
If he was a real pro gamer.
Exactly. If he's got a steering wheel, maybe use the pedals. It'd be grand. Yeah, we'll catch you guys back in a minute. Anyways, we'll go to a quick break.
I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I'm not a savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I.
And welcome back. We're ready to go. The water has been cleaned out and everything is fresh as can be. 9-8 as Team Spirit rock in on their T side with what has been a good start, but now they come up into the bye round. It's round number 3 where their opponents have got a decent chance of answering back. Cadian has picked up an AWP, but no armor alongside it. They put up a decent fight in the previous round, but that did cost them a little bit of money. See if Spirit have got what it takes to pull it across the line now. With again, I mean, they're spending all their cash, but their buy isn't actually as good as what the CTs have in that it has a Galil and no AWP.
Sorry, small technical issue on my end. My headset got pulled out, so I wasn't
You're
able
all
to hear
good.
you for a moment. Yeah, I think the last thing I heard was you were mentioning the Galil that's in play right now for Team Spirit. So yeah, being a small bit of a weakness, we pointed out obviously the amount of damage that was done in that previous round. It has kept Team Spirit in a spot where if they lose this one, they certainly could be in trouble. And despite actually the initial kill going to Heroic, Mir just doesn't care. Gets himself 3 kills around mid, opens up really anywhere that they want to go right now. And at this point, obviously, with a player in Palace, they are going to split in towards A. It's Barup in the spawn. He's going to have a tough time being able to do anything. At this point, I think just delaying for that flank to come in around through ramp.
Comes down with a sneaky play up behind. The jump over by Chopper saves his life and gets the kill in the end. That's the way to respond to jump scares for sure. As Borup now has to pull it all off by himself. With the bomb out in the open. Well, that doesn't look too likely. Idis balances out the round in the favor of Team Spirit with 2 rounds now between them. And no money for Heroic. It's a sad time for the CTs.
Yeah, again, having a bit of a slow start, unfortunately. We've, of course, seen it going up 5-1 on the previous half for Spirit before Heroic really began to pick up the pace. And again, slow start here on the second half as well, going down by 3 already. Not being able to get much in this round, of course, so we are expecting 11-8 most likely before Heroic get on the guns again. But that is a fantastic shot by Cadian. Rips off the head of Sundai Young on mid. Tessie's aggressive through underpass as well. At this point, unfortunately, can't go back out mid. So he pretty much needs to commit to the fight, and it is not going to go in his favor.
Sneaky play by Nico. He's on his way. Gonna spot the bomb in just a second as well. This could be a huge round for him with the 5-7. He's got the foul play. There's no foul play today as they've spotted him and they'll deal with him very quickly. The 7 not having the impact you'd hope for. Now Spirit realized that having had a player push up through CT, there's a decent chance they might have rotated off of A, leaving a much weaker defense. But instead, it looks like Nico 2.0 in the form of Stown, who slowly starts to go on the same route. Oh, go on. Go for it. Don't be scared. It doesn't look like he's going to get the fast flank, so a lot of pressure on Cadian to make it work with the Deagle up close. He's already found one and repositioned up close on top of the couch. Magic's walking forward. He does check it, but a good headshot by Cadian. He was slightly wider than usual. Now dropped down off it, but the spray on the Deagle isn't good, unfortunately. Stown has got a weapon here for himself. Picked up a nice AK. With that armor 1v3, I think saving this is probably the right call.
Yeah, I'm sure most people would agree. Helps them out a bit in the next round. Sure, they have the loss bonus, but An AK is always a nice little boost to be able to have the ability just for those quick headshots to be found. He is indeed going to be backing away now, just through the spawn as the bomb moves on towards B. 8 seconds remaining, but they will get that planted as long as they don't make some sort of a mistake. Thankfully, it's not the other way around. Imagine it was Cadian who had to plant the bomb and his keyboard just broke after spilling the water on it. I've always wondered what one of those moments would be like, but I've never had my keyboard disconnect mid-plant or anything, thankfully. But yeah, 10-8, about to be 11-8 as the bomb is taken away, and Stown very likely to save the AK. There's not really much to be discussing right now. The hunt is not going to be going on.
No, they're not a fan of the Witcher game, unfortunately. And they're just going to take it nice and controlled. Moving in towards the CT spawn to carry forward their weapons and allow Stown the little victory that he's found. But for heroic, victories are not quite the name of the game at the moment. Spirit, okay, they're still in very early stages of their T side. Again, I would caution when you look at how the heroic T side went, and they played that incredibly well, winning out the vast majority of the mid to late half rounds. And if you're able to do that and clock up consistent buy rounds, and only have your opponents now with any legs to stand on exclusively because of winning the pistols. I mean, let's imagine Team Spirit lost both pistols. The logical scoreline now would be tremendously favored to Heroic. But Heroic, unfortunately, have only been showing up in those buy rounds, and so these are the ones they have to shine in. There's a lot of pressure on them in one way, giving Spirit those early foundations. And a double op setup is what they're going to use to try and dismantle it. Decent nade by Tessez, albeit a little bit too late. Chopper was already out of underpass, and they're moving forward. That flash leaves Stown knowing he's got an opponent facing him in a second. Immediately dips off the van, and as Mur comes up close, Tessez was just pre-firing. He was blind, so he just started spraying, but they just waited a minute to push him down.
Yeah, and it is not going well right now at all for Team Spirit. Sunda Young up on the bomb site pretty much alone at this point, with the bomb will go down. Chopper still lurking around the top of mid. He takes quite a bit of damage before getting one kill, and as he tries to make his way up short, Cadian still around A has an easy pick with the op. We will finally see Heroic being able to get around on the board. As you said, once they get back on the guns, that was where in the first half at least they found most of their success. But I also wanted to say, having Mir a bit more off the leash now, of course, on the T side, where you can be a bit more free, is certainly scary for them. He's on 27-12 right now. He's had a good start to the T side for sure, and has had some tremendous rounds. Can he keep that up now that they're up against the full gun rounds is the question. And can someone else step up and help him? Although no one's necessarily doing bad, it is, of course, a very top-heavy scoreboard right now for Team Spirit. Not quite the case on Heroic. They have most players contributing. 3 of them around the same level, and then Tessie's and Cadian a little bit further down, but also certainly have had a few decent rounds. Overall, being down by a couple, you would expect them to be not quite as high on the frags. The pause in. I don't know what the issue is this time. It's gone anyway. I think it was just a... Was it a technical pause?
Yeah, it looks like the admin called it. I'm not sure. They probably asked for just a quick issue anyways. As Spirit rock in with their op, their AKs, but a deagle on Magics. The Heroic double op setup worked out so well for them in the previous round, right? They find 4 out of 5 of their kills with it. Between Cadian and Stown, 2 each. And here's an aggressive play. Tessez coming up against the deagle. He had support there. In fact, the support only goes to harm him a little bit. As Borup left a few bullets in his backside. Stown had a molly out as he was finally peeked, and that's frustrating. You hold an angle for 30 seconds. As soon as you molly it, the player peeks up. Either way, though, it works out in the end, as he gets out alive and a man advantage maintained for Heroic.
Yeah, and once they get that as well, happy enough to give up that mid control. They don't want to keep on fighting. They know that, despite having found the advantages before, continuing to aggress around that area had cost them when the likes of Mirrors out there just taking off the head of anyone who was going to peek them. Grouping up now, Team Spirit getting ready to send all of their players up through connector. This is going to be tough. Tessie's is ready. They have the op, of course, on short, who can immediately pop out as well. Tessie's nearly had a very awkward timing right there, but instead pops out, lines them up for 2 headshots. The leg shot, or rather the, I guess, elbow shot into Ida's balance, and then the follow-up as well to drop it all into the hands of Sumdai Young, and he's only able to find a single kill before he falls. He did eventually get that trade onto Tessie's, but not a big deal. 4 survive for Heroic. They bring it up to 10. They've gotten themselves a couple rounds now in a row, and of course have forced Team Spirit down to an eco. So they're likely going to go ahead and bring this up to 11-11, tying that scoreline up. And of course that's a pretty big deal considering this is the map choice of Heroic.
Well, I mean, in that round there, Spirit looked like they just walked into a Star Wars movie. They're in the trash compactor getting absolutely squashed in connector. There's just no way out. All the walls closing in. 2 made out of the map and 2 out of bullets. Lined up by Tessez, which, I mean, it doesn't happen every day of the week, but when you get a collateral, you'll take it. With the M4 especially. Now just the pistols in play for Spirit, and it's a shame that it was such a pivotal round for them as well, because that really was the decider of Heroic taking the lead. Great 1-for-1 trade, as Nico, I don't think he would have had a read on what kind of buy they had. Because if they, and I mean, that's funny to say with Hunden on the coaching panel, but oh my god, what's going on? Look, you're pushing down bottom mid by yourself, no support, no utility top mid, nobody watching top mid. That's already wild enough. And you're going to stand out on top? Of Ticket just staring? I have no idea. I'm really confused as to what was... Even if he had his gun out, but he was lining up a nade on top of there. This is just not how you play this round.
Thankfully, they do get the trade once Mirror tries to go actually retrieve that weapon. Went in late because he was planting the bomb. Magix is going on a flank now as well. Only having the Glock, but I mean, look at the health duns down. 1 bullet, especially if it's in the head, is going to be enough. Spamming away, gets the kill on Barup. He now has an op as well to work with. He just falls back. The smoke, though, going to go down. There's barely any time, so Tessie's is just sticking the bomb. The op shot not being hit. The Glock, though, dinks him down low, but he's not going to be able to get the finish. That was so close, though, from Team Spirit, and they even pull an op out of the round. They had so little investment into that one. I feel like they are going to be a little sad, though, that they weren't able to close it out, but it's obviously kept the economy of Heroic in such a difficult spot where they reinvest everything to get their buy back into this round. So if Team Spirit managed to win this one, then Heroic are in a lot of trouble, because of course having won a couple rounds in a row, they've begun to kind of bring that loss bonus down a little bit. So they only get 2,900 if they were to lose this one, which for most of their players isn't enough to give them that buy sufficiently.
What a wild round, man. I mean, Heroic took a round that was undoubtedly theirs. And just really tried their best to hand deliver it to Spirit. Every decision there was contingent when you think, and I mean, not even that it's a full buy. It's just wild. No matter what weapons they had, it's just not the way to approach it. So many mistakes being made, and now with the weapons in their hands, Spirit are able to take them without it being 1-for-1 trades. This time just dead on opening duels towards mid and A, but still 2 players in position on this A bomb site. As Spirit look to move in towards it, it's going to be 2 through ramp and 1 in Palace. They have middle control, as Sumdai Young will probably regroup with Mur to go for connector. That's if they even need to. Tess has tried to get aggressive on the ramp and confirm that the T's were still around here. Well, at least he's got the info. Unfortunately, the price is very hefty.
Yeah, you can see they don't really want anything to do with this round anymore, although, as I say that, Stone was still kind of peeking in from connector, from short towards connector. If he had have picked up a kill or two, then maybe at that point they could have considered moving forward, obviously with the bomb having yet to be planted. But now it goes down, it's a 1-on-5. Barup, of course, is just going to have to try and save. And even then, Sumdai Young is pushing this. He's ready as he comes around on short. Doesn't manage to get the kill. Does a little bit of damage. And at this point, realizing that Barup has gotten himself the op, you would imagine now that the rest of them will hunt this down, knowing that he's been tagged as well. And that is the goal. Will they be able to take the weapon out of his hands is the question. If they do, Heroic, they will have just so little to purchase up a buy in this next round that they likely will be looking at that eco. There's 1 kill though. Repeats back in, ends up getting taken down. A bit of damage at least being connected, but as I said, Heroic, without being able to buy in this round, it means the Team Spirit very likely going to be taking themselves a 13-11 lead.
And we spoke before about how Heroic's buy rounds on the T side went. Well, Team Spirit looked for a minute like they were going to just go back towards the form of the previous. And you look at those 3 rounds in a row that they lost, I was getting worried. But they're back. They're ready to rumble. And with the round win under their belt, this should be a 13th, as you said. That's then Heroic on the verge of a loss. Just one more round, and they probably can't even find themselves the victory in regulation. The Pistols have grouped up on middle to try and do some damage, but there are 3 players around here. Smoke's about to fade, and that will leave these Pistols out in the open to be shot from afar, and they can't even get more than 50 damage done before they've all fallen. 13-11 it is, as clean as can be. And Spirit having a bit of a better time versus Ecos than what we saw from Heroic earlier on.
Yeah, not letting it get anywhere near as close, ensuring that they're going to be able to deal with that threat and do so without dropping a single player, as you said, barely even taking 50 damage. So keeping everyone alive, getting a little bit of money in the reserve, but Heroic now, they're back on the bye. If they don't win this one, at that point, Team Spirit very likely heading up to 15. So this is a must-win here if they want to keep themselves in with a chance to actually get their own map choice, in regulation at least, otherwise they would probably be fighting for an overtime. But look at this, just the aggression from Team Spirit. Magix runs straight through Palace. He has a couple players right behind them, but at least for now, they're not needed. They got that one open, and it was only a single player around A. Stown only now rotating in, and oh, that was a fantastic flick up to the head of Idis Balance. The bomb dropped now under Palace, and be retrieved or planted. There is definitely a bit of an opportunity for Heroic to move forward, but they are being denied by Magix. Only got the 2 kills with the rifle, but doing that damage and leaving Tessies in the Molotov, he just could not escape. This round has crumbled for Heroic.
Such a crucial one as well. All the pressure's on Stown to try and make it work. The money is low for the next round. If he can find a kill, he'll definitely commit to this with a bomb down in the open. Holding on and waiting for someone to peek, but there's so many angles to be concerned about. He looks down the ramp, catches one, but there's the swing. A little bit of damage done. A tickle delivered. An aid on top of him, and they're just going to death by 1,000 cuts him. He's the player up in Palace from earlier on in hopes that extension will come out yet again, but all the while, Sumdai Young was on his way through the window and up behind him. 14-11. An op saved over for the T side, and a pretty spectacular round as well, as Heroic now walk in with very little. SMGs and armor being bought up. And this could be the beginning of the end, Dean.
Yeah, I mean, this, as I said, this is the map choice of Heroic. Really, one positive you can take then heading onto the second map is Mir going to be able to keep up the same level of performance, but you know that he is able to constantly put up numbers, and it hasn't just been Mir, even though he's up there in terms of the frags, and Magix has been doing a good job. Chopper has had some great rounds as well. It just seems like a bit too much for Heroic to handle. They try and get aggressive around mid. They're able to get that opening kill, but it is traded back. And it looks like Stown pushing up through the apartments is going to be spotted pretty soon as well. Although Chopper getting closer, I was going to say, does give a chance for the CZ to maybe get the drop on him, but not allowed. Chopper hits an instant headshot of 4-on-2. As long as they move together now, this should be just an easy round for Team Spirit to close out. There shouldn't be too much threat.
No, indeed there shouldn't be, and you can see they're still taking it very slowly just to minimize even further any threat that might exist. A bomb to be retrieved by Magix, and presumably moving into B. And take another look in towards T-spawn and just ensure there's no flankers on their way. And for the Heroic players, with Nico on 7 HP and Cadian with the USP, probably even look to swap over those weapons a little bit. Cadian spotted one on top mid. Did he realize that? I'm presuming so, as he swings out wide, causing a distraction, allowing Nico to get up close. That player tagged down to 1 hit, but never mind. I thought he was still using the deagle, but instead, he had the SMG in. Burn, baby, burn, as Cadian falls.
Apparently the Molotov sent them flying as well. Don't know if that happened on your screen, but the body just launched up at the ceiling.
I didn't notice that, no.
Explosive Molotovs, that's what it was. 50-11, 4 rounds now. That's what stands between Heroic and an overtime if they want a chance of pulling back Mirage. And of course that means Spirit have 4 opportunities to go ahead and try and close this out. And with how they've been playing so far, at least here on the T side, it looks like they should be able to do it, but Heroic can never be counted out. If they get this first round, at that point, of course, there's plenty to be bought back up still for Heroic, so they do need to chain together a couple. But if they get this first, then it really is only maybe 2 more gun rounds at most. So I do want to believe that there is still the opportunity that we could be seeing a little bit more. Mid-control being found for Team Spirit either way early on, and Heroic not really looking to try and contest it, at least not initially. I think Cadian's considering peeking window. Yeah, the smoke fades away, and I was going to say Chopper going to peek top mid soon. Could have been in trouble, but Cadian just about gets off the angle as the peek comes in.
Oh,
and he's lost everyone around the top of Connector.
Absolutely nasty. Merge has taken the double. They had no idea what was going on. Cadian behind a smoke, waiting to try and get something as it fades away. There's no saving now. It's do or die. The molly pushes him forward. Great shot by Cadian. Looks like he's safe, but another molly comes through. Oh, God. Well, he looks like Johnny Cash there because he was in a ring of fire, but unfortunately, it looks like Heroic are going to be the ones that are going down, down, down. As Team Spirit go on higher on the score, 16-11, as they take the map, and that is going to be the end of that map, but not the series. There's a little bit more coming your way, as we've got map 2 coming up in just un petit peu. I've actually forgotten what it is, Dean. Is Dust 2? Okay, it is Dust 2. So Dust 2 coming up next. That is the map pick of Spirit. Now, when you look at that, hopefully, and I say hopefully, we're going to see a little bit more from Heroic there, where things are open and give them the opportunities. I mean, look, their CT side was a little bit deflating. Wasn't what I expected, but their terrorist side was fantastic. So it's funny to see that flip over where they did so well when it came into those buy rounds. They lost both pistols. Had they have won both, I think we could have seen a completely different game. Now, when it comes to Dust 2, there's not a lot of teams that I would put above Spirit. That's the real problem I have, Dean. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, it is a really good map for Spirit. I mean, Heroic can definitely play it, but it's not quite on the same level. So I think that it is going to be a little bit of a struggle now for them. Not to say that they can't win. It's Dust 2. It's a map that really can be won by anyone on any day. But with the individual level that we just seen from Spirit right there, from Mirror especially, it's a little bit worrying. It's going to be tough. Idis Balance, I think, is going to have a much better time as well with the op over on Dust 2 than he had here on Mirage.
That's the thing, Dean, right? I mean, you say Dust 2 can be anyone's map. Why is that? Well, because of individual play, right? You can come out, as long as you've got good mid-round calls, which, I mean, no doubt Heroic will have. I mean, you got Hunden sat there telling you what to do. No way their mid-round's going to be bad on D2. But Spirit in the same boat. They're not a bad team. They're so damn comfortable on Dust. And they've got Mur dropping nearly 35 kills on that map right there. They've got Chopper answering up with 24. And in fact, both of those above any fraggers over on Heroic. If that's what's happening, then I'm very worried for you when you move through to Dust 2, because the individuals are on fire. And as you said, Idis Balance is probably going to do a little bit better there as well. The op comes into play much more. But for now, before we find out, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in just a little bit with map number 2, so don't go anywhere. Dust 2 coming up after the break.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Head keeps seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, blessings. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, blessings. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, blessings. Follow me.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see, I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, why you leaving me? Don't you know you can't leave me now? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Heroic versus Spirit. We're ready to roll with map number 2 as we start out here on Dust 2. We're going to be rocking on into it in just a second as the pistol is about to go live. And Dean, I'm expecting, honestly, I'm going to throw myself under the bus here with a quick prediction. I'm really feeling like this is going to be Spirit's map. We saw Mur and Chopper playing out of their minds. Mur nearly had 35 kills on Mirage. This is Spirit's map pick. It's a map that they thrive on, especially within CIS region. And then you look at the fact that Idis Balance can get off the ground with his AWP. I don't know. I don't know where I see the positives for Heroic coming into this one.
I don't want to count them out, but as you said, definitely a good position for Spirit to be in, coming out on top of that first map. And now here on a map that is their map choice and is one that they have very strong results on in general, and already actually finding the aggression there, spotting the head of Katie and knowing that Stone as well is fighting around mid. He continues to take that fight as well and actually finds Mir. So a good return, but there's just no way they expect this flank. It has been spotted, thankfully, but not before a bit of damage is done. And of course, at this point, Sumda Young is just being a nuisance. He is keeping them focused around that position as the bomb gets planted. And as the damage continues to be done in favor of Team Spirit, the dinks just keep on connecting.
Shot after shot. Look how low Heroic are. The likes of a P250 and Idis Balance going to be more than enough to dispense with them, especially if you're headshotting. Down goes Borup after being finished off. Idis Balance him with another, and this is just a cleanup. Absolutely destroying. And that is going to be a 4 versus 1 save for Heroic. This down runs to the other side of the map.
Down going to be able to get himself one more kill, and with that stay alive, obviously keeping his Kevlar and having a little bit of extra money, which could help out if they're going to buy here, which seems to be the goal. Dropping over a scout to Cadian, can get himself a deagle, still a flash as well going to come out as he had 250 left, and Cadian obviously able to get his Kevlar, and with that keep a little bit of money as well. If he wanted to, he keeps 700, but he also gets a few nades. Obviously that the few extra 100 can help out quite a bit later on if they need it for the AWP. But yeah, it's of course not going to be the strongest of force buys. It never is on the CT side. They're quite limited at the moment, taking a bit of a gamble, I guess. Initially having kind of a bit of an A-heavy presence, having one player pushing up on short, a couple pushed up on long as well. And unfortunately, already with Team Spirit moving out towards B, they found the opening. Down is go. The Molotov is gone. The Molotov down towards the door stops anyone who could potentially be close from doing anything, and immediately Heroic realized that there's not really much that they can do. They've fallen away already to go ahead and save these weapons over and just give themselves pretty much the same opportunity in this next round. They might be able to pick up some exits. Sumda Young's in trouble, but he does also have an army of teammates coming in to support. Actually, Chopper who ends up going down surprisingly, dropped by Borup. If they had gotten one more kill, that would have made it worthwhile, but I do think that saving all those weapons over would have been the better outcome for them in that situation, rather than just getting one kill to do a small bit of damage.
Well, Spirit with 2-0, look for a third, and I mean, if they don't find that, I'd be immensely surprised. The losses they suffered in the previous round can pretty much be counteracted by them not losing anybody now. Soften the blow a little bit. I'm surprised this is the round Idis Balance goes for an AWP. I mean, they've got the scout, or they had the scout before. Ooh, Sumda Young needs to stay down. Is he going to be able to survive that? Yes, because Mur swings through and helps him out. Now as he fades on back, Borup is in a lot of danger. Well handled. I mean, Sumda Young just... I'm surprised he survived. The one bullet was all that was needed. A player had sightline on him, but... Look, he gets out of there alive. 3-0 for Spirit. And here's where things get interesting, Dean. Now we come into the full buy for Heroic. The AWP of Cadian. A full buy all around with utility M4s. I mean, Cadian's only missing 2 nades.
Yeah, and that does come back to, again, that little bit of extra money he was able to keep keep due to actually being dropped over the scout in that second round. So there we go. Yeah, gets the op out into the opening gun round, takes the peek up mid, finds Idis Balance running down through suicide, and then a nade towards top mid as well connects right at the feet of Sundai Young. They dropped fairly low. They will still be able to find a recovery, all right. It's a bit of an A stack at the moment, but the issue is they're all down in the CT spawn, so as the cross comes in from short, as long as they don't stay close to the wall, there's not a lot to be done from Heroic. This bomb should be planted. They even have Chopper out long. As the bomb goes down now in the 4-on-4, Heroic at least in positions to try and work quickly, but they don't have a kit. With the smokes down, just wasting time. I think at this point they don't really have much of an option other than to save. Spirit going to be getting off to a fantastic start here, going 4-0. The CIS teams are having good times on our stream today.
I'll give you that. They certainly are. I mean, when it comes to Dust 2, Mirage, not really where you want to face this, the likes of the CIS. I didn't actually double check this. I'm going to go and look now, but I'm presuming Spirit have taken out Nuke coming into it. If not, Heroic would be wild. No, they didn't. Okay. That's very odd. Heroic decided to choose Mirage even when Nuke was still in the pool, considering the last time they played them on Nuke they 16-5'd. It's also an insane map for Heroic. They've got Hunden as a coach, which helps to even further push the narrative of Danish teams on that map. I have no idea. That's a very weird veto from them.
Yeah, Nuke was banned. Was it the first ban?
No, it was second round ban. It was Spirit
yeah, it was,
banned in the second round. It was Overpass and Vertigo. I mean, I understand. I don't think Spirit should have banned Nuke, considering they want to take Vertigo out. That's fair enough. They probably stand a better chance having already played them on Nuke. But why Heroic would choose Mirage then completely evades me.
Yeah, it was an interesting pick for sure. We said that going into Mirage previously, and then we ended up seeing, of course, Team Spirit getting the victory and now having a fantastic start here on their own map choice of Dust 2. 4-0. Bit of damage being taken in the beginning here from Magics, but it didn't really deter them in that previous round where they actually went down by a player early on. They were still able to recover it. So let's see what the plan is for Team Spirit. Short control with 4 players. One of them just being merged is left over towards B, trying to sell a little bit of a fake. And he has kept 2 players directly on that B bomb site. But it is Heroic right now just kind of giving up mid and focusing mostly around those bomb sites themselves. So they should still have a pretty decent setup to try and hold this down, but no, apparently not. Chopper already finding down. Nico now trying to position himself back over towards the ramp to do something about this push. And he will indeed be able to find Magic's Chopper low. He doesn't want to re-peek though. It'll actually be the nade eventually that comes in to go ahead and follow up and finish off Chopper, but it's Mirror again who steps up when he's needed. He was incredible back on Mirage. And he's looking to try and continue on with that performance here as Team Spirit get the bomb planted in the 3-on-2. And Heroic are just slowly creeping back towards B. It looks like it's going to be a 5-0 already confirmed.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much locked in at this point. Heroic just carrying forward their 2 weapons. And with Spirit finding weaknesses across the board, that is a worrying factor for Heroic now to work with. The worst part about it, obviously, being 1-0 down, losing your map pick, when you come into your opponents, you got to be able to look at it and say that you can still come back in. If you started off by being absolutely squashed, and things get a little bit concerning. That said, we've seen good halves from Heroic where they lose the first... It was 5 out of the first 6 previously, and then bounce right back on into it. The fact now that Spirit have won 3 out of 3 pistols, they're even following up with the T-side buy rounds immediately after. It just makes me really question where Heroic find their plus sides. Nico's alone towards B with the op. Almost got tagged going through the doors or across them. Remember, this is old Dust 2. It's not the current one with the new doors, with the new skybox outside B tunnels, or rather the old one, I guess, where you can no longer throw nades over through it. Because we play 1 update behind whenever tournaments have already started.
Yeah, it tends to be the case. Of course, that update only came out the other day, I believe, just as some games were going live as well, so the decision had to be made. It looked like that kill was going to be found for Sundai Young, but no, Stown actually going to come out on top of it, spamming through the card, given the opening in favor of Heroic. As of course Team Spirit now fully committed up through long. Garup going to go in through the smoke, actually gets a second before going down, and now it's all on Mir. But again, he is going to try and fight as much as he can. Bringing it down to the 1-on-3. He'd need an ace clutch, so I don't know what his chances are of winning the round, but if he can even get one more kill at this point, and with Stown being low, that's definitely possible. He could at least keep the economy of Heroic in a very weak position. The issue is the bomb's back on long, so trying to cross back over to recover that is very difficult, so he is going to be just for now pushing up through short. He might try and flank around through long, but if he wanted to, he'd have to make noise, and as he tries to do the same on mid, of course, dropping down, it is going to be heard by Cadian. So Heroic will finally get around on the board. 3 surviving, kind of the bare minimum that you want to be surviving, so they do need to go ahead and really start picking up the pace now and start building up these rounds.
The double up setup being fruitful. That Spirit have got no problems whatsoever. As you're saying, you know, Heroic need to win a couple of rounds in a row. Not just because of the position they're in on the scoreline, but because of that economy for Spirit. And how healthy it is. Or at least how healthy it was coming into this round. They've got at least another that they can afford to buy in, and then they start to struggle. We're going to deal with a double op setup. It's been a slow push out through long. Flash is going out just to clear off the angles. And Heroic completely concede control. Going over for heavy short presence with a boost up to look down on tunnels, but they don't see anybody. As they move back in towards the site, they do have to be quite worried about long, having given up that control. The smoke still leaves a little bit of a gap, and I believe they'd be able to see the cross, hence the crouch walk by Stown just in case. He makes it over to the site as a smoke goes through for CT, and a second one on its way. They've got a clear cross, with Chopper in position to quickly rush them down. He's being heard up close at this point, though. Now spotted as well. The swing will come through from Stown, who takes him down, and Nico goes up on a boost to catch Sundai Young above the smoke. That is a 2-man advantage for Heroic, and they've dropped the bomb on the A site. They watch their back to take down Mur, who was trying to deal with Tessez. And this should be the round pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered to Team Spirit. Or to Heroic, excuse me. Away from Team Spirit.
Yeah, picking up the pace, as I said. Heroic did need to be able to do this and start really getting a few rounds together in a row before they could even risk losing one more. So taking this second and looking to do so convincingly as well is fantastic. The time, of course, not allowing for Idas Balance or Magics to do anything at this point, just saving. And with that, they are, of course, going to have still a pretty good buy, actually, coming into this next round. Chopper, Sundai Young, and Mir are going to have enough to buy for themselves. Chopper will be the lowest in terms of the money, but even then, not really in a position where he's going to worry. And even then, actually, Mir can drop him over an AK to ensure that he'll be able to get the full nades out if that's how they want to approach this one. So there's still going to be another full gun round here from Team Spirit before Heroic can actually break their economy. But they're picking up the pace a little bit. This is kind of what we've seen back on Mirage as well, where, of course, the first half they had a poor start. Then once the guns came out, they were able to start finding a bit more success. Unfortunately, the second half, we didn't see the same from them. Can they keep it up now is the question. The pause comes in. Team Spirit realizing, as I said, that their economy, after this round, likely is going to be left in a position where they have to eco. So they know that this one is quite important. So they want to have a bit of a chat.
I mean, it makes sense. Time to come in and have your little conversation about how to approach this. We mentioned in the previous round, you know, Team Spirit had that extra little buffer, extra round they could lose, and then things would get out of control. Well, we're on that line. Oh, hello! Great shot by Magix, of all players. He had the spawn, so he took the op and shows that he's no noob. Eliminates Stown, big player in the previous round, having held down anchored on the site and done a lot of damage. Now with the man advantage to play around, Spirit can leave a lurker over towards A long. That's going to be Magix, who's picked up the AK. Trading out for his teammate. They're not getting out of there alive in tunnels. 1 kill found by Nico, but then they're deleted. Mur and Sundai Young alongside 2 more, ready to swing. And all those players were spotted. But for Heroic, I don't think they're going to be going for this. You see the boost up on top of the dumpster. The dumpster that we learned, I can't remember who it was maybe Madden, that you can actually wallbang through that with an AWP, right through the thickness of it. That was a really interesting moment. I think that was the first time in like 3 years that yeah, probably roughly 3 years. It was like, oh, you can do that? It's like you think you know pretty much everything about CS, and then some new angles.
Surprised you had never seen it before.
No, that was the first time I'd seen it.
I don't think I had ever seen it in a pro game, to be fair, but I knew it was possible.
I don't play A long, though. It's the thing. I'm a B player.
I just don't think it's the position people are spamming too often either, because if it's early round and there's a push coming in on long, you don't want to be standing there spamming the box because you're going to get peeked from the long doors. So I just don't think it's something you see being attempted too often. But yeah, 6-2 Team Spirit. They bounce right back. They take a round with 4 players surviving. They made it quick and efficient as well, just straight towards that B-bomb site. And Heroic, they're going to spend all of their money pretty much now, at least on the most of their players to reinvest. So not a round that they can afford to lose, otherwise they are going to be in trouble with Team Spirit running away with the lead here on Dust 2. And of course, already being up by 1 map, that is not something that Heroic can allow to happen. Still on the double up setup though, of course. They've been loving it. Uh-oh.
Oh, Nico take it down. He was spotted all too quickly and taken completely out of the game for a man advantage to Spirit. Not really how Heroic want to start that one out. Tess says up behind. Now, he's not going to have any impact on it though, because Spirit look for the A site. There's still 3 players here. Well, there were. Stounds actually started to rotate to allow for Tess's to play the B site. It's the right move, and Team Spirit knows something like that would come through, weakening out the defense there. Sundai Young lucky to just receive a tag from Cadian's AWP.
Yeah, but not lucky when he does eventually end up actually dying there to the Molotov. Coming out long though, Magic's gonna pick himself up the double with that, seal the control of the A-bomb site going in favor of Team Spirit, and the final player trying to creep up through the spawn, unfortunately not going to be really prepared as the P comes in from Magic's. He gets himself the triple kill. Team Spirit make that round yet again look easy, and they do so quickly as Heroic are likely just going to have to, well, maybe not actually. It's only really Stown who's lacking the money. We're up at 7250, so he could drop a rifle over as well. It would leave himself lacking on nades, but Stown to be able to get the full nades. Tessie's going to be lacking a bit as well. Cadian has the op to work with. Nico has decent money. So yeah, it is not a bad buy for Heroic, but it's already 7 rounds here for Team Spirit. Obviously, with it being a map that is, it's relatively close. It's not massively towards either side. I would say maybe a little bit T-sided, but it's not really where Team Spirit want to be ending it, but it's so early on that if they can keep this up right now, they'll be putting themselves in a great position. Heroic realize that if they want to come out with a half they can be happy with, they need to really stop losing rounds.
That's good advice. Yeah, have you thought about
just like, guys, stop losing rounds, and they're like, that's why we pay you.
No, you know what the problem might be, Dean? Maybe Hunden isn't giving that advice. You should message Heroic about taking over the coaching role.
Maybe sometimes you just need to be literal.
I've heard some people criticize Hunden. Not the most knowledgeable of people, but I've heard people criticize him. So yeah, maybe he can take his job. Who knows? And Tess says is eliminated here. It's completely open.
It was mid last time where Idis Balance found the instant pick through, or rather above the edge of the smoke, saw that the boost was coming in. This time just straight up hits the player on B through the smoke. We did say that we were worried that we were going to see the op showing up for Idis Balance, which wasn't really there on Mirage, and they still had such a good time. And yeah, indeed, he's been certainly stepping up over these past few rounds.
Oh, here we go. The roll on through to B late, but there's a second rotator through. They've already found one. Stown spotted, though, with that nade coming in. See, the thing was, he looked like he was going to have a great position, that they wouldn't expect the second player to already be on site, but they saw the trajectory of that grenade, realized immediately the second player in position. All 3 were looking at him. Cadian finds one with the op, and that is just going to serve as an exit, but also a deterrent to them hunting him down further. Evidently, though, they're not that deterred. Moving up through short, it's another frag for Cadian, and a molly down below to try and separate them out. He's got another potential frag as Bora picks up Sundai Young, and they're throwing everything at this to stop Heroic from having a weapon for the next round. And now it is just that, just a weapon. They're trying to bait the shot of Cadian. Good flash. Actually, I don't think the flash connected, but it doesn't matter. Too quick on the shot. Chopper finds him, and that's a sacrifice worth paying, really, isn't it, Dean? Because if they got an AWP and an M4 saved, they could have dropped over 2 weapons, because you can imagine 2 players already have armor and a rifle. That's 2 more M4s in play, bit of utility, 1 weaker weapon, and this is a pretty good round for Heroic, but instead, Team Spirit put them in a position where they pretty much have to eco, and it's just a couple weapons being bought up.
Yeah, it was definitely worthwhile. As you said, I don't think that flash worked out, but it gave Chopper the drive to take the peak, you know? Oh, hang on, Mir's in trouble. He's been having a great game yet again, but he is just being swarmed in tunnels. That's actually given a rifle over. But I think he may have also noted, just as he died there, that a couple players were also peeking in from tunnels. So I do believe Team Spirit are aware that that A-bomb site is pretty much clear. Although by the time they push in, already a quick rotation through the spawn. So the smokes, although they will go down to cover off the vision, it still could have been a little bit risky. And there is a bit of a gap there. Magix, I believe, knows that Barup is up close. He's ready for it. The flash just not going to blind them at all. He didn't even need to get the kill himself. It was Chopper instead who actually was blind. But Magix then prepared to follow up onto Tessies. And yeah, Team Spirit dealing with this this kind of low investment from Heroic quite well. 9-2.
Nine to 2 is a hell of a score for Team Spirit. Their terror side looking absolutely fantastic, and you wonder really at that point. Whoops. That was a good attempt. Magic's got tagged to 63 at least. But I have to wonder, Dean, where do they go from here? Is there any hope? If they make it to 6, sure, but even look at the difference in kills between these teams. We talked about Dust 2. You need the individuals to step it up while Mur is still here. He was committing mass murder over on the previous map with 34 kills. And now he's in here with 12 as well, starting it off in a pretty good fashion. The rest of the team following up. And that was the CT side as well, you remember, we found most of the kills. And Heroic, I really don't see things changing when they swap over, because it's not like there's any significant weakness on that terrorist side of Team Spirit. Everyone's fragging. They've at least found a weakness by taking down Idis Balance. Chopper! Oh, I thought he was going to swing because he... Oh, I thought he was back far enough as well. Things are going wild. That's the bomb dropped even, Dean.
Yeah, he got tagged up as he was going back around the corner. The nade was perfectly timed from Canadian. As you said, the bomb was dropped, but obviously not really been able to be held there by the CT side because the smoke was down as well. But happy enough to get themselves the man advantage to fall back and slow things down a little bit at this point. I don't think they're going to realize Magix has creeped out mid. Cadian doesn't at all. He was completely exposed. Tessies will at least get the return, but it's Mir who's left alive. A 1-on-2 for this man. It seems like so far, at least throughout the series, has been just too easy for him. He's been giving us more than that pretty much every single round, so I'm certainly not counting him out. And as he moves towards B, it is Tessies who's going to have to try and put up a fight. And as he looks in towards mid, unfortunately, is just as Mir goes forward. Thankfully himself going out the window, so he's not going to be taken down for now at least, but Mir's being given the ability to cover a little bit of ground here. Has now been spotted.
And Borup is rotating through. As Mir knows that he's been spotted, he heard the shot. Was he just going to swing straight out? Yes, he is! Catches Tessez with a quick headshot. I don't know if he spotted Borup, but he saw he's not outside the doors anyways. And now he definitely didn't see him because Amali goes down towards the tunnels. He's still exposed to it. Spots him on the cross, though, ready for the swing! But he thought he'd go a little wider. And that leaves Borup finding the headshot. The AWP down on mid and the win in the round. Heroic up to 3. It will be a very hard road to navigate, but they might just make it up to those 6 rounds. He sparked a little bit of hope at least. The op save forward, he can drop over a second op, or indeed just... Oh no, he can't, sorry, he only has 45-50. So, he can't. It's just going to be the M4 for him. Some of his teammates down on weaker weapons as well. Nico can't afford to get his own M4. And so it's an SMG, a FAMAS for Stown. And all in all, I mean, look, it's not the worst. It's a better position than maybe they would have ended up in, but they definitely won't be singing songs just yet. Spirit, interestingly, have bought up double ops for this round.
Yeah, it's a strange choice, especially as a couple of players move quickly in towards short. Not really finding the successes they would have hoped for, being instantly losing one player to Cadian and also being naded down. As Mir has been dropped quite low and even spammed up a little bit. He's not having a good time. Yeah, this is the start that Heroic do really need when you're coming into these rounds with the weaker investment overall, with a couple weaker weapons in play. Make it that bit easier, giving yourselves the advantage and weakening up some players. As Team Spirit now, let's see what the plan is. Looking to focus a bit around mid, and Chopper already actually pushed out through the doors. Unfortunately, the timing doesn't work in his favor. Cadian pops out, catches himself the shot as he spotted the shoulder, and now it's a 5-on-3. Being spotted as well as they go forward on shorts. Down at this point, already finding himself 1 kill. Doesn't really need to continue to fight at this. in a 5-on-2, really all he needs to do is just keep on running down the time and also wait for his teammates to get into position, which they have now done. 4-9, and if they get back to 6, I think at that point they're not unhappy with the half. It wouldn't be fantastic, but when you look at how, of course, it started with them going down 9-2, that would be a pretty good recovery. Even 5, I think, would be salvageable, especially if they got the pistol.
Well, so far, Heroic winning pistols hasn't been the a staple of their gameplay, has it? And Spirit have dominated in every single pistol round. 3 out of 3 so far. You're looking at heavy commitment and towards the B side of the map. Short left completely open, but it is actually a takeout to long. The Stown swings for one. He spots a player above. Cadian was through the smoke. I guess he saw him just before it bloomed, though. And that's a 2-man advantage. Now, somehow Stown's still alive, eventually dealt with, but they're happy. I mean, look at where the defense is now. They're grouped up around the bomb site. They've got a decent line. No control of middle, so Tesses has a lot of pressure on him to cover both mid and long. But Team Spirit are left here just scrambling for a strategy. Smoke's going down through mid. Sumda Young still in position. Curious as to what the plan is here. Making it look like they were going to come through short, but surely they realize Heroic have lost control of long, so they're going to go up short. Maybe just to allow Sumda Young to do what he's doing now and make it into tunnels, but I feel like this telegraphs their play a little bit too much. Cadian sees nobody top short, realizes more than likely they're going to be down towards the bottom of mid. Because there's been nothing on long just yet. And here's the key thing, right? Nico's going to peek long. Nobody there. Now I think they should realize it's B.
Yeah, although there is one player kind of lurking around short here. Sumda Young ends up dropping the Cadian. As you said, only the one player immediately on B, but Tessie's able to get that first kill even as he falls. Then it is the first chopper left all alone, and with the flash going over, Barup has an easy kill off the back of the peak. They have to be retrieved, both of them actually, so the double up setup going to be carried over into this final round and a half for Heroic. And Team Spirit, without being able to get the bomb down, and just in general without having that loss bonus built up, they have unfortunately very little money onto most of their players here. It's going to be pistols and Kevlar. Magix just about gets himself to Galil, but that is the best weapon that they have available. So yeah, it looks like Heroic, they should be successful in pulling it back to 6 rounds, as they actually have a triple up setup right now. This is an interesting choice. Could be dangerous up against the weaker buy with so many pistols, especially if it had been a quicker play by Spirit, but it isn't, so they're okay for now.
Yeah, when you've got the money to play around and it's the final round, why not go for it, I guess? Maybe it'll catch them off guard.
Around?
I don't know, but
I don't see any.
There's no future implication.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
The players in mid at least have been spotted now. Stown is rotating with an AWP as well. That's not really going to help him. Cadian pushed back by the molly, takes a lot of damage in the meantime. Again, makes it so much easier for even the remaining pistols to take him out. And this looks like it might have been a big mistake.
This is looking a little bit awkward. Stown has returned one, but Cadian, as he repositions himself, ends up taking actually quite a bit of damage from that Molotov. So really not ideal. Stown, though, getting a bit of revenge. Sumda Young is going to be dropped. The nade going in as well. May connect some damage on the chopper, slightly weakening him up to make it that bit easier now as Heroic get ready to move forward. And indeed they will. Jumping in. Cadian trying to lead the charge. Chopper gets himself 2. Tech9 up close. Decides he doesn't want to challenge. Instead, Mir going to pop out with the up and finish that one off. 10-5. As Spirit do manage to go ahead and put a stop to what was a 3-round win streak for Heroic. They take that final round, and going into the second half now, they're going to be feeling very comfortable. But of course, guys, there is going to be just a quick break, 3 or so minutes before we do get into that second half, so stick around.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to roll with Team Spirit versus Heroic. Half number 2. Spirit just 6 rounds away from confirming themselves a spot in the semifinals of ESL Pro League Qualifier for EU. Spirit are moving towards the top and middle early on, but they decide instead to rush into tunnels where little Ocadian's all by himself. He jumps up on a box and gets a big surprise. Neither player's connecting their shots just yet. Eventually, though, he's down to 1 HP, and that's about as easy as they come. But they realize on the T side there's a bit of a weakness when they move towards A. Just one player remaining here, and that's Magix. He's been abandoned by his teammates, but able to find a kill on the way with Sumdai Young fragging from afar. Borup is all alone, and it looks like that's going to be a pretty clean-cut one. So 1v3, not all too likely.
Ouch. Heroic needed that pistol round. I'm sure most people realized that without us saying.
4-4 now.
Yeah, Team Spirit have just been dominant on these pistol rounds. I don't know what it is. CIS teams in general, we've seen Forza even in their previous map. I think they won 4 of the 6, if I'm remembering correctly, and I think the other 2 they managed to win out the 4 spies.
Well, I mean, CIS teams have deagles, mate. That's
Yeah, true. Just pistols in general. A deagle is a pistol, to be fair.
There you go.
Just ridiculously overpowered. Well, nah, not really. It's just you can just get them one taps. You have to be very talented to use that. I'm terrible with it. Oh, Mir's hiding up in the smoke. I don't think that's going to be expected, but he's not actually in the smoke itself. It was around the edge of it, so he was spotted, able to get one at least before going down. Helped out by Sumdai Young up on the window to ensure that the situation isn't going to get out of control. And then Chopper as well coming through that CT smoke is there to ensure that it's going to be pretty much the round confirmed at that point. Cadian was left alone and quickly has his head removed by a disbalance. 12-5. Not much being found at all by Heroic there in the force play. Now they're looking at an eco, meaning most likely it's going to be 13-5 for Team Spirit. So Heroic are really beginning to lose control of this game. Reminder, anyone who may have just joined us, you can see, of course, 1 star up there for Team Spirit. That is not for good behavior. That's because they won the first map.
In fairness, both teams have been very well behaved to each other. They're very polite in the chat.
Heroic were saying at halftime, props to Mir because he's on fire, and some Dayung said, sorry guys, he has his chat off, he can't see it.
Hopefully they've relayed the message anyways. For team, oops, little shots through this miggity doke, but I don't think Heroic are getting all too much done here. They've got themselves a few deagles, and outside of that just Glocks, and as you can see, Team Spirit ain't about that life of losing the Glocks. I'll leave that to NACS.
I mean, we've definitely seen some Glocks do damage in EU and CIS games. But that's not where the meme comes from.
Not what it's all about.
Oh, that took a bit longer than expected for Mir.
He's on fire, is he?
Maybe it was Tessie's that was on fire, and he just didn't want to put him out. It was actually a water gun.
Because he was on Copenhagen Flames? Is that what we're
maybe
doing here?
He's really not on fire though. He's 3-14 right now. We're gonna be real.
Yeah, that flame was extinguished once he left that team. Very bad map from Tessa's, got to say. Not what we're used to seeing. Especially he comes in as an insane individual performer in some of the lower tier stuff, but even versus a team like Spirit, it wouldn't be completely out of the question to see him perform quite well. It was decent nade, a little bit too early, though, a little bit too late, excuse me. Players already passed by it for the most part. Just a second adjustment on it, and you're looking at half HP. 1-2. Spirit are in a spot where they can play very comfortably. You're not seeing a lot of risks being taken. There's a player aggressive on long who's just quickly spotting it out and then moving back. That's Magic's. But he also has support from just further behind. He's got to cover Idis Balance because their setup is essentially a mixture between Idis Balance looking at long doors and going back to the car. Now, when he's on car, he's watching short because if you take a look at the player down below, Chopper is covering mid alongside his teammate. They're putting a lot of pressure on that AWP to do the work, but he's only checking it periodically. Eventually, though, they want to secure proper control so a flash goes through, and that's just as the player actually left that. You saw Nico was holding it for a long time. He bails back, and that's exactly when Magix pushes through, allowing Idis Balance to play sight, having absolutely no fear about long. The only downside to this play is that, well, they actually are pushing out middle. I was going to say Chopper and Mur have a great setup, but they're not going to be pressured. Never mind, because two players were here. The molly pushes them back, and this is when Magix decides to push, get a good flank on. The op is still waiting for action on the site, and he's about to get it full blind, but they were a bit blind too. Not able to catch the shots. They know he's there, but even the pre-fire ain't going to be good enough. He's too quick on that AWP, getting himself a second, and Idis Balance turning up, leaving it into a 4v2 where Team Spirit have just got a world of work to do.
And look at the time. I mean, what can Heroic do about this one? Trying to come in and help Barup is unfortunately taken down, and despite Cadian getting some kills, with 1 second left on the clock at that point, there was just nothing else to be done. He had 3 for himself. He was doing everything possible, but it just isn't enough in that situation. 5-14, Team Spirit continue to run away with this one. And I'm surprised at how easy Spirit are making this best of 3 look. I was expecting a bit more from Heroic, but it hasn't been their day, I mean, to say the least.
Well, man, we talked about the individual performances from Spirit on the previous map and said the strengths of Spirit were Mur and Chopper playing really well on the rifles, Idis Balance on the op. Those things have held through. We also mentioned Heroic didn't seem like they were having anywhere near the same kind of performance, and their bottom two, Tessus and Nico, have 9 kills between them, not even hitting double digits. That is pretty incredible. Like when you combine them, they don't hit double.
The bomb.
Why is the bomb going out first? What's happening here? Good flash, at least from Nico. It's going to completely blind Idis Balance, get them the bomb back. Control of long, control of the A site. Don't know what Tessus is doing here. This is the longest lurk I've ever seen. They're on A. The retake is underway on A, and he's only coming out on B.
Probably going to work, though. He should be able to get this kill. Yeah, actually, probably going to find both of them. Oh, never mind. Mir spins around, gets himself the kill. Chopper going to be able to find one from long as well, and suddenly it's all on Barup. The bomb didn't even get planted. What has happened?
Well, it's going to get planted now, at least. Planted for short, and Borup goes down into CT. They heard that drop, right? Mur was really close. I'm pretty... Maybe he didn't. His body language says he didn't.
Do you have a camera in his room?
I'm watching him. He's got his feet facing north. That means he didn't hear it. Because they're still clear in the site. They're looking for Goose. They have no idea.
They don't have a kid. Yeah,
Borup's got
zero idea.
Literally, there's no way.
Kill, and at that point, he can just play time. Oh, a little bit awkward on the spray. Just going to pop out for the kill. And here the bomb being tapped. Didn't know that they didn't have a defuse kit either. So playing it what he thought was the safest way. And there we go. Heroic, they get themselves around. They go up to 6. They do. It's off the back of Barup pulling off a clutch. And as you said, I'm really surprised that they didn't hear the drop. I thought at first maybe he was just thinking, okay, perhaps he's up close and he was trying to fake the drop or something. But no, even then, it should have been pretty easy to tell that he dropped down into the spawn. But it wasn't heard. Barup, it works out for him, and it's given Heroic a lifeline now. They have a chance to start clawing back into this, but it has to be pretty much flawless.
Yeah, like you said, I'm very surprised. I thought they'd heard the drop. Was pretty sure they realized what was going on, but evidently not. And then even when they see it's planted short, unless he's jumping up close, there was nowhere he could have killed the planter except for short, really. But no, they were very much committed to the idea of him being somewhere on the site or over towards the ramp and just waiting to blitz up forward. Looked a bit silly in the end. And a really nice play by Borup. And now with Spirit rocking in with a much weaker buy. You do have to remember they've got a hell of a buffer. So many rounds to play with before they need to be worried about it. But they have gone in for a Force alongside an SMG and a CZ, are the full rifles with limited utility coming into the last minute of the round. Balance, though, holding out in a familiar position towards long. They've got Magics and Chopper all on A. It's the same setup we normally see, but the thing is, those are the only rifles. The B defenders are the ones with the weaker weapons, being as it is a much closer range sight, and they push into tunnels, spotting out that it's completely clear, and this is where we'll see the other players being a little bit on edge. With 40 seconds left and a smoke going down, Balance has a molly to play off of. That clearly is an execute. Look at Chopper's position, though. He's pushed up close to the smoke. They didn't see him. The spray was good for one and a bit more damage. Is Balance AFK? Is he going to move? He mollies out long, but they're already on side at this point. He can't cover the cross anymore.
That was crazy from Tessie. He decided to change weapon mid-fight. Sumda Young on the flank going to get a double with the MP9. Tessie's is coming back in to fight the exact same angle as his teammates against these weaker weapons. It wasn't a bad idea, but they just get mowed down.
What just happened, Dean? Sumda Young got 3 kills with an MP9. They were watching him as well.
Expect this so quick.
But they turned around and saw him. Like, that was an actual aim duel, which was like just an aim execution. That's insane.
See, you know, after that first kill came in from Chopper, Tessie's, he only had a Mach 10. So instead of trying to go for the trade, he just instantly looked down back to his left to get the AK. It was really weird. And it popped up in the chat that he was saved by Stown, who got the kill. So I was like, what the hell's going on? They just... It's a really weird thing to do rather than just trying to get the trade. Fortunately, his teammate stepped up in that situation, but that was all they found in the round. Team Spirit bounced back to 15. 9 in a row is what Heroic need.
Yeah, the bottom
just
of that
taking overtime.
The bottom of that T-side scoreboard says it all, really. It's why you struggle so much on the CT side. They're losing every pistol as well, which obviously isn't helping. The Heroic they've struggled beyond belief coming into Dust 2. And again with Mirage, it's surprising that we ended up in a spot where Heroic picked that instead of Nuke. As we said, they 16-5'd them last time they played there, and they're Danish, so why would you not want to play Nuke? Chopper's going to go through this smoke. Yep, right on through after all the flashes. They were pre-firing it because once you see 10 flashes like that, you know someone's coming through the smoke. But it doesn't matter anyways. All the kills are going their way. Borup's last alive, and Dean, I think it's safe to say this is going to be the end of Heroic's run. In the upper bracket, at least.
I don't even think he expects the player up close. Mir's going to go for the knife.
Oh, is it going to work out? Gets the click, but not quite the kill. 10 health for Barup. Let's hope that doesn't backfire, but I don't think it will. As I said, 10 health, Balance posted up on the cross. Not actually going to hit the shot, but Magix is ready to. 16-6, a 2-0 coming in from Team Spirit in a very convincing fashion as they stole away a Heroic's map choice of Mirage and then make Dust 2 just look easy.
Yeah, that they did. I mean, Dust 2 went their way so damn convincingly. It's surprising that, in a way, it's surprising that happened, although coming in, obviously, I did say I expected Spirit to take that map pretty cleanly. Definitely cleaner than what we saw in Mirage, just because of the fact that everything was going well for them. They had the fraggers on Mirage. We saw it from Chopper, from Mur. They played insanely well with the rifles. Balance, we knew was going to have a better time on the AWP there as well, essentially uncontested. And for Heroic, nothing lined up. Tessez and Nico barely hit double digits combined. And that is definitely not what you want to see when you're coming into Dust 2, which is all about the individual performances.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit just looked fantastic. We said we were worried coming onto Dust 2 specifically because in the previous map, Balance didn't even get to do too much with the op, and they still just looked fantastic. And indeed, he stepped up here. Mir kept on going. He's been looking fantastic for them in general, and I'm just excited to see what else they're going to be able to do. Of course, with that win, it means they do move on to the next round of the bracket, where it is actually Godsent who are waiting for them, because Godsent were able to get a 2-0 over North. A very convincing victory.
That's going to be a really fun game to watch, I think, Spirit Godsent. For Heroic, though, they're not quite in the same boat. I mean, they're down to the lower bracket now. It's going to be a harder road through, but it's still possible. For Spirit, I will say, actually, something I noticed, I think that I might be miscalculating because I just estimated it running down through them in the end, but I think they've played 90 maps in the last 3 months. So very close to a map a day keeps the losses away. I respect it. They play so much goddamn Counter-Strike. It's unbelievable. All online. They're the kind of team you see playing 3 best-of-3s a day when they do play a lot of the time. and still performing by the end. I mean, we're just casting it, Dean, and we're fatigued by that third best of 3. These guys are still on fire. I don't know how they do it. I remember talking to them before, and they were just like, caffeine. Yeah, fair enough. It's a good way to go. It's similar enough to how we survive it, I guess. But yeah, that's the end of the games today, Dean. It's been fun. We had some good ones. We had some one-sided ones towards the end as well, but that is tout fini. But now we'll be back tomorrow. Dean, don't know if you caught it. There's a time change tomorrow. So it is 2 o'clock, I think, CEST. Possibly 3. I guess keep an eye on HLTV anyways. I'll keep you updated on when all the games are happening. But the first game is going on a little bit earlier, and then there'll be an extended break. We'll be on the A stream tomorrow, so if you guys are interested, drop a follow on this. There will be some games here on the B stream. There will be games with myself and Dean on ESL_CSGO. But for now, we're going to throw things to one final break. Thank you for watching, chaps. Exclamation mark casters in chat. If you want to drop myself and Dean a follow on Twitter, feel free to. It'll give you a link if you type that in the chat. And I think that's all. So we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
What about too hard? Ay, ay, about too hard.
I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see, I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to